from a place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes. Yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever bounce? Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm? I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping, 'cause these dark nights don't keep you as they always used to do. When I'm falling from good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent. I've been choking on emotions. I've been strangled by my thoughts. 'Cause the longer I stay awake, the further I am from you. When I'm falling from good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent. Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you my soul. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamizer. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Let
So we light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
If you catch my drift. Right next to me, come on.
We can set the world on fire, fire. Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got the hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better You should've kept up on your end. Should've been there when you said I depended on you over and over again. You think I'll sit here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend. You better lay
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me, and he gets cause real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves of blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it. Force the party, and if you start shit, you be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped, you be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. in this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Good morning, people of the internet, and welcome to VCT China week number 2. We are at a crucial point of the stage for all of today's teams, with repercussions that spread all the way across the rest of these groups. My name is Veggie, and joining me on today's adventure through the great unknown is, of course, the one and only, the Snow Spy.
You say the great unknown, Veggie, but you would argue that a lot of analysts would kind of know what the result of this first game should be, but not what it will be.
Yeah, well, we'll get into all the nit and gritty once we get through that. Of course, you talk about the first match that's coming up, and we're going to be kicking things off with all the action that is Nova Esports fighting for a chance to peek through the curtains a little bit of a hope of what could be playoffs, although looking at the group stage, you might think, well, that's just copium if it's highest orders. And their opponents today is, of course, Trace Esports, who have more than opened the door for themselves in this one, but a sudden gust of wind, it could be all that's needed to slam it back shut and hit their feet on the way out and allow that pack of wolves, who are also sitting very much at the bottom of the scoreboard, a little chance, a taste of blood. But Trace have it all in their own hands, with a chance to help DRG, of course, qualify into the next round.
Yeah, it's the best position to be in for them, but also kind of a terrifying one, because obviously the expectation is you only really need to win a map and it gets a lot more in your favor. Win the whole match and you're looking really good. And when you look at this group stage in general, Nova is definitely a team that you should be able to beat with relative ease. But, you know, we've been talking a lot about the potential of this squad, how it's just not been clicking, and this could be the day where Nova looks to just turn it around and play the upset.
This could be the one that they finally break the curse. No, we were talking in the green room about how since 2023, since VCTCN started, Nova have amassed a grand total of 1 map win against this Trace Esports team. Granted, it's been several different iterations of rosters and coaching staff along the way, and we'll kind of touch on that just now, if you will. Have you got any key pointers on where is it going wrong for this Nova Esports team? Every time you look at them, you think, okay, that's a more than capable hand of squad of players, especially with the coaching staff of Alex Ardick coming in.
Yeah, it's a more than capable squad of players, but it's the team that's not really meshed well together. It kind of looks like what the old school VCT China of old, where it's like you got people trying to duel ops, you got people taking loads of 1v1s and just hoping that they can win. And I was kind of making a joke about it. It's like you're trying to play a DRG playstyle, but then you look at the scoreboard and you've not got the star players like Vukashu that can just really pop off in any one of these given moments. And while Nova has a lot of talent, it's been difficult for them to make that talent work well together.
Yeah, and then as we flip it over onto this Trace squad, a squad that had a lot of promise, kind of, I would say, especially at the start of VCTCN, obviously qualifying for Bangkok way back in 2025. But ever since then, they've really been a shadow of them former selves. You've got players like Kai, who were, in my opinion, set to kind of lift that throne alongside the likes of the Juliston Kankang on EDG, and Delboy always been a consistent player as well, but never really seeming to quite hit the heights of old.
Yeah, I think it's kind of been Trace's kryptonite over the years when they were on that upsurge, is that it's not an over-reliance on Kai, but they are relying on Kai to do a lot of the heavy lifting. It was a style where they set Kai up really well. Kai would have some of these amazing performances, and it's been hard for them to replicate that, because this was a team that, when Breach was in the meta, was amazing. And then now that we've shifted away from more of those hard initiator players, you looked a bit difficult for Trace.
Yeah, for sure. I think they need to kind of adapt to that. And like you kind of alluded to at the start, this is an absolute must-win for Trace Esports. Nova, obviously, on the flip side as well, but for Trace, the previous one win in the group coming up against Wolves, who's that other team at the bottom of the scoreboard being 0-3, these match fixtures aren't going to get any easier for them, right? They're just going to play the teams that have already qualified. But you might look at that and go, well, they've not got as much to play for, but in actual fact, they're all going to be playing for seeding to give themselves the best chance of getting into London, which of course is crucial for champs points at the end of the year. And for Trace, they just need to get this over the line today.
Yeah, I mean, you look at those statistics in comparison, it is looking quite good. I mean, Trace, second in the league of conversions when they're in a 5 versus 4, so we know that if this team can get that opening pick, they're very good at just playing a standard style, converting these rounds, getting the easy rounds for themselves, as you should say. And you know, I do believe in Trace's ability to pull this one through, but even more exciting, Veggie, it's the 1v1 knife battle.
I mean, the teams are getting ready for London, clearly, bringing their knives out right off the start, getting themselves warmed up for how this one's going to go. Clearly a set intent of it, but I like this format. I've not actually seen them be kind of often for these skirmishes. It's in that professional setting. Yes, guaranteed it's not always the most professional of environments that they go through with. You look at Boaster and Yampi yesterday, but the crowd right around them kind of chillaxed. Both of these not taking it fully seriously. Obviously a little bit of gun game ongoing here, and Kai bringing it the Odin is maybe a set of BM that's set to follow the precedent of the rest of this game.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of CS of old, where you have like the warm-ups where you have the 1v1s against each other, and it's where kind of people develop that ego, that mentality of like, I'm better than you. And you know, the gameplay was a little bit even on that one that we just saw, so neither of these teams going to be like coming into this with full confidence in the duels. I mean, I imagine that they're going to be pretty confident in their own skill, but at the end of the day, it was just a little bit of fun, but maybe can affect the mental a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. I think if you walk out of that one getting trashed, you're already 0-5. Your mental is right at the door. But like we said, it is going to be Trace that come in with the most confidence, having only lost that one map back in 2023 to this side of Nova. And it's not a map that they're going to have to be playing on today. Looks like we're heading to Lotus, Bind, and in the middle of both of them is going to be Split. So some nice maps that we're going to see here today as well. Split is becoming a hot favourite of mine just now, Snow.
Oh, any specific reason for your Split favoritism, or is
I just think we get bangers. I think we just get bangers. And I'm glad it's second, because I don't think we're going to Bind. I'll just throw that out there, and that is my prediction right now. I think it's going to be a 2-0 for today. So it's just how I see this one going. But I'm excited that at least Split's going to be one of the ones that we're guaranteed. Yeah.
Veggie's like, bing bang bosh, get us over to match number 2, get us two off the cast. We can get someone else to carry this stream for
get
once.
Some professionals in here, come on.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, either way, I'm hoping for an exciting game at the very least. That is my aim for today. Even if for Nova, they're kind of playing more for pride than anything else, playing to be that upset maker. But Trace, a lot on the line for them. You know, they're going to come into this prepped. Nova just really looking to show people what they can do and show that they're not just a team that we should be sleeping on, and maybe have that late season resurgence. I
mean, absolutely, that's how it has to be, right? You're looking at potentially, most likely missing out on playoffs at this rate. You then want to look at what the repercussions are for stage 2, and then of course with all the introductions for next year's Valorant Tour, is you want to kind of put yourself in that shop window as well and make sure that Nova as a team know what you're worth. And if you want a chance at that, especially everything that's opened up with all of next year's antics, then something has to be played for, and you know, you need to start somewhere.
Today, definitely a good day to go for it. I mean, if any, like if you've left it this far in the season, might as well start popping off now. But in terms of going over to Lotus, I know it's a map that was out the pool, it's come back in recently, and are you kind of what you expecting in terms of compositions? You've been seeing anything cooked up that's kind of spicy that could be brought out here?
I don't think I've seen much spiciness. Obviously, we're seeing a little bit less neon whaleys that we were expecting to see right off at the start, thanks to some of the nerfs that came in. But I'd anticipate still seeing a lot of neon gameplay, maybe a little Vice thrown in there as well. But I think you still have to just go with the tried and tested, and at least have Viper on that composition.
I mean, It's always a pick that's pretty much been established within pro play. Bring out that Viper. Maybe someone gets a bit spicy. Maybe they bring out a bit of the old loud tech and go for a Harbor. But
yes,
I feel
please.
like if any team is gonna do it, you kind of would expect Nova to, because they need to bring something new out the bag and just go into those pocket picks, maybe a bit deeper into the agent pool, and see if they can make something work.
One of these like one and done compositions that's going to throw your opposition off guard and get you the round wins. And honestly, you're absolutely spot on. You need to get that round win anyway coming through. And for Nova, as they step onto this stage for what could be the last meaningful match of their stage 1 careers, this is it. You need to empty your pockets, put everything that you have into this one, and see what you can come out with, and not even just hope for the best. You need to make sure it's the best outcome for you.
I mean, it's a terrifying prospect, right? Because you're saying earlier, it's like you want to, as an individual player, you want to make your own stock look good as well, because you're not only just playing for your pride in terms of winning a match, but also potentially your career, because we know it's very common with some of these rosters when they struggle as much as Nova has, that they might look to try and make a rebuild happen. And if you're one of these Nova players, you want to showcase that if a rebuild is happening, you should be on that squad.
Absolutely. It's crucial for these players to make sure they're stepping up, especially with a lot of the changes that teams have seen throughout the times. I mean, there's no stability in rosters at the minute, especially across the whole board. You're seeing it everywhere. The changes next year are set to guarantee that there's going to be more changes. You need to be doing everything you can as a player to ensure that you're having your place at the table. You have that meal being served to you, and you're the one that's going to dish out the kicking of the opposition.
Trace, kind of in a little similar boat. They've got a bit easier time in terms of if they make playoffs, make that good run, it looks a bit better for them, but also been struggling themselves, also want to kind of showcase what they can do, hoping that Kai can bring out some of that good form again and really carry Trace through to a much needed victory that would settle their nerves quite a bit.
Settle their nerves. Give them a little bit of time before playoffs to settle the routines, the squad together as they take this last moment, the last parting words of motivation to make sure that this job can get done over the line. Snow, I want your prediction right now. I've put mine on the line, 2-0 Trace. You're not getting away scot-free. What are we saying?
You know, I'm always here for the meme predictions, but I think for the first time ever, I need to take this one a little bit more seriously, because I feel like there is a lot of importance for this game on Trace. I feel like they are going to come into this well prepped. Not that Nova's not going to come into it prepped, but obviously it's just been a struggle season for them, and I think I'm gonna go with a curse. I'm gonna agree with your prediction. I'm gonna go for a 2-0 Trace, but now that we've both said it, it feels uneasy.
Congratulations, Nova, on progressing into the playoffs. I mean, listen, I don't think anyone really that's watched any of these sides could be in a position to disagree with what outcome we're seeing coming through. But on any given Sunday, is the saying that goes through. Yes, it's a Friday, but you never know. Time zones can get a bit complicated. Nova might just have blasted off in a super ship themselves and might just find their way path through this.
Yeah, and I feel like these early few rounds, especially on Lotus, are going to be of such great importance for them, because it's where they can look to build that momentum, build that confidence. I feel like if Trace comes into this swinging, Nova's going to struggle, because already this season's not been going great for them. Already there's quite a lot of times where the odds have been stacked against them, and a good start is definitely what they need to start to bring themselves into this game.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely it. You looked at the stats prior that were shown up, and one of the key things coming through that Nova will definitely have to improve on is that 33% pistol win rate. You're just not going to win matches if you can't convert pistols. I mean, you're giving away at least 4 rounds every map. If you're losing the pistol, that's something that you need to make sure is a much higher percentage. I mean, I'm wanting all the pistols for Nova to bring this through. A little bit of mutual respect here from the mascots. The capybara, well, is that the one that escaped from the zoo in Manchester? Might have to do a little bit of zigging up here.
I changed my prediction for the for Nova just because of the
capybara.
Yeah,
Yeah,
mascot diff is all I really needed to see.
I told you they've got the better classic skin, the better mascot. It's just a shame about the rest of the team.
Oh no, you can't be saying these things off the bat. But hopefully the players seeing the capybara, feeling motivated, getting ready to go into this game. And you look at these compositions. It is a Nova. It is Nova picking that Neon versus the Waylay of Kai on the other side. Vipers on both squads as you expected, yep. And other than that, kind of quite standard compositions, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm wanting to see what effect the Guangxi can bring in with that Cypher. Obviously, Cypher receiving a lot of nerfs that have kind of decreased the pick percentage massively across the whole estate, right? So I'm wanting to see what kind of value and what strategies they've brought in with this agent. Are they just going to rely on the old metas that Cypher used to be alongside with the tripwires, which are obviously a lot less effective? Or how are you going to take extra space and obviously guarantee your site safety? The opposition Killjoy, I think, still provides a lot more benefits than the Cypher can in this pick. So right off the bat, once again, favouring Trace a little bit with the agent selection here.
I mean, it maybe says to me that Nova's maybe going to look to be a little bit more aggressive because obviously Cypher offering that bit more passive utility. It's global, so you can do a lot more interesting plays like full stacking a site, keeping that cam on the other side of the map to gather that info for you. It gives you a lot more flexibility in terms of not having to position as well and that utility still being valuable.
So you're saying it's a comfort pick to rescue the lack of cohesion across the rest of the squad?
I feel like it's an interesting tactical choice, and especially on the attack side, I feel like that Cypher can kind of help teams that maybe struggle to maintain space themselves. You've got an easy trip that you can just place to keep that utility on your side, but it's not going to matter in the first half because Nova are starting on this defensive side.
And straight off the back, the Cypher's just going to be jump peeking, sets the camera out deep to get all that information, allows them just to play that one player here with the rest stacked up on B, ready for that flood retake out the door if needed. You will start to see some more space being taken, early Prowler to clear out a B main, but as Trace just continue on to Mound, they'll progress down. The camera's dealt with, and a push out of B will alert that there's a possibility from behind, but here comes the site execution.
Kai's already in there, and a battle over towards Mound. The door's been open, players are coming through, and Nova, their pistol win rate wasn't good so far, but it is starting to come through for this round at the very least. A 1 versus 4 for the star player. Only a classic in hand. It's a difficult one to convert, to say the least.
Yeah, swinging into that high-low, it was almost a, oh no, back I go, I'm going to hide again, and you swing into another contact, and yep, Nova get themselves 33% of a chance, of 100% chance into that win rate for the pistol. Set themselves up really well with that B split in towards C, just making sure that Trace fell right into that trap, weren't allowed to go anywhere, and a really promising start for Nova. We just need to see if they can keep this up and what else Trace want to bring into this map. Obviously not being their map choice as we head into this second one. It looks like it's just going to be a rinse and repeat. Straight back to Mound, maybe a little bit more aggression.
A deep smoke place this time to create some question marks over towards Mound, and it's made them use a bit of utility from Trace to get in towards this position. It's not going to be a split this time. Doors open just to check it, so they are going to know that there's no players there, but double trip setup just to counter Kai's dash.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is why that Cypher has been brought in, that anti-play to counteract what is a heavy Waylay play style for a lot of CN at the moment. Takes any form of attack out, but it's almost as if Trace have detected that there is a higher presence on C, a more difficult task to go through, so we'll want to fancy the chances taken on green off this Viper. And as they get slowed down, they're just going to have to back off and wait for the rest of the team and not give up any weapons.
B-site has been gained. Kai potentially looking to go a bit aggressive. This smoke's going to drop soon, and there's 4 players in it, but it's just a massacre. As 2 players go down, managed to be traded out. The classics are coming through. They're all fighting on one same angle, but the utility is just too strong. And Nova these first couple rounds been looking kind of good, Veggie.
I mean, let's not get too ahead of ourselves in this one. The seatbelt is still definitely on. Airbags haven't quite gone off in this crash for Trace Esports yet, but I do like what they tried to do there, right? They used that smoke knowing that the timing's going to go down. You've not really got any decent weapons, so you can't afford to kind of retreat and play for the longer angles. You need to be taking space out of Nova, which is what they tried to do in that instance. Just unfortunate that the Classics aren't really going to be able to take down two of a Bulldog and a Spectre from behind. But this is where Trace really get themselves going off. Onto the rifles. Only one half shield, and an Outlaw and Swagzor could find that one player, but rest all up full. Keeps this one nice and easy for now.
Yeah, Viva, they're staying far away from the front lines as they can with that half shield. Obviously wanting to prioritize that utility for the team. Nova, like you said, weaker weaponry, going to be a bit more difficult of a round, but mount control's been gained, and Swagzor, if you hit someone in the head, doesn't matter how much armor they have.
Sent straight back to the marketplace on that next round, and now Kai takes a bullet to the body, all the way down to 10 HP. All of a sudden, this Outlaw providing massive value for Nova, keeping them in this round and turning things right into their favour. Nova have it written in the stars. They know what's going on. The camera being broke, the info gained, another C hit is more than possible, and as Green gets a trade on Abo, it's a weapon upgrade as well. 4 versus 3, make it a 4 versus 2 with how little Kai has. They have to just retreat back here, Snow.
Kai not on the best weapon for taking these duels either. Going to be relying on pretty much just a one tap. But 2 Buckies on the side of Nova so far. Playing some close angles towards C. It's still a decent round for Trace with that weapon advantage. And heading over towards A would be a 2 versus 1. Kai's trying to find a timing, but with such low health is taken down by the Ghost. And with 10 seconds left, trying to run through into sight. Swagzor going to be the one to hold this one, but only a Classic now. Has no bullets, just stalling for time, just juking back and forth, breaking ankles. And yes, they died, but they did all they needed to do.
That's beautiful. That is what you want to see from your Neon player. Knows that they don't have the weaponry to take the fights. The Outlaw skiffs a shot, information to take out the Classic, and then it's just about killing time, knowing that the clock is in their favour. It's a fantastic play from Nova. It's more what we've wanted to see from them as a team. A lot of playing this one together, and it's Trace who look like the team that should be 0-3 at the bottom of the scoreboard in the groups just now. Nova converting a huge bonus for their chances at having a dream to make the playoffs. Obviously a matchup against Wolves would be what decides that one. And as for now, Trace just want to run into this B side, but with the paranoia almost being prepped, they're going to have a really tricky time of getting through this chokehold.
Kai has that Bucky on hand. Probably going to look to just face plant into someone and see if they can find that kill, but with an opening pick from Trace, sorry, from Nova onto Trace, it's going to be difficult because weapons not really there, utility not really there either, and with this double trip setup, which they still don't know about, by the way, they haven't hit C since that first round.
Haven't hit it, but they will head across to A this time, where, of course, the Outlaw is waiting for them. The contract is up, and as you swing, you will take a fall down. King Kai won't be doing any combat training here today. He'll be heading back to the shop for that next round. And as the wall drops, the Odin's going to spray out, but Apple does connect and somehow comes out with 2, but Swagzor with that Outlaw is just causing absolute carnage to this roster, Snow.
I mean, that's pretty much, it's like an Aura Farm play right there, but I mean, man, that flick kind of comes hard, but hopefully we get a replay of that one. But Swagzor on point right now, looking so good with these snipers, and you'd hope to see them upgrade that to an operator at some point, because the Outlaw's been popping well, and you've got to believe that if they upgrade that to the big cannon, it's going to be even better.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that it's finding so much value, it's only going to reinforce for Trace that they need to be buying full armour for the rest of the game, right? You can't get away with trying to save some economy by going half, because you know your opposition can pull that out the bag and have it in their back pocket at any time. Forcing this early timeout for Trace. It's the attacking side on Lotus, so this is a side where they should be able to convert a lot more rounds, and right about now, you have to say that Nova 4-0 up are looking like a whole new team that we've not seen this iteration on a split at least.
4-0. It's not a result that you would expect us to be saying about Nova playing any team at the moment. I think it was minus 42 in round count so far. It's been difficult for them, and they've not really been able to find any momentum, but 4 rounds in a row, forcing a timeout from Trace. It's definitely a good spot to be in, and we spoke about it just then. Swagsaw has upgraded to that operator, and that is a scary prospect with how they've been shooting these first couple rounds.
Yep, these full shields on the side of Trace aren't going to do you any favours now if you walk into that angle. Fortunately for them, the op is posted up on C, and this attack looks to come in through A. Odin posted up in the garden, ready to break some plant pots as this attack rakes its way on through. But a little bit of pause in tempo for Trace as they just try and get some information through. Some spam just about misses on the head of Kai as they try and claim that orb, and now they will push through garden. The paranoia pushes off the angle, and Trace just make a little bit of room.
Has been called though. Nova has put the Cypher utility over to this side. There's a triple stack already. That combined with the Odin it's going to scare Trace a little bit. Rightfully so. They're going to think, oh, there's maybe a bit too much pressure, but a good pick from them leads to a B split. Wanji in the perfect spot to counter the play, but doesn't manage to do so. Now it's kind of up to Swagsaw. Needs a pick here, needs to find something, and 1 is good. 2 would be even better. Trades back and forth, chip damage on both of these teams, and it's looking difficult. Retaking with both an Odin and an operator. Not going to be easy, but the ultimate makes it a little bit easier, but it doesn't matter if you're Neon. You cannot walk at all. And it's a perfect Waylay ultimate to just stop that retake. 2 versus 1 now, as here can't find it, and Kai, the player that we highlighted in the beginning, gives Trace a much needed round.
Much needed, but as much as that was needed, it's going to cost the economy to get that one over the line. It's a lovely B split that's really just allowed to happen from Abo's positioning and timing off a B main. Not giving any sense that they could be there, and then when it comes to crunch time, they're ready to go. Call them the Captain Crunch as that one comes through. Breakfast time for Trace. Get themselves going, see if they can really kickstart their day.
Swagsaw over towards C again. Has his operator posted, ready and waiting. Trips are going down as well. You got to think that Trace is going to know about this. He obviously would have heard the setup come through as soon as that round started. Mount control gained. No counterplay from Nova at the moment. I believe just waiting to see if Swagsaw can find this opening pick.
Scared of what the possibilities could be, and I quite like this sort of less aggressive angle that's been taken by Swagsaw with this op. Not one that's likely to be expected. You're often thinking they're going to be very aggro at the start of the round, trying to get that kill and get away with it, but the fact you're posted up so deep will allow this first hit to come in, and that kill trip not being placed up high will allow for Kai to get on site. Some space taken, and now Trace needs to try and find a way out.
Oh, the crunch just isn't there. Trace ready and waiting for it. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, it won't even happen this time.
That's now just a 1 versus 5. A much better angle for Trace to be looking at with this round. Maybe can't quite afford to go hunting down, as Bhutan will hold up on B. You can see Abo, who just about perished in that last round, wants to try and find a kill, but with the lockdown available, it's not like they've got much to gain off the back apart from potentially taking that Odin out of play. And with how many rounds Nova stacked up at the start, you fancy a good chance of being able to buy into this next round anyway.
And it's starting to look good for Trace, because you think about the ultimates used and only invested that Fade ultimate. That's all that's gone through. They've still got the lockdown, still got the Viper's Pit available to them as well. So could be the start of gaining a bit of momentum, getting themselves back into this game and establishing some dominance.
And what's huge as well was Kai used his ultimate 2 rounds ago, already halfway back to having that online as well. It was a key factor into getting that previous round across the line. So the more times you can get that online, save your skin as you go through, slowing your opposition down, and Trace might just start to be finding what's going on. And you can see the conditioning and behaviour of the team as well. Wanted to use that lockdown, but as soon as the tides turned in their favour, Abo backs out of it. Didn't need to go through with that game plan. Can just commit to the site hit and start to put Nova onto a slight panic, and a really early timeout here for Nova Snow, having only lost those 2 rounds back to back. Clearly the coaching staff, Alex, seen something that he's not happy with and wants to address it immediately.
I also think it's important for them because it's a team that hasn't been able to gain much momentum. They had a bit of momentum and starting to lose it. You don't really want it to be 3 rounds in a row, mental sort of dips. I believe they've still got a buy in this one, so it's a good point to take that time out, reassess the situation, and look to come into this round strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're seeing a lot of passiveness. I was complimenting it from Swagzor with that operator not wanting to take a fight and try and play a different angle, but maybe it is time just to go back to routine and take that early angle with that operator if it's available to come in. Get the outlaw back if needed. Yes, Trace will have full shields, but if you can get someone down to lower HP, it makes the gunfight a lot easier when it comes through to it. No snipers will be bought this time. Clearly, everything I say is false, but let's see what they've cooked up with.
All 5 players towards this B site. Not a single person watching the flank. They're just relying on the turret for that. Lockdown going to be used. They think they could get a nice, easy round, comboing this with the pit.
It's a super early lockdown just to take that space, and as Kai dashes in, they know that the space is now free, having caught nobody in that lockdown. It's about what they do after this now, though. How do you secure it? You know you're stuck in a 5 versus 5 retake. No damage, no utility being taken out of the hands of Nova quite about yet. As this Nightfall, if they want to use it to retake, first it's going to be the Prowler. Judge posted up in this. I like this angle that could very much turn in their favour. But with the Paranoia TP play, it's perfect, and Azir picks up 2 off the back of that.
Smoke to cut off the site as well. Pit still not used. Don't want to invest into this. Diva's going to get one back away, and in a 1 versus 1 at the end, Green will give Nova that much needed round. Timeout will work, but like you said before for Trace, it's a costly one for Nova now.
Been shown the money to get the round over the line there. I just don't think Trace really took too much extra space off the back of that. That 1 TP play by Azir off the Paranoia. It is something that you kind of get accustomed to being a possibility of, and both players posted up. I mean, I get the bait is there for the Judge to kind of be that executioner when you push through, but in reality, the utility that Nova having nothing been taken away on that first site hit, just left them with far too much to fight against. And now it's a much more aggressive push on here, and it will be Nova that come out on top of these first 2 kills.
Both teams sending so much utility in, but Nova, like you said, out on top, managed to win this battle, and the 2 players left alive, hovering over towards C, but there's a trip ready and waiting to spot them out as soon as they move forwards.
Information well and truly taken. Camera posted right up high as well to see if anyone will go further, which will at least acknowledge for Nova that they need to potentially be worried about this. But with the double swing now being a triple swing, Abo has to do a lot of questioning here. A lot of answers to be found. Will post the turret and now just back off.
Gaining a little bit of space here though. This could be a pivotal position for them. Site retake all going to come through the same funnel. Diva hoping that they could maybe just pick off 1 player. A swing into 4 isn't a play that you want to make. It's going to be a difficult one. 1 versus 2, not able to convert. Nova re-establishing control of this game now.
A draw at the very worst on this half. Starting to look like they were at the start of the game as well. Trace's timeout clearly only good for 2. Now that Nova getting themselves back into this read, which Alex are more than proving the worst to this roster. Making sure that the foothold wasn't lost. I questioned the early timeout, clearly showing me wrong of why that was needed. 2 back-to-back rounds. Now for Trace, forced down to this eco. Nothing really that can be invested. Kai wanting to bring in a stinger. Maybe just getting sick of how this game's going. Must inflict a little bit of pain, but the only pain that's going to be found is the injection onto Xiaolulu with that camera spot.
We've seen this before. Mound control gained, a potential B split, door open, but there's 3 people here ready and waiting now. But it's even trades, and Azir only has a classic in hand. Delby's going to be like, thank you very much for the triple kill. A 2 versus 2 situation now. Weaponry very much in favor of this Nova squad. With Guanji trying to find space, manages to find a kill. And Swagzor's going to clean this one up, and starting to look a bit dire for Trace.
Yeah, I mean, looking back to 2024, the most rounds that Nova had picked up against this Trace team was 9 in total. And right now, there's a possibility they could beat that in the 1 half. Despite Dale Boy's best effort here at the marketplace, trying to put on some wheeling and dealing, but not going to be able to come through. And Trace having to use both tactical timeouts in this 1 half to fix the problems that they're seeing. Maybe a little bit of overconfidence is what leaked into this squad leading up to this match, Snow.
What I take away from what you just said there about Nova getting 9 rounds is you're telling me that match 1 of VCT CM, we're getting record-breaking games potentially with Nova picking up more than 9 rounds.
Where else would you rather be? No records being broken on any other region today, but right now Nova could be the one to write a new history, write their own path into what could be a sneak peek into London if they can get this over the line and have a chance up against the Hungry Wolves.
Hey, let's not get too ahead of ourselves right now. Let's not get too far into the narrative. Nova still has a lot of game to play, still has more maps to potentially play as well, and Trace, a team that has been in difficult positions before, has shown that they can convert, and are no strangers to adversary, but obviously this season been a bit more of a struggle than they would have liked to have hoped. But there's still a chance for them in this game. But Swagzor back on that operator. We haven't seen too much of this sniper play be effective since those first few rounds, but now posted up on an aggressive B angle. Not able to find the pick.
No, Abo coming out victorious there. Back to this kill trip set up on C, but it looks like you're potentially thinking about another B crunch here, especially off that first kill coming on through, but they rotate to go away from C, hit this weaker site on A, but the problem that they're going to face is it's an Odin, the gun of the god, ready to hammer down on this choke point should anyone try and push out. The timing gets there with the Prowler, which will allow a slight angle out and create some more pressure, which will force this Fade to back away into safety.
Forcing them off the site into kind of a risky position. Looking to just straight hold over towards this tree position, but with 2 angles to watch. That's 1 too many. Now, a good ultimate from Kai. You can't, how do you flick around and find that one? Paranoia now, huge as well. Gives them the space to back away. And Spike should be going down. 4 versus 3 for Trace is still a good situation, but no. Now we're just going to back away. 20 seconds left on the clock and a B pivot to come through.
Yeah, knowing that Abo has that crunch again, looking for the serial maker. Will push Guanji away, 13 seconds left. This Spike has to go down, and now it will. Nova, a chance to regroup. The pit invested for Trace to give them a little bit of room, but there'll be an alley for Nova to walk round. That will be taken up by Guanji and Green.
Slow playing this, hoping to find a pick. But no one's making the mistake from Trace. Nobody is being overeager, being greedy. Abo has the perfect angle for this operator, but just moving off to the side. But luckily, Beaver's there to help them out. And it's just going to be a rifle saved into the next round.
Yeah, on 28 HP, no time left to go. They want to back up a little bit, but try and find an exit frag. But as they pull out that hammer, they will be smited down like the skin that they hold in Trace. a glimmer of hope, Snow. You wouldn't let me get into the narrative that Nova might be on their way, but there's a hope for Trace as they right the wrongs of before. Thankfully, picking up from that flick is here. All confidence from that. Do get the job over the line, but for Nova, they're still in a very good position. 7-3 in this first half. Looking for a chance at 8, but the weaponry not quite there to suggest they will. A 7-5 half is still very honourable on this Lotus defensive side.
Interestingly, Spectre picked up from green, Pit invested towards C, which is going to allow 4 members from this Nova squad to stack towards A. And the question is, does Trace read it? Or do they head over? But no, Nova, hearing no information, thinks that they've got the wrong read. Turns out they were right all along. And rotates coming through towards his B site.
So unfortunate. You put that Pit in with the one single weapon, hoping that you can force the opposition into that 4-stack, and it did work, but like you said, just the wrong read. Came in at the wrong time. Nova will get a chance to get here with a little bit of time to spare, but it's Trace are just playing the waiting game. They've not committed.
Slow playing this round, still could move away. We've seen them rotate to be on a quick pivot, 20 seconds left on the clock. And now with 30 seconds left, seems to be a bit more of a hard commit. Util used, they're going to scan 3 on site. They know there's so many players here, but it doesn't matter. They've got the weapon advantage, and they've got the numbers as well. Now, a 1 versus 4. People have spoke about the Bandit being a good weapon, but I don't think it's that good.
Yeah, what I like from Trace there as well is they got themselves on B right at the very end, knowing that there was only 1 player left, know where that player was positioned, did not want to give any chance of the Bandit converting, and the Spike just started retreating all the way back to B. A little bit of map control and sort of game sense to know that you might not always win these fights, and to give yourself every bit of security in this half. Runners alive for this Trace team. Clearly starting to feel something as they're getting back up on their feet and shouting across the stage. It's been in this last do or die round of the half. Let's see who will be the victors for now.
Swagsaw on that up again, 1 away from that ultimate. Get the zap gun out, but would need to find a pick for that to happen. No one presenting that opportunity from Trace. They've been looking to slow play a lot of these rounds, so it's no surprise that for the last round of the half, just prodding a little bit and shifting around the map, seeing what space they can develop.
Yeah, I don't mind Kai being posted up here either, but with that Prowler, the information will reveal the position, and it's been really tough to get out, but Kai somehow finds the weight and body of Swagsaw through the Viper smoke, and Tailboy once again finding his ear, just opening up this map ever so slightly. A kill on each site. Trace have their map picking where they're choosing to go. They've not quite decided the lockdown, just to force out some positioning, and then Kai will put the final bullet in. Trace get themselves onto 5. A rescued half from where they were, but a lot of work to do in this second half.
Hopefully this doesn't break the mental of Nova too hard. Started out guns blazing from the get-go. Were able to build a really solid lead for themselves, and it ended up a bit closer of a half than they would have liked, but a lot of good stuff coming through here, and if they can bring some of that same cohesion into their attack side, there is a lot of hope for them.
Yeah, absolutely. They've now got a little minute in this half-time to talk about the strategy. Of course, this could potentially be the last time that the Trace coach and staff get to speak to their team, having used both of those times outs in that first half. Nova having all the power in their hands heading into their attacking map pick. 2 rounds to beat their best total since 2024, or to match it at least. They could do that with the pistol conversion, really. Have to fancy their chances if they get that pistol over the line. Put themselves in prime position to take a map off Trace since 2023. The biggest spark that we needed. And meanwhile, Snow, DRG are going to be watching this going, all we need's 1 map from Trace. Come on, please pull this together. Get this over the line and get our playoffs confirmed.
Yeah, DRG, the biggest Trace fans right now, and you know, aren't going to be too uncomfortable just yet. I mean, Trace has been showing why they're as good as they are, these slow play attack rounds, and you've got to hope that on defense they've got to have a lot prepped as well. I feel like this is a team where a year ago, when they were at that Masters form, we would be talking about how good their retakes were, how good their set plays were, so hoping to see some of that same prowess come through here.
Yeah, they're going to need to pull it out the bag. Came into this matchup with a more favourable pistol win rate. Let's see if they can bring back that normality now. Nova's pistol win rate going up ever so slightly. Tracy's taken just the slightest of dents. Obviously played a lot more maps, with Nova really struggling so far in this stage. Nice little high-low setup over on A. But the aggressive side of Nova will be heading over towards C. Kind of reminiscent of that first half from what we've seen from Trace. Focusing on taking Mound and a little bit of patience, waiting to see if Trace are going to take any space off of A or B. But it's a stalemate for now. A great standoff and time and ability. No one wanting to make that first move.
Difficult as well for Trace, because not having that cipher, you don't have that cam, you can't get information on what they're actually doing in Mound. It could just be one player, it could be multiple, but it doesn't matter. There's a triple stack on stairs, ready and waiting, and that tells Nova all they need to know, that this C site should be more open, and it is definitely going to be so. But with players already rotating over, this could be a quick flood, looking to go aggressive, looking to take that space now and push them back. And it's working ever so slightly, but it's just 1-for-1 trades across the board. And they seem to want to take the spawn. They're like, screw it, we'll go all the way through. But wrong decision for Nova this time, as Trace were ready and waiting.
Yeah, not having that spike plant down meant that they knew they had to take that fight, otherwise they were going to get crunched during the plant time. And unfortunately for them, utility was taken and used just to get that first kill. A lot invested into it. And then as Trace come through with that retake, they're just going to jump around the corner. 3 for 3, 100% success rate. Now you have to say it's Trace that are certainly looking the more favourable. Want to take this fight once again off of C. Only a Marshall in hand. Call that the eco gun. As they're searching. Deep alarm bot to get any information coming through. Jump peaks over by A. 3 stacked up on B. All the information for Trace is there to get what they need, and it's going to be that peak from Abo that gets that first kill. A peek and a retreat. Just waiting for the next stage of this attack to come on through.
Still has a molly available as well if they want to use it. Doesn't feel the need to, just have the Marshall. Easy to pick up these ecos for them. And it should just be a clean sweep across the board. Not a single weapon lost, which is going to be a very good start to this half for Trace.
Clean up on IOC was called in. The janitors of Trace came to the rescue. Make sure that everything else was swept up. Not under the rug, but instead disposed of in the correct fashion. 7-7, the only complaints that Trace would have is the kills fully spread out. No real abilities been able to grasp up. No ultimates getting closer to the line. It's spread throughout the team. And Nova want to try and take A this time. Early pressure will force Viva to hit the door, get the information, and not really pull any of Trace across. They're aware that a B split could still be a possibility, and as Kai peeks into Swagzor, a taste of what that sniper rifle can do when you're facing the other side.
And I was just about to make a point about how bit of a weaker buy for Trace having these two Marshals, but turns out it doesn't matter if both the Marshals just shoot someone in the head. Can be about as effective as any other sniper.
Same comment made about the Outlaw last time, but it was in Swagzor's hand, and now it's Nova that are kind of stuck in this moment with not too much of a plan, knowing that they need to pivot over towards B, but there's bodies waiting here for Trace. A tap of the door to try and force Tracy's hand into something different, but they're patient. They've got 5 members alive. There's only 3 for Nova. Yes, the weaponry might be different, but They certainly have a lot more time.
High on an angle now. Just needs to spot a pixel to find a kill and isn't able to do so, but a swing out from Viva nets nothing right there. Paranoia is used to just stall for a bit of time, and not much space has been gained. They have the site, but it's going to be a difficult one. Weapon advantage is in their favor. Prowler now going to gather a little bit of information as Trace just starts to prod and poke around, see if they can find an angle for a kill. Green swings out, finds two with 2 bullets, trying to make it a third, and Kai left alive, all alone, swapped to this Bulldog now, but it's just a bit too much of an ask.
I will now just look for exit frags. Find one. Backs off, plays for safety. Almost gets another, but it's really good damage, so that's all that you're looking for at this point in time. Tried to kill a little bit more time to see if the spike could be that final blow to Nova's economy, but rescued it at least. It was looking dodgy, but you know what they say, once you back a rat into the corner, the only way it can go is to bite you to get out, and that's exactly what Nova done.
And I feel like that is going to be a massive sigh of relief for them. I feel like they thought that it was slipping away from them. They lost that pistol, they got wiped on their eco, and then in this round it was looking dire, but pulling out a 3 versus 5, much needed for their confidence.
Much needed for their confidence, much needed for the round score. Stop this one from falling away into shambles. Falling away, they will fall in towards this garden. See what flowers can be found. Any growth spurts to their potential. It's a walk into Kai's crosshair that is found first. That will collect the first body. Swagzor finally back to a little bit of form, taking out Viva, the lone sight holder. And now Trace just have to pause for a retake. Rethink how they want to get through. They still have 4 able bodies. They need to deal with this late positioning of Guanji.
This could be so pivotal. They have an idea that could be there. Kai spotted it now, so they're going to try deal with this issue before they do anything else. But Guanji doing the perfect play, just stalling for time, knows that they don't have to do anything. It's actually Trace that has to clear them out. And that's Pixar being found. Kai still just waiting. Kai, you've got a spike you need to defuse, and if you wait too long, that spike's going to explode. Now, 1 versus 2 situation, never a situation you want to be in. With a smoke there, just going to try stick. Oh no, Nova, you have to check, but luckily a spam through the smoke will be enough, and I almost got my heart racing there, Veggie, is a potential ninja defuse could have came through.
Yeah, thought about it, knew they had the time from the Cypher to come in below, so it's a 1 versus 1. Could rely on maybe the spray not quite being up to its full potential, but ultimately Nova get the job done and over the line. I mean, it's barely even a spray, it's almost full bullet accuracy right off the start of that one, and now it's Trace in a familiar territory being forced down to this eco. Maybe not on their defending side, but for their attacking, they were certainly used to it. Choosing just to play the normal split of 2-2-1 though. And Nova walking right into that first 2 stack. Having stronger weapons, will find that first checkpoint, but it's Kai who comes out on top, but will be quickly traded.
Sadly, nowhere else to go but back to Tree. That rifle is going to be recovered, which is great for Trace. It's the one avenue they have to win this round. They are going to hope to do so. Is this Outlaw going to start to poke over towards C? Maybe look to find a duel, see if they can find a pick. No armor on anybody from Trace, so this weapon becomes the most broken thing in the game for this round.
Has to go absolutely huge here, Snow. Over. By the time they get on site, Trace have bodies here to deal with it. Loads of utility to try and deny, but with 32 seconds left, time's still definitely in Nova's favour. Base gathered. Smoke's out, cage is up. Time is being prepped.
You see space gathered, but they're still all stuck in backside. But Trace, their numbers are dwindling. 12 seconds left on the clock. This spike has to go down. Viva's already found a way onto site. Abo looking to support as well. The trades are coming through. Abo just can't miss a shot. And now has given their team a chance. It will not matter. 6 health points is all that Nova needs to win this round.
Yeah, a little bit of fade-on-fade action to close that one out. Luckily for Nova, it's the purple side that come out on top. Sketchy, however it may be, getting the job done is all that matters. And Snow, I want you to tell me right now how many rounds that means Nova have.
Oh, it's 10 rounds, baby. Record-breaking rounds.
Confetti can splashing everywhere. 2024 history has been written. Nova rewrite a new chapter in their book. Another question to be made though, can they finally get another map over the line? If you were to ask right now, the answer would most definitely be a possibility. Would be more of a probability. Trace want to do their best efforts to stop that. Swagzor wants to say something else, but Kai, the executioner, taken down 2, but it's a back and forth that leaves this as a 3 versus 2 in Nova's favour.
In the chaos, Swagzor has found so much space on this site. This retake becomes so difficult, funneled into just 2 avenues right now. Swagzor just peeking through for more. You say it was a possibility, could be a probability. I'll tell you that it's more likely just a canon event at this point that Nova is going to be able to find themselves on a map winners. 11 rounds now for them, and they are not looking like slowing down.
Canon event, you say this could be what launches them into the stratosphere. Headed to that playoff bus. Beep, beep, everyone, get on board. This is your time to buy the discounted tickets. The slight demand and prizes going up. Stocks raised through the roof. The highest they've ever been. But Trace, as they fall down to what's most definitely going to be another eco buy. Nova could just put themselves onto 12.
It would be a situation they would very much enjoy, especially given their recent form. A map point would be great for them, and looking at the buys, you would say that's pretty much a likelihood at this point, but not if Trace has anything to say about it, and it's all just seeming to go wrong. They had the weapon advantage, and somehow Trace has just found a way to make magic happen.
The Guardian Angel of Abo is certainly what kept that one. Nova, map win, kept at bay for now. The gap closed. Station starting to empty out just a little bit. Shades of the past leaking through into this Nova squad. Starting to feel the pressure now that they're in an uncharted territory. But Trace need to keep this one going. Like we said, there's no timeouts for them to address anything. Nova fully aware of that. Will be leaving it to the last second possible before they use their second.
Aggression over towards A again. You would have thought Nova was winning this one out, and yes they are, because Swagzor is here and ready to stay. Ready to tap some heads. A great performance from this player so far, only continued in this round. Looking to drag this Nova squad onto map points. And a barrel has been seen. Soman in such a key position to slow down this push. Members coming to support, and Abo has forced it into a 1 versus 1. Both players missed the shot, and Green swinging out, not able to find anything. You spoke about Trace not having a timeout. I think there's a very easy way to force a timeout, and that's win one more round right here.
Yeah, the pressure cooker is certainly turned up to the maximum. It was all looking so good for Nova, but all of a sudden, players on Trace step up, and you have to say it. Zhao Lulu here in a great position to get 2. Enables able to swing and put them into another favourable position. Here comes that timeout. Some clear passion coming through, some frustration is seen on the face. But most importantly, Snow, as I mentioned, Trace now finally get a chance to talk to their coaching staff as well. Something that wasn't guaranteed, but certainly now a possibility. It's an even footing.
Both these coaches passionate about this game. They know how much it means for both of these squads. For Trace, the difference between playoffs and potentially just watching the rest of the tournament from home. And for Nova, playing for that pride, playing for the minuscule chance that they can make it through themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you say minuscule, but this is probably the toughest matchup that they're going to have, that they need to win, right? The next winning match would come against Wolves when you look at who the rosters are facing up against, and this is a start. This is your path to redemption, your path to come on through. It might be 0-3, but if you can get that one beside your name as well, it fills you with so much more confidence that you're not going to be that 0-5 team that all gamers were all so long ago. Don't want to be in that position where the whole roster is getting swapped up, popped and changed out. It'll be a chop and change tactic this time for Nova, pretending to be aggressive right off the bat, take away that A space, and then back up, progressing onto what could be a B or a C hit with Spike just isolated out off the back. Viper Wall given a little bit of room for his ear to walk through, but Kai posted up with the operator. Has to be worried about this angle. Has to be a reason that Viper Wall was pitted up. Now doors opening just ensures that they know.
So much pressure being created, but Trace knows it's a fake, has sniffed this one out, and especially with those ultimates come through, it's going to confirm what they thought before, and Molly's slowing them down. Utility is perfect. The alarm bot's going to let them know that they're here, and lockdown ready and available whenever they want it. Just waiting to see if there's any more aggression. Swagsaw popping that ult gives him the information. Lockdown going to be used to counter as well. Everything invested into this round. Maybe we're expecting aggressive play from Nova. Starting to sit back, playing this one a little bit safer. The lockdown's going to catch one. It is this Viper hiding in the pit. Swagsaw, though, is going huge. Has already found two, looking for a third. Manages to get it. Could have been on for the ace, but Kai finds a much-needed kill. A breath of fresh air, but I say that in a round that is still so dire. A 2 versus 4, a hard one to convert. Kai doing their best. A 1 versus 2 now, and the odds are not in their favor as they just back away, and Nova finds themselves on map point.
Not even Katniss Everdeen could have converted that one at the end. Nova standing up, shouting abuse across the stage, but so that was a do or die round. Everything they had invested into winning that one, and it came right down to the wire. I mean, you're talking 4 ultimates on the side of Nova, all chucked in just to get you on to 12. I don't know if I like that. I would have liked a little cheeky play to have something in this one as your win condition, because now you're potentially walking into that Viper's pit of Del Boy. A little bit to deal with, but fair play, you get yourselves onto 12. Just need one more to get this job done.
Looking for this pick. Those 6 players there, spots a shoulder, not able to find the shot, but somehow, well slowed, finds a quick scope onto Swagsaw, bring back the phase montages, as Kai's making one themselves right here, and Trace needs this round or this map is all but done for. I mean, I say all but done for, it literally will be done for. Nova not wanting that to happen, and with their biggest hitter Swagsaw out, you gotta think that this round may be going over Trace's way.
Certainly if Shalulu has anything to say with it. And that's exactly why I question the 4 ultimates all being thrown in at that one previous round. Everything invested just to get yourselves to 12. Whereas Trace, they'll be getting closer to having theirs on. It's just, that's 2 rounds in a row that Kai's been able to take down Swagsaw with an operator at close range. Clearly the kryptonite to this battle.
What do you even do? What do you even do?
It's brutal, but as you look at Nova, there's only one weapon in that hands of Swagzor. Yes, it's the 25 kill player, but nothing really else to aid them on through. Trace have been the ones that have been able to convert the Thrifties going through this map. And it's a 5-player hit over towards this A side. 2 will be taken down from the stairs. Not the fall that you want to be taken with the ambulance on its way.
With this rifle, the one in hand, Swagzor's the one player you'd want with it, but with this player taken down now, it becomes a bit more of a difficult round. One picked up, Nova. Their chances are getting higher, but the shorty just stops that one through. Guang left all alone. Only a bandit to work with. He's found a molecule of space. Still has that cam, still has time to work with. If they can get a weapon right here, round becomes a little bit easier. Could just be the hero that Nova needs. The person to pull them through to their first map win of the split. It's creeping around right now. A 1 versus 2, it's a double stack. It's not an angle you want to swing. And Kai ready and waiting for the possibility and manages to find that kill. And now the side of Nova going to be getting a little bit nervous.
That's an excellent double spray right off the start, but it's a lovely execution right at the end, right? You get that fake tap from the side of Guang and Trace. They're happy to just allow Nova to walk into their own tomb. Know that they don't really need to execute until that spike is planted down, when they have the favour of the space taken unchallenged. Let Nova make that mistake. Let them be the one to apply their own pressure. It's been this success of dots on A hits at least that's found some success for Nova so far. So they will head back to this. The blind shots through the smoke forces Kai to take a deeper angle. Risk their life down to 20 HP, but Viva peeking through the smoke, taking down 2 kills. And that is Spike, isolated in Garden. It will be picked back up. But for now, you would have to say Trace in a great spot to force overtime. Oh my god.
Like, what has happened? Have we just got 5 Winter Soldiers that just activated? Like, who said the code words, Veggie? What have you been saying to these players? I mean, that last round, Trace just pretty much saying we are here to stay. The first few rounds, the first little section of this game was an abnormality, and this should be all us. And with how that round went, that is definitely a statement.
Yeah, and I'm going to call it out. I'm going to call that round, what was it, 21, where they threw all their ultimates to get themselves onto 12. That's something that you see to get yourselves through the match point. That's something that you see right at the very end to cross the finishing line, not to get a chance to cross the finish line. I don't want to get to the next train stop and then empty my wallet out. I need to be at the music festival, listening to the music, having a party and a celebration before I throw everything out. But Nova will have to learn to deal with that mistake as we head into overtime. Another chance to get themselves over the finishing line, but for Trace, it's another time to talk to their coaching staff, another time to show that they are the map victors and stop history being rewritten once again from 2023.
No celebrations so far for either team. Both these teams on equal footing. 12-12 means the game is as close as you can possibly get. Now swapping sides back again. We saw Trace have some very effective rounds, especially later on. A lot of slow play, a lot of trying to bait out moves from the defense, and it was working to some effectiveness, but it's where we saw Nova pick up more of their rounds, and we really saw some good set plays from them, especially over towards Mound.
It was, but we need to remember that the large majority of those rounds came off the back of the pistol, the thrifty, everything off of that. It was a 4-0 lead that Nova were able to gain right off the start. Not really going to have that eco advantage coming into this one. Glass cannon up being purchased in, and it's playing the wrong side. which maybe forces Trace to think a little bit further. They won't hear any warning shots going through, so with a retake op coming in, the sight hit does come through. Kai slowing that Cypher down, allowing Shalulu to walk through the cage and find the kills. Nova need to reassess, need to rethink for this retake.
Spam gonna come through, not gonna hit anything onto the spike. Plant is gonna go down. The spam kill evens up the numbers. The 2-man retake from this spawn side. Green and Swagsaw could be the difference makers, but the swing out isn't good enough. And now Swagsaw in a 1 versus 3. There's so many players to find. Not the right weapon to do it. Tries to get something done with the shorty, but there's so many players running them down. And now Trace, who has been behind for the vast majority of this game, is finally ahead and looking to close this one out.
Yeah, you say the vast majority. It's been the whole game that they've been on that back foot. Finally find themselves in a map winning position. You have to say it's what we predicted, but for Nova, they've certainly made it difficult. Can they finally convert this next round? An attacking hope. No ultimates to play with, which is what they relied a lot on in those previous. They send themselves into A here. The door hit straight up. Kai caught in no man's land. Will leave this A site open for attack. Utility spammed in. It's just a high up angle from Viva, who now drops below.
And know that this player's here though. Gonna swing into it. So what, Viva? 2 kills for you on the back foot. Could have just been the difference maker to close this map out. Has now given them such a big advantage. And Guang, all alone, finds 2 headshots but no kills. And Trace, it is an expected result, but it is a hard-fought battle.
It's just incredible from Trace to get that one over the line. You think they're in a position where they're unstable, but all of a sudden, a nail in a coffin for what could be to Nova as they lose their map pick in the opening match of today. Trace, I mean, it's a wipe of sweat as they walk off the stage saying, we got it done, but just about. Maybe need to think going into their map pick on how they can make sure that it's a little bit easier for them going forward, but biggest focus on getting the job down, and that swing from Viva was most definitely the final nail in the coffin for Nova here.
Definitely a game where it will be a sigh of relief for Trace, but not one that they're happy with. They're not going to be enjoying the fact that it was such a hard-fought battle and it had to go down to the very end. The question is, Veggie, do you think Nova's going to take away from this game that they have the chance, they have the potential to pull this one back? And yes, like you said, it was their map pick, but the fact that they took it to overtime in a match where I feel like everybody is expecting them to lose, and they're able to make it as close as it was.
I mean, you can look at it positive or negative, right? Regardless of how much spin you want to put on it. It's a possibility. A lot of us didn't have them getting more than 5 rounds in this matchup, and forcing overtime is most definitely a success in that factor. But when you're on your own map pick, that's the map that you should be looking to take and you're going to have prepared the most for, right? So as much as you might look at the favourable side and say, man, you really pushed them, it's where you're going to have had your best chance. But you need to wipe down. You don't get too much time to fix yourselves up. Don't take it too harsh. Head on down to split. So there's been more than a few shocks of late. Throw your heart right in that ring. Keep your chances alive.
Interesting map to say the very least. A bit chaotic, both back and forth. A lot of prolific plays from a lot of these players, and Kai performing kind of as expected, but wasn't the main difference maker in this game. And Swagsaw really showing that they can compete with the best of them.
我被反黑了，我被反黑了。
我丢石头了，能进吗？能进吗？我可以大爆点。来来。
好，你在，好，你在。
没事没事，我可以大爆点。
我5秒才有烟，等一下，等3秒好吗？
别急，他要反击，把门开了。
闭口。
回，闭一点，到了，准备夹壁，夹壁，
被压了，C 是把狙夹壁就可以。
折了。
先去了。
我给毒，
跟着我。进哪个 F？
我留
4打3，我没道具了。
B 厅来不了。
CB 连一把狙 ，CB
贝德跟我们多下
我下包，别了。
2楼一个贝德跟。
有大了着呢。
70，霓虹33，费德。
你可以给我大吗？
没血了，大不了，毒可以大到给大。别急，你timing给大，
慢慢来。
给这了，
我到了。
霓虹要出，他被大了。
2楼上，欧门也在。A 连没人了，
来一起掰他。
1、2、3。
四还剩1。
2楼，
剩1名。
加油！
And Snow, as we've seen the team comms coming in for what proved to be a really pivotal round in that matchup. One of the swinging points for the game. You look at Kai, standing there at the top, the king that we've always spoke about, waiting to see. 271 ACS, 1.9 KD, and 181 ADR. 8 first kills, that is what you want on your duelist. None of this throwing at one first kill. That's your entry player, that is my king right there.
Willing to throw themselves into the battle, willing to take all of these fights, and it's what you need from your entry, like you said. And I feel like such a good job was done from the rest of Trace setting them up. It looked like the Trace of old, and yes, there's no breach, but we see the utility, the fade, the omen, the paranoia is able to come through and constantly set Kai up for these opening round kills. And when you give this player an inch, they will take a mile. And while it was a difficult game for Trace,
yep,
like we spoke about before, should be a little bit of a sigh of relief for them, and heading over to their own map pick, a bit more comfort for them as well.
Yeah, something that they're most certainly have going to prepare for a little bit. The only kind of sign of hope for Nova is that Split can be a very streaky map. So much like your underwear, once you get a streak going, it just continues for as long as possible. And you know, Nova, they're good at streaks. We've seen it in this matchup. Starting 0-4, then they lost a few, and then they got a few more going, and then they had themselves in that drive and position. It's just when it came time to secure the W, they weren't quite able to do it. The letters rearranged into an L. Brace walked away with the victory, but Split is a new map for them. Like we said, they need to dust themselves down, look at the next game favourably, and hope for the best.
And we've got to hope on the side of Nova that Swagzor can carry on this performance. I mean, some insane rounds from this player, and the Neon looked so good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's what you needed from them, right? It was just unfortunate the rest of the team. I mean, I don't even want to say the rest of the team. It was a really good performance from Nova in the context of things. I don't think anyone particularly let them down. I mean, you look at that 5 out of 5 post plants for Nova, 11 first kills. They just weren't able to get the thrifties down, which, I mean, Trace, granted it was only 1 that they got through, but it was still 1. They were clearly better at that post-plant defending. It just, at the end of the day, I think it was just game management that it came down to. I'm going to keep going back to that round 21 where they threw all 4 ultimates that they had in their utility to win that. I felt like it should have been split out a little bit better to make sure that they had something going into that final round, what would have been winning for them. And it just, unfortunately, wasn't able to do it. But as you look at the Swagzor breakdown here, I mean, that's a pretty nice pentagon, if I say so myself.
Yeah, it's I'd say it's pretty decent. I mean, playing above average on everyone, it's amazing. But yeah, you speak about that, you know, the kind of mistake of using all that ultimates on one round. I understand wanting to push it over the line. I feel like the issue came from not then farming orbs the next couple rounds, because you've given yourself like a 2-round buffer, and you can use that time to get those orbs and say, let's get those ultimates back online, but opted not to do that, instead play some fast pushes and getting punished for it.
Yeah, it was just investing in the stocks at the wrong time. You had the right read, you knew what you wanted to do, but ultimately just at that wrong moment in time, and the market crashed, the doors shut and slammed on this map of Lotus. But there's always a chance at redemption when it comes to Valorant, especially when it's a best of 3, and we do have Split waiting for us, so we're going to take a short break, so don't go anywhere because we'll be right back after this.
Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. Can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back to VCT CN. We are in the midst of Nova trying to take down Trey, something that they failed to do in all asking, but they gave it a right good shot in that map number one. 12-14 was the overtime score as we head on to Split. Snow, how are you feeling after that one?
I mean, I'm excited for what Split has to offer. I'm hoping it isn't just a shift back to normality and Trace just dominating Nova, because that first game had a lot of ups, a lot of downs, a lot of streaks back and forth. We thought one team was winning, we thought the other team would come through, and eventually it is the expected result, but not in an expected manner.
Yeah, and as we head over here on towards Split, it's going to be that double duelist side for Trey, something that they've found some success with recently. Jalulu, the recent addition, picking up that sort of flex role that does allow for the double dive that has seen so much success across the meta over the whole estate, whereas Nova are kind of going into that more traditional Viper Raze outlet on towards Split. But the Vice edition kind of provides an extra little bit of cover, but I think I favour the double duelist with no Sentinel on this map. Double controller, single initiator should kind of favour that aggressive side of Trace a little bit more.
Yeah, especially because you look at, you know, the Vice-Neon interaction. Vice, great versus Neon. Slows her down, makes it so that she's split off from the team. And then you go, oh, wait, there's a Waylay who can go in first, who completely counters all that utility. And it doesn't matter with the wall because they can just pop back anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it in EMA, right? We've seen the wall get popped, and then there was some body shooting, and then all of a sudden there was a whaley jumping over the wall, doing some parkour, going Michael Scott across the couch, shot in the back, and that's what Nova need to be worried about. They can't really allow this double dive to work to its full potential, but we know Trace are capable of it. Let's see what Nova have in their bag of goodies to prevent this one from being a 2-0.
You know what? This conversation of like agent counters and stuff like that, it's what makes me love Valorant, Veggie. I'm glad we're getting more and more agents, because the depth in agent pools and the complexity of what you actually pick is starting to matter so much in these games. And we'll see, is it Trace with the counter, the double duelist, that is going to beat out this Vice?
Really fast push through into garage, following the blinding light with a speedy Reeboks on, making their way in. Now the dog will lead the way through the fast wall. Nobody's quite entered up quite yet, and it'll be Swagzor who continues form from that last map, picking up the first kill. But Green is really stuck down, but as the Professor, they come on through, and Nova could be in a prime position so to win a pistol at the first time of asking once again.
Yeah, 33% before this match, and now their stocks for pistols are just going up and up and up. As the more rounds they win, the better it will be. 5 versus 2, this is pretty much just a formality at this point. Viva gonna maybe try reclaim a bit of pride, get a couple kills. 4K from Swagzor. 1, showing that they still have that form from the first map, but 2, 4 ult orbs on the first round. It's going to be great for Nova looking to snowball this map.
Absolutely, and you'll be looking for 3 on the round score if they can get that momentum going again. Obviously, it won't be after this round, but if they can keep pushing and convert another anti-bonus, then they will be loving life. First of all, they need to make this one clean, and it looks like Trace don't want to give them a clean one here, buying up 3 stingers, some shields all involved as well. I'm going to change the antics on this one, a fast push up into heaven, but it's the Marshall that finds the first kill, and that will slow down things for now.
Yeah, second of respite. Trace has been a lot more aggressive a lot earlier on this map than they were the last. And now multiple people have found themselves into vents. Question marks going to be raised as to where those players go. And with no mid pressure from Nova, it does make you a little bit scared for them.
It's very dangerous. It depends on what Trace decide to call out next. They've managed to rescue 1 from that rope, but with them posted up here on this ramp, there's a little bit of time to kill out. You can see Swagzor's worried about what could come through mid, just focusing on that pressure point. Don't really need to worry about B main just about yet, as you've not seen anyone cross down by A main. But as time ticks on, you will start to have that pressure, and that's what fades into Tracy's capable hands here. And now as they take onto screens, Kai will push out, and it's a double kill that's converted, and all of a sudden, Guan left here with a Marshall, blinded up. There's 3 people running at them in a classic in hand.
Force buy. Almost played to perfection. Only 1 member has gone down. The utility has been absolutely great. Viva really showcasing what they can do when given the opportunity. And now it's a Phantom and a Spectre against a slew of different weaponry, but you would not want to lose the Phantom in this situation. Swagzor has to go huge, has the first contact, finds 1, but it's taken out. And that is such a detriment to them. That Phantom given away. And a Thrifty, I don't even know, is it a Thrifty? Does it really count since it was 2 stingers bought?
Yes. I think it's just a regular round at this rate for both of these teams, and the play styles that we can come to expect from them. But it's an excellent answer back for Trace, knowing that Nova are capable of getting a streak going and start to get their confidence up early in the match. They shut that one down as early as possible, force Nova onto an eco, and it's basically like you've just forced out the pistol round. 2 outlaws being invested, so you're going to have a good chance if Nova were to force up that you have that demi-operator, I should say, in your hands. But for now, it's just a stalemate of waiting to see if anyone is going to be that first initial aggressor.
Reggie, we making montages out here with the double outlaw. Some 360 no scopes about to get hit, especially when you got Kai with one of those weapons and Jalala with the other one. We very much see some silly shenanigans going on here, but so far Trace just playing it smart, giving us an insight into how they would like to play this map. A little bit slower, just like they were on Lotus.
Yeah, I like dealing with that wall really early. Breaks it down. Means that Nova don't have the security of mid throughout the rest of this 44 seconds. Question marks to be raised all out. But Nova somehow just have the feel that it's all just fake pressure, so we'll start to just double focus up on ramp, and it's a peek through. Seen the head before the smoke went up, and we'll find that first kill, but it'll allow Trace to get on sites here. Start to set themselves up for this plant.
Narrowly avoiding death. They'll be right there. It's going to get this spike down. It's not in the best position for them. With 3 members on site, they are feeling a little bit crunched for space, but Viva could be the difference maker. The timing just quite not there, but backing away to a safer position. Could get spotted, will get spotted, and 2 members swinging now. They found the kill, but it's only a sheriff to pick up. 5 versus 3 now, but the weapons are all on board for Trace.
The prong in the defense that gets dealt with, but as Abo swings out, picking up that triple kill with the Spectre in what could have been a tremendously dangerous angle. Trace come out on top. 2-1 reads the scoreline, and it could now be them that start to streak their way onto an attacking victory, setting themselves up in the best possible success. Dangerous angles, but certainly pays off here in the end.
That right there is a showcase of why the Spectre can be so good on these anti-ecos. You pick up a Sting or anything else there, it's difficult to make that play work, but with Spectre, you hold left click, you run and gun, and you see what happens.
You've still got this outlaw online as well. 2 players for Nova sat on half shields, 2 potential victims to be sent to the morgue. But instead, it's the outlaw holder that's sent down.
No outlaws are going to be in this town. So sheriff is here. We're back in the old Wild Wild West. Duels come through, and it's Nova winning them out so far. There's now another 3 versus 5, but I feel like Trace was converting an uncanny of these numbers, an uncanny amount of these numbers disadvantaged rounds in that first map. So they're still not down and out just yet, but the round definitely is a lot harder.
Yeah, for Nova, they've got that whole of A site locked down. The wall's placed deep up here on B Heaven, so no real information for Trace. It's going to be a deep hold that once popped up will alert Green to be able to start to concern about what could be coming from behind. The pinch starting to get a little bit more locked down. Viva has to make that choice just to play a little bit of patience until the team kicks contact so that they can peek out. But the flash is good, and the rest of the shots will also connect, leaving us in a 1 versus 4. Are you finding the first?
It's like a 1 versus 3, and this play would be monumental. Ain't got time for it. Neon, you're fast, but you ain't that fast. And as the time ticks down, round over to Nova. It's not one that's too detrimental to Trace. They've still got the money to buy into the next one. It's just going to be an even economy for both these teams. But Nova going to look to try see if they can string a few rounds together, and I feel like the important thing for us to note straight away on the next one is going to be what the ultimate situation's looking like.
Yeah, who was able to take advantage of the orbs on the map. It looked like the B orb was still sitting there right at the very end. Nobody wanted to take it to give away that information that B main was being descended upon. And you can see this vice setup continuing to change round upon round, just to make sure that Trace don't quite get a read on how they want to play. It will, however, be kept back up into this B Heaven with that deep angle to force some protection on to anyone that plays up there. Instead, it's going to be a slow and steady pace into what could be an A hit. But Spike wants to head back to B main.
Could be a potential split yet again. I seem to think that hitting into this Viper combo isn't too difficult of a task. I just probing, seeing what they can get, and Trace is so good at this sometimes, just taking these contact plays, making no noise, but still gaining space essentially for free.
Gary Park being that judge in the hands of Guang after the wall trips up. Should be able to deal with anyone that comes after it, especially if it's that Neon to be sliding through, but this contact gets ever so closer. Wall tripped up, and there you go, execution down. But now you're not set up for that long fight, and as B main has been capitalised on, the flag will be taken, Spike placed down, and all of a sudden you're looking at Nova in a 2 versus 4 retake with no space to gather.
It looks like they're just going to save. They know that round's probably not likely to win. Rifles, very important, especially at this point in the game. Saving that economy can be so vital. When we look at these ultimates, we didn't quite know, wasn't really needed. Swagsaw does have that showstopper available, so taking that through onto the next round will be great. Guang, ability to pick up an orb, gain that Visal, make the weaponry from Trace useless. On the flip side, Abo, with that pit, if they find their way onto a site, could just make a close round a converted one.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen Viva being the one to do a little bit of seeking themselves there. Being so close to having the Seekers online could be another pivotal factor for Trace to get a bit of momentum going, but nonetheless, they get the round converted. Don't manage to steal any more weapons away, but they'll be happy enough with how this one's playing out so far. Keeping Nova well at bay.
Yeah, just a nice site take all in all. And it's Trace not really being punished for these no util contact plays early on. Feels like they get so much space early on in the round for free that these site takes are pretty much inevitable. They managed to walk all the way up Garage uncontested. They managed to get all the way through into Heaven until they reached that Vice wall with not a single player seeing them. And it means that you just get so much setup to go forward into these sites. And when you have that double duelist, it's so easy to play.
Yeah, and you know what? I really don't mind this early timeout from Alex, just to try and instill some composure onto this Nova squad. Not let this matchup get away from them in this first half. Just to try and counteract what Trace have been doing. Maybe switch up that Vice wall once again, allowing a little bit too much space up mid. But you need to be careful, because if you just place it in that kind of default Sage area, it's just dealt with far too easily and doesn't provide too much of that value. Instead, they will switch it up over on towards A. Try and see if they can force Trace into a switch up of site hits, but looks like it's just going to be fake information heading over towards there. Maybe a split coming through mid, and Green will be the first to see that. Has to back away, Judge in hand. Kai picking up a 2k from nowhere, and now all of a sudden that timeout finds no success right off the bat.
This is why I'm not a coach, Veggie. I said I wanted to see a bit more mid pressure. They tried to pressure mid a bit more and get double killed. So don't listen to me, Nova, because clearly it don't work.
No, I feel like it was a half attempt at mid pressure, right? They didn't really face into it. It was more just a jiggle peek rather than anything, with no real attempt to secure mid. So like, you're still kind of spot on with what call needs to come in. I'll give you some credit at least for once.
Oh, thank you, Veggie. I feel like this is a very rare situation for us.
Clip it and ship it onto the CD.
Yeah. I'm going to save that and just listen to that every night before I go to sleep. It's going to make me feel better about myself.
But what will make yourself feel better for Kai, at least, is if they can pick up this ace. 4 notches on the belt. Only 1 to go.
It's a good momentum builder as well to kind of just establish pressure in this game. And you spoke about before, I feel like you're even more right now. It would be great for Viva to go hunting for this one. See if they can get the Seekers online, another ultimate for them. So far, just playing it a bit safe. Kai, they're wanting to give the ace over, and I understand it. Kai is probably going to be calling that one out, hoping that they can find this kill. So going to let them take the 1v1, see if they can find the fight, and Viva coming to secure this one. The crowd chanting, hoping for it to happen. The heel coming through, they're giving everything. The bait as well. Body jump. No, but still can't find it. Everything was in their hands, but Kai not able to convert that one. A bit too eager.
But you know what? It still works out optimal. The Viva falling gets the Seekers online. It's almost, if it wasn't going to be Viva getting the kill, it doesn't really matter because now the Seekers are online. Kai already had overdrive. It's only really an eco saver, and with 4 kills coming in the bag anyway, and a round win, it's not making that big of a difference, right? Trace, as much as that'll hurt not getting the ego ace, you certainly get paid off in dividends anyway.
Kai off the back of that switch into the Outlaw knows that they can take the sniper in this round. Going to be weaker armor. Has the ultimate if they need for close range. Spoke about mid pressure. Trace yet again moving forwards, claiming all of this mid space. Look how far back it's forcing the side of Nova. They're having to give up so much space. You got to expect another fast push. The Seeker's going to be used paranoia to counter it. Kai just moving back as a lot of utility is used to stall them, but it has not stopped them just yet. Right now deciding to pivot. They know that they've got vents pretty much for free. Not a single player in the vicinity. Kai gonna pop this ultimate, looking to pressure onto site now, and the Vice just gonna slow them down enough as the rest of the team comes through, but the pistol's enough. Guang with a 2k off the classic has pulled this into Nova's favor. And then a 3 versus 1 on this site right now. You've got to hope that Delby can speed this push up to help Abo out on site.
Go for the crunch, finds 1, finds 2, but the showstopper will stop this party. Delby, paranoia in. Doesn't have the ultimate, and it's going to be Green who serves up the bill on this round. And as much as Screams proved the playing grounds there, you have to credit the pistol that was taking down all the bodies on site.
And I feel like that came a little bit from a disconnect, right? Because Kai, look in so early, but no one really there to support because the smoke was down. But like the benefit to this double duelist is that you can always have at least 2 players going in together. But Kai, feeling themselves a little bit too much after that 4K, not quite able to connect with their team.
Now we've got the pit invested to hold down this mid side instead. Much larger investment to make sure it remains in the defender's hands. Covered in green. By green. Make sure that no one can fight up through there. It'll have to be a pivot over to one of the main choke points for Trace, which for now they've chosen a temporary respite over on towards A. Vice posted up, utility ready to stop any push from exploding onto the site. The Prowler goes out, gets a little bit of information, and that'll allow a few warning taps through the Viper wall. Not quite connecting, and now more information gathered, which will pull out the Nightfall and at least forced back for now. However, Heaven's still taken. But nowhere really to go with it just about yet.
Wong still holding towards maps. The wall split was just enough to force a 1v1. But now as Nova members try to flood in, it's not going to be a possibility. Trace, Spike going to go down. Swagsaw is around and has been a raid boss in these past 2 maps. But with a Viper's Pit counter coming through from Trace, this round becomes so much harder.
It's not the greatest of Viper's Pit though. There is still space off of screens to come through without being affected, but instead it's just going to be the satchels in, which will net out a trade, but it just leaves Green in a 1 versus 3. and they will fall outside their own Viper's pit. Trace get the job done. A little bit sketchy, but doesn't matter. They restore the gap in their lead, continuing on this path to victory.
And hopefully just Trace just being a bit too confident in the couple of rounds that they've lost. I feel like it's come from players just trying to make that hero play, but obviously we see in rounds like this that they can reel themselves in, get back to normality, and still keep that lead. So the question is now, do they play a little bit safer, or do they just try go gung-ho yet again? But a lot of mid pressure from Nova right here. 4 members ready to fight on this one. Molly going to be used. Orb popped. Well, not a Molly used, just the orb popped. Still, make that 5 members here, Veggie, actually ready to counter it. And Trace sniffing something out is going to back away, but they've done it a bit too late. They're stuck towards mid. They have to commit to these fights. Are they going to know that Green's in the corner? They are, but it's going to be a kill anyway. Everybody is here battling. Both these teams fighting it out. And Abo has taken a timing now to get towards spawn.
It's just an absolute commitment into that fight, forcing the hands of both teams. It's Trace who used their common sense to come out on top so far. And yes, Guang is able to pick up a Vandal, but 1 versus 3, full health on everybody remaining on Trace. An Outlaw to take down the body if needed. 3 positions, 3 1 versus 1s that could be winnable, but the first question mark is Abo who pops that Outlaw, finding Victor. And now it's a 3-round gap. These are the streaks that we were talking about is possible on this map. But for Trace and the double duelists, they really need to keep momentum going, keep forcing the hand on this attacking side, and for Nova, maybe take a little bit of time to think and not overcommit.
Trace kind of just refusing to give up mid there. They knew they had the stronger weaponry, just committing to those fights till the very end. Now a switch up from Nova, A pressure coming through from them, trying to force members away, but it's 4 members towards B. A bit of utility to stop them and slow them down. The Voice is here. So is the Viper as well. So they've got the utility they need. Weaponry going to be weakened now if they elect to go in. Just forced back for a moment. But it looks like a re-hit from Trace here. Kai dashing in, backing away. He's got all the information they need. It's the Bash Brothers coming through. Kai's already got 3 in the round. Make that the sight as well. And that is the power that the double duelist can bring.
Yeah, you talk about the double dash. That was a door dash coming on through. Round delivery. Tasting success. And now Nova. Only 2 weapons left up against this 2v5. Half to fancy. It's just going to be the thoughts of a save. And especially now with Kai heating up on the 4K. Looking for 5. Has the paint shells to push past. Now playing with their food. Ready to eat it alive. Swagzor round the door. It's the knife coming out. But Kai, this time, gets the ace. The 5 kills collected. Sitting down the opposition.
I mean, not only that, manages to get the ultimate online as well. It's the perfect scenario for them. And that was some anime level entering right there. It's like Toji and Itadori for any JJK fans. Just one pops in, swaps back, Kai dashes through. It's absolute perfection, and it's pretty much you can just, if anyone ever asks you why Double Duelist is good, you just play them that clip right there.
It's the strongest benefit of the Whaley and Neon combination. Certainly used to its fruition. You can nerf it as much as you like, but ultimately these skill players will still come out on top with it. And it's Abo who faces the Guardian this time. Used it to their own success before. At least the trade was out. It's dangerous, but Galulu thought about taking Heaven. Gets taken down. Rafter's not quite about cleared out yet, but somehow Kai found themselves a timing up on mid, but has people all the way around them. Can they turn this in their favour?
Green, rightfully so, not wanting to take that fight with just a classic. Kai's on the hunt now, but it's taken down. What? shot was crazy. And now Viva, no spike, 45 seconds to work with, and a Bucky to face off against at close range. There's really no options here. No utility to use at all. Just the weapon. It's going to have to dry swing this into 3 people. And that's never a situation you want as Green goes on the hunt. And what a round from multiple members from this Nova squad.
What is this game, man? Sometimes you're just watching and you're like, how did you get here? How have we found ourselves in this position? And I mean, as much as it starts off with that lovely shot, you then get Kai creeping up on through mid. It's taken down by an incredible sheriff shot, and Nova, despite not being able to convert any thrifties last game, certainly proving their worth in this game. 7-5 half really wouldn't be anything to scoff at, especially with how this flow of game has gone, the state of the territory. Trying to push out on A.
It's the prophecy again, Veggie. We're going to find ourselves in another overtime. Nova trying to force the issue. A stall towards B has stopped both the duelists. And now it's 2 people watching over. Spike is down. Oh, it's the worst player that could die at the worst moment. And now the entire push has been stopped. All 5 members are going to rotate over towards this B site. And this site is now on lockdown. There's just so many angles to clear, so many fights to take if Trace has hope in this round. But Abo gives a good opening, a good start to this round, but it's the one player that isn't here protecting the spike.
Power swing fully in Nova's hands right now. No ultimates to grab this one back for Trace. We'll be down to the individual moments that decides this round. The healing power for Viva peeks him out just ever so slightly, but alerts for Guan's position, which will force the triple swing. And now, as they ascend onto their next prey, it's the high-low, the tap on the ropes that are forcing out the fights, and it will be Nova who keep coming out. A 1 versus 1 now. Lulu, the new addition to the squad, will swing, but it's Nova who come out on top. The 7-5 half that we didn't scoff at has certainly come on through.
It's a repeat of history. It's a situation again. We're going to be here for a long day. I hope no one was ready for the second match of the day, because we might take a while to get there. 7-5 yet again. Nova showing what people have been hoping for the entire season. That chemistry coming together. Trace struggling just a little bit. Obviously still a victory overall for them with 7-5 in the half. And now the coach is going to take a bit of time to talk through what the game plan's going to be. Veggie, this double duelist, only netted them 7 rounds in the first half on that attack side. Are you expecting it to be a little bit weaker on the second half?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no, right? There's a lot that can be done, especially on your defensive side. You're not even just talking aggressive plays, the retakes that can come through with the abilities that are possessed by both duelist players. You can have that exact same effect on how you see them take a site onto how to retake a site, right? It swings and roundabouts at this point. But if we take a glance back to map number 1, it was DRG who were able to qualify with the map win for Trace. This map, if Trace can get this one over the line, it's themselves that can qualify. Only 6 rounds separating themselves from a potential chance at, I say potential, it will be a chance in playoffs. They just need to get it through the line, whereas for Nova, it's a long road, but a path that they've started to walk down, to have a glimpse at the playoff hopes, relying on a lot of other teams, but right now they just need to rely on themselves. Something we've seen they're capable of from that Lotus map, forcing Trace into overtime. Yes, they were in the driving seat the whole time, but they were certainly the ones demanding the pace. We'll get to see what they have on their attacking side. Swagzor 10-9. Slightly slower start from what we expected from them, but we know they have it in their locker. We've seen it from before. Let's see what they can bring through on their attacking side. Can they convert this pistol once again?
Abo having a great game so far was pivotal to that first half for Trace. Really locking it down in these clutches and these key moments. Now going to have to do something similar for them on defense. Smokes over towards B. Viper will place towards A, so they still have that cross-map utility if needed. And mid-pressure being gained from Nova.
Something that Trace used to their own success was controlling all of mid in that previous half. Nova learning the lessons. We'll take advantage of that as well. The paint shells has forced Kai all the way down into a deeper angle. Opened them some success, but Trace want to push elsewhere now. Capitalise, but they know this vice wall's up. It's all about the timing here on how this first fight will go. As the pistols come on in, the crunch comes from above as well, and Trace are aware of that. That's why they swing back through.
Weren't expecting Guang from the corner. The quick timing comes through, but Nelb is able to stop one, and it's just a wipe for Trace. Kills across the board, and a pistol round win that they will be very happy with.
Yep, and that's 2-2 on the pistols for all you Sliggy watchers. Keeping control on how this one goes. Both maps having the same outcome. Pistol win for Nova in the first half. Pistol win for Trace in the second. Biggest difference being the second round off this map. Trace forced into a triple stinger buy that converted the round. Nova won't be copying that. Won't be wanting the same success that Trace found. Worrying about their own economy and what it could do for the rest of the map. Trace here a potential to get on to round number 9. Will just be played through this mid-angle again, and it's the Spectre and the Viper that will try and hold, but the Classic comes out on top, Snow.
And I love this, a bit of an unconventional play, just going downstairs, but it's an outlaw that they're facing into. The Ghost has been pulled out as well. As a triple kill. Zhao Lula is able to find a round win, pushing this team on to 9 rounds now, eking ever closer towards that 2-0 victory that they wanted. And Reggie, I know one team's going to be very happy with how map number 1 went.
Yep, and that's the team that's in the driving seat right now. Said it was 6 rounds, we're now down to 4 before they can seal their playoff fate. Give themselves a bit of practice time to go up against those big dogs that have already qualified. They'd be the last team from this group to seal themselves through. So close, but yet so far across this line. The Jiggle Peak finds some numbers. It'll just be a backup for Delby.
And obviously, we didn't get a chance to mention it between the first 2 maps, but with map number 1 being won by Trace, it means DRG now qualified for playoffs. They no longer have to be the biggest Trace fans. They can just watch this game and enjoy the fact that they have managed to find their way into playoffs. Now getting back to this map, Swagsaw has been a key player for this squad. Manages to find an entry as well. A much needed one, and a second kill for Nova as well. Gets them onto site. The Classic kill gives Trace an opportunity, but not much more will come from that. 1 player left alive. You've got to think that maybe this rifle's going to be saved. Potentially just looking for a few exits.
Steps more than heard here. Thought they were getting themselves into a nice little exit strategy, but instead they're kind of trapped in with players coming from all 3 angles. There's not a world in which Shalulu survives here, and that they certainly won't. Nova get the round done, job over the line, and I have to say, I don't know about you, but I'm getting a bit sick of seeing Classic kills today.
It's been a bit of an interesting one, to say the least. We've seen a lot more Classic kills than you would expect from Tier 1 Valorant, but still, that's why it has a meme. The Classic is a free gun.
It most certainly is, and right now it's providing a lot of free value to both of these teams. You'd have to say probably Nova in particular have been finding a little bit more success with it. Trace this time, however, wanting to go a lot more aggressive, using that ultimate right off the bat, but doesn't clear the angle to the right hand side, which somehow doesn't cost them too much as Daleboy gets 2. Guang able to trade out in the end. A lovely bit of aggression followed up by Xiaolulu here, just to hold down Garage, knowing that Nova will know this site is a lot weaker with those 2 kills gone. Doesn't want to give up the space.
Nova doesn't really know what to do right here. They have zero control of the map. Literally nothing in their control right now. So just taking a pause, hoping to catch someone trying to be aggressive. And now, knowing the space they have, just looking to re-hit towards B. A double kill. Make not a triple. Just so close. But it should be the difference maker. Green now has to do the monumental task of winning a 1 versus 2 clutch. But the positions for Trace aren't great. He's going to be able to find 2 1 versus 1s. If they can sense that Abo is in this position, the swing out spots them. No idea that Viva isn't there to trade. 25 seconds on the board now. Has to start to push the pace just a little bit. And Trace playing this one smart. Playing for information and not looking to be the hero.
Great discipline, just to wait off, play back. Allows Viva the time to come up. Orb goes out, not seen to come out, will be communicated that Green's headed that way. The molly to deny space, but as you said before, it's 2 1 versus 1s, and the first one will be connected. Looks for the second and finds it alongside. A 1 versus 3 at its peak. Green comes out once again with the cash pile loaded up, smoking the opposition. An impossible round just became possible.
And after this double kill right here, you've got to think it's such a hard round to win, but taking the risk there, they had the information of where Green was, but rather than playing for the trade, playing for the 2 versus 1, gave those isolated fights and really went with the opportunity. And now it means that Trace on an eco. But with how this series has gone, that never really means they're out.
Let's not count the chickens just about yet. Outlaw aiming down, waiting for someone to take out, but it's the timing crept a little bit closer. FIFA knows the possibilities, so we'll just stay in that safe space between both walls. Holding out on this 3 stack over towards A. Nova seem to be a bit concerned. They haven't really explored too much. Yes, they have that whole mid lane in their pocket, but seemingly undecided on where this weaker side is yet to be.
Pressure fully in control of Nova. They're taking a bit of a play out of Trace's playbook. Playing this one a little bit slower, but steps are going to be heard. As Nova knows that A control has been taken by Trace, and it being an eco, rightfully they assume that it's probably a stack towards that side. Ultimate going to be used just for safety. They know no one's there. They find themselves in, and it should be a free site take. But the speed of the flood coming through, the double duelist comp, they have the options to come back onto site. But with the weaker weaponry, it's a hard one to manage, as the rifles are just going to get it done.
Looked at potential damaging situation, but Nova coming out with only 1 player falling down. Really probably the best of outcomes that they could have got from that situation. And now Trace need to just use this as a mini timeout to talk between themselves as you wait on this spike going. Nova don't want to put themselves into that hunting position just about yet. Haven't really gained too much. They will think about just holding down where this player could be, but not fully committed into it. I feel like Trace need to probably call an actual timeout, Snow.
Yeah, especially because next round's going to be a buy for them. Good point to kind of reassess what's going wrong. But on the side of Nova, you're going to be loving life right now. You've still got access to that Vice ultimate. Showstopper online as well for Swagzor. So a couple ultimates that could be going into this one. Obviously, Swagzor needs 1 orb to get that one through, but that's not too difficult to get on this map, especially when you're on that attacking side.
Yeah, timeout. Exactly what was called through. Addressing the issues that are on display from Trace here. Maybe just try and get that team cohesion back. We spoke about how their attack was so success dependent on mid, but so far their defense is But leaving that mid open up just as much, and especially when you don't have a hard sentinel, you need something to find it. You've only really got that one info initiator with the Sky using the dogs to find information. You're relying on your duelists to do a lot more work, which is traditionally what we've seen from this Trace team. Their duelists being the ones to hold the team up high, specifically being in that Kai. But for now, it's 4 rounds, but it's been 4 rounds for a while that they've needed to get done. We've seen the streaks come from the timeouts before. Coaches certainly proved their worth. Can they address these issues? Can they be the ones to find that adaptable solution?
And I think it was important for you to mention like how the duelists need to do a bit more work from Trace, but I feel like they've been trying to. Nova's just been doing such a good job of not falling into these traps. They've been waiting to see where Trace aggresses and then just going to the other side of the map.
But then these are where the flaws in this team come into fruition. The composition that they chose to play through. Trying to get this orb of Swagzor and clearly aware that that was a possibility.
Oh my gosh. A headshot. Swagzor gonna be limping away from that one. As Kai looking to be the mid hold here, but blocked off by their own Viper's Orb. It's going to be dropped now just to give them that angle for a second. While Swagzor was only on 10 HP, that operator shot's going to blast straight through their chest. Give Trace the advantage in this round.
It didn't really matter where that operator hit. It could have been a little pinky if you wanted. Swagzor was dead regardless. A big kill coming in. Over on towards A. Will call in the Into the Shadows for that rotate. Kai once again turning the favours back into Tracy's side, but a lot of space given up. Thankfully, Shalulu will keep B main in control.
Looking for more as well, but it's taken out. And this is such a weird round because they've got both sites, but not really established control anywhere else. The speed up from Azir is gonna have to happen if they are to win this round. No information gained. Right there, Paranoia used Kai's into the smoke. Spam comes through as well. And just like that, Nova evens up the score.
It's the exact epitome of how this game plays through. Every time you're certain it's swinging in one team's favour, maybe a slight overstep from Trace to give Nova a chance back into the game. And then, I mean, you were right, as soon as you had that pinch from both sides, the round was near impossible for Trace to win. Had to speed up. The Omen could just take their time and coming on into sight. That's exactly what happened. Match is tied up for the first time since round number 2. Showstopper quickly invested in, create some space and wanted just to speed up and take out more. But Kai with that stinger will keep the devil at bay for now.
But it's just all a fake. All of the utility used on towards A, which means Viper's Pit free and able to collect this space on B. This retake's quite hard, but Kai trying to gain that space early on already. Gwong in a powerful position to swing off of their teammate's utility. Has been spotted, but it doesn't matter. Still finds the kill. The weapon advantage is in their favour. And as Nova comes together, they're able to quickly pick off these Trace members. Find themselves in the advantage. Or at least it should be, barring a miracle from Abba.
Yeah, done a little Spidey jump down there, sneaking away into the pit, but the state will eventually be heard. Turns around and puts the final knife into the back on that one. And now, Nova very much in the lead, having a chance to steal this map away. It looked at one point that they were really going to struggle, and as much as I said in that first map that 9 was the most they've had since 2024, they've now done it in back-to-back maps. Clear improvements, a clear pathway, and I know we've spoke about streaks before, but you just look at that, 5 notches on a bedpost for Nova there with these rounds. Goes into heavy fight in towards A main. We'll find the first blood, but it allows Nova to speed up once again on towards B. That Viper's Pit holding down mid, but DLB has such a big job to hold down this aggression coming in.
But the rotates are so fast. Kai has already found their way over towards this site. The trades back and forth. Weaponry not going to be online, but it doesn't matter when you've got the zap fingers. The gun coming through. Going to just dash into the smoke, bait the shot out. And it's so easy, so clean for Trace. Evening up the score yet again. And I feel like we spoke it into existence talking about it, but we are eking ever closer to yet another overtime.
No. There's no we about this. No, this was all you. I want no part of your shenanigans here. I will not be part of this curse, but you have to say it really does come down to the aggressive nature of Kai to make sure that round went in their favour. Not only willing to put their body fully on the line on site, but popping that overdrive when it came down to it. Stopped any further aggression, and now they consider the aggressive push towards B, but it's mid control once again that's the vocal point on this round. Nova wants to progress up, but Abo has some utility to hold back for now. Just stalling out the time, waiting for the first move to be made on this B main.
A trap play being made, Paranoid's great, but the self-stun onto their own team was not super effective, but Kai quick enough in there to trade it out anyway. And the mid hold from Abo, so good. 2 kills. Makes this massively go in Trace's favour. And A space has been claimed. This site is all but free. No one around to contest it. But in a 2 versus 4, we're going to have to see some monumental plays from these last 2 Nova members alive if they are to win this round.
That's how you start it. Get that first kill. Makes it a 1 versus 3 a lot more doable. Percentage chances have just gone up. Double swing comes out, could be dangerous, but it feels like Trace have got this one in their back pocket and they restore their lead to themselves. 2 back-to-back huge rounds in the swing of things. And for Nova, it's just the smallest of moments not being able to deal with this aggression coming from the Whaley and Neon players. Need to find some way of just being able to keep them at bay.
Be 2 more rounds to go for them, and rightfully so. A timeout taken from Nova. Need to find another way to even up this scoreline. It's a difficult one, a difficult task, because it feels like some rounds they do everything right, but then just get caught out by the Trace trap.
The way of life. Sometimes just need a little bit of magic sprinkled on top to get it over the finishing line, and right now seems like that's exactly what's missing for Nova. There's been sprinkles of brilliance in amongst this brawl, but for the most part the blood is spilled on their behalf. Trace, who look to seal that playoff picture, finish this group off early, make the rest of the matches a practice round for seeding. Might get to see some funky stuff coming out of the rest of this split, especially over on here. But for now, this timeout has to be redemption for Nova. Has to be the make or break. Cannot afford Trace to go on to 12. Not just about yet.
Trying to fake some heavy mid pressure with the smoke here from Nova. They've established control. Swagsaw in an elevated position, just hoping that somebody peeks for information and is going to potentially get a fight versus Delby. Could be a 1v1 there. It's not going to happen. Trace just being so disciplined, as we've seen before. So far, these duelists don't really feel the need to go aggressive at all, and it makes sense. You've got Kai with that operator on B, but a pick from Swagsaw, much needed for this Nova squad. They've still got so much time on the board as well. They can just slow play this and look to carry on gathering information.
I really don't like this ultimate being prepped by Zhao Lulu. Not the biggest of positions, but with that mid kill, going to open up a lot of question marks for Trace to worry about, and they're all playing such deep angles that really Nova have the feel of it, and having the feel of it is exactly what could lead them into their own demise here. Onto the stack of 3 players. Some misinformation. Ultimate finally investigates their own player, and that could be an error for Trace, but with 12 seconds left on the clock, this is do or die now. You need to move out, and it's going to be Zhao Lulu who gets a load of kills. 5 seconds, can Kai peek out? The smoke dissipates and the kill comes on through. The final bullet in the coffin. Trace getting up to 12. Oh.
I think Kai, is Kai just a bat? The echolocation. Here's the spike tap. Instantly pre-aimed on the angle. I mean, that was a crazy shot, just assuming where the spike was going to be. And it was almost such a dire position. You said the ultimate hit onto the own player, but it doesn't matter when Zhao Lulu makes up for it with a triple kill to completely stop that push. And now, Trace, one step away from winning this game. Nova on the back foot. Feels like they need to go a bit aggressive, a bit earlier. Get pressure towards this ramp position. They've gained the space, but the information is there. Zhao Lulu plays it perfectly. The utility is all they need. And Trace ever closer to winning this match out.
Trace drawing their own playoff picture right now. 1 point away. 3 bodies away. They've got 5 remaining. Don't know where the spike is, but they have control of ramp. And it'll be Zhao Lulu who's put them in this position. Stepped up big time these last few rounds. Having had a really slow start. Been one of the slower in that first half. Getting themselves up to 21 right now. And it's Abo who will secure this. 1 body. Position noted. Green's done it before, but will not do it this time. As Trace book their path to the playoffs. Get it over the line. A hard-fought 2-0. And a little bit of Cheerio waves across the stage to their opposition on Nova.
I mean, hard fought is definitely underlined, put in bold, put in italics, do everything you want to it, because that was not an easy game for them. And Nova showing what they can offer, showing that there is potential in this squad, but just a little bit too late in the season to actualize it.
Yeah, you can talk about unfortunates for the group that they get placed into. It's 1 out of 2 of the groups, so it's definitely one of the toughest, but in my opinion, it's the toughest group to get out of, with 3 of the biggest hitters in China sitting on top of this leaderboard. Trace seal themselves in that 4th place to get through. For Nova, like you said, a little bit too late for their spark to shine, but maybe some time for reflection on where it went wrong, but also needing to focus on where it went right.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of good plays in there, a lot of mishaps. You can maybe count that down to a little bit of overconfidence, because I feel like some of the rounds were them kind of trying some stuff out, seeing what they could make work, but the times where it did work, it worked so well.
Now for Trace, like we said, they get themselves into that playoffs. We do have an interview coming up, so we'll get to see what they think of this victory. I think it will be Kai that will be the talking.
Understandably so. Good performance from Kai here, but wasn't the only player performing. It was a battle at the end there in that second map for who was going to get that MVP. Zhao Lulu there as well. Abo was putting on an absolute performance on the attack side. Here we go with the interview.
首先，恭喜成功晋级到了我们的季后赛。其实回顾前面几场比赛，有时候会觉得有点稍显可惜。但是今天你们把胜利牢牢地握在了自己的手中。你觉得今天制胜的关键会在什么地方？
可能之前的比赛我状态还不够稳定吧，然后今天的话，我感觉大家都发挥的挺好的。
学习性很强的一支战队，而且今天我们有注意到你们在图一的莲花古城是进行了变阵，你是从之前的炸弹妹来到了幻冷，想问一下这套体系是你们之前就准备好的，还是这2天经过我们的赛场的表现进行了临时的改动？
就前2场比赛被虐惨了嘛，然后就换个阵容试一下嘛。
那今天你觉得自己使用下来这2套阵容，你的使用感上有什么不同？
可能之前我们战妹的思路和幻冷的思路可能比较不一样吧，然后我们换了一套打法相当于对。
打得更加舒服了嘛，然后今天其实也是拿下了很多关键的分数，而且一直以来我们都说 T 战队是一个以稳健和团队纪律性著称的战队，但是来到了新版本和新赛季，感觉你们的风格有一点点不同了，有时候在首枪局输了之后也会强起去争第2分，你觉得现在的这个 T 跟之前在风格上有什么不同吗？
可能更灵活多变吧，然后主要强起的话，就训练赛我们也这么做，就按训练赛的打。
打出了训练赛的效果，而且今天有看到你们有在争那个5杀，第1次队友在帮你抢那个5杀的时候失败了，第2次成功了，你们当时的这个交流情况是什么样的？
反正大伙都说帮我拉，帮我拉，帮我拉，反正都说帮我跳嘛。
Everyone is like jump spawning for him, like pulling like crosshairs for
还
him.
是很开心。
They're all supporting him.
而且其实现在因为已经成功晋级到了我们的一个季后赛，包括现在欧米伽小组的出现情况也已经非常明了了。想问一下你对季后赛会有什么你自己的期待吗？
Anything you're looking forward to in playoffs now that you've qualified?
状态稳定吧，然后希望大家。我们这个队伍的新人，包括刚来的，就一起进步。
And we just hope to keep on improving.
一个更加好的 T。那我们今天也是依旧有我们的一个抽
And
奖。
that's it for the interview. It's time for the press show for the
观众
audience.
进行抽奖，来喊开始和3、2、1停。
开始。3、2、1停。
好的。恭喜以上的幸运观众。
There you go, so full focus on the playoffs and rightly so. Whether or not you think it's a deserved place or not, they've certainly got the job done. The 2 teams that they've faced up that you would have to say are the weaker sides of the group, they've got the job done and over the line. A bit tough playoff picture for them with all teams that they could potentially face on hot streaks at the moment, but did they do enough to impress you?
I'd like to say yes. It's difficult because obviously there's been a lot of talk of like which group is harder. Like obviously this group you have to battle against EDG and Gilai. The other group, it's just, I feel like this group has been easier to get out of, but maybe the top teams are a lot more favoured.
Okay, I mean, really sitting on the fence there, not giving any opinions. Thanks for that. Great insight from you, Snow. We really appreciate that from.
I don't want to make any predictions at all because the issue is you never know. You never know. There might just be a dark horse in this, but the difficulty is that yes, Trace looked good in some rounds in this, but also it's a close game against Nova,
a 0
who
and 4
is
side.
yet to win a single map.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, we'll probably just leave it at that point without going too far into the Nova hate train as much as you want. But I think if we put a little bit of positive spin on it from Nova, this is the best they've looked throughout this. Obviously,
definitely
they've faced up against the 3 biggest in this group so far, and that being an EDG side who have certainly come back from Masters, licking their wounds and finding everything that was wrong with them from before. Faced up against a Shilai who also had a really poor Masters but has come back swinging. Only losing that 1 map up so far, and then DRG. So for them, the battle against the Titans, so to speak, is now over. Let's see what these team comms are like.
去掉团，去掉团，回去了。
我跟你。哎，冷
甲还有个 B 还有个。
冷静，听我说，G2。好。
全体玩家挑战。
我加下2道行吗？
可以。
靠回来，我尽量开口。
我只有一颗烟。我尽量
开口，威廉没飞的。
封2楼行吗？
我封2楼。
好，我开口，我开爆点狗。
我没飞的，我走路去。跟我。
2楼下。
晃了，我下2楼吧，
维斯在这，
没有，没事。
维斯飞的都。
2楼包。
哎，谁？我帮你找，我不知道他。
大应该。
我在我这。
能看到吗，2个？
别急。
你打就在里面。
我来给你跳。
来跳。
左边。
可惜。
别急，我可以帮你嗨了。 了，
后一个，帮你后一个，帮你后 wiper， 帮你后 wiper。
收了收了，加枪加枪，我在下2楼。
踩2楼下，踩2楼下。
好好好，我保护大哥，下包。
CT， 没人
看 CT，
我回避大佬吗？
能架 C 吗？我站这儿。
可以。
8秒，我补2楼烟路子弹5秒。
好。
屁股我一直看着没人，好吗？
好，来补烟。
马上1秒。补了。好了一边，你可以慢慢走。
S 就要来了
，Let's go！
在那边。
进去了，
干他，陆晨！
我来帮你拉，来了，等我。
别急，我们帮你了。
等我，来，跟我。缓了，丢缓了。
Well, Snow, probably a little bit of a surprise coming in here, MVP. You'd mentioned their name before that Abo was a player that you would consider for it, but I mean, it was a really strong team performance for me, at least on that last map. Showed a lot of potential from everyone, and I'm glad Abo gets to call it because they were kind of a quiet saviour on Lotus as well.
Yeah, I think especially playing that Viper on attack side, it's sometimes difficult to really make that agent work because it relies a lot on good lurk timings, a lot on good utility as well, and they had a big performance. I think it was 16 kills during that attack side, and then a little bit weaker on defense, but the fact that they were able to convert 7 rounds and it was off the back of this player just shows you how much impact everyone on this Trace team can have if given the opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. I think it highlighted on both maps that the ability that they were able to pull through from every single position. A lot of kind of late crunches were called in from Abo taking a different site and then pulling through. And obviously, I mean, it helps to get the final 2 kills, right? Just right at the end of the game. It's never going to do your chances any harm being right at the forefront of everyone's mind. But, I mean, you just look at that right at the start. 21 kills for Jalulu, 20 for Kai, and 22 on the top for Abo. And it's a real performance, and that's exactly what you want to see from a team that is going to be going in, probably as the lowest seed into the playoffs. You want these key players on top form to make sure that your chances are the highest they can be.
Yeah, it's good as well when you're seeing multiple members perform at that high level because it's sometimes difficult for teams when you're relying on one person kind of carrying you through most of those games. Your utility has to be great to set them up, to give them these opportunities. Whereas when you have that fallback plan of like, okay, if Kai isn't performing as well, Jalulu can pick up some of the slack. We know Abo can perform in these clutches and really be useful as a fragging option. So it gives you a lot more ability to play through multiple different avenues.
Yeah, and I like to see for Nova here coming through that they were able to be the ones to swing the Thrifties in their favour this time. It's just unfortunate that they weren't fully able to get it over the line. Obviously 2 Thrifties coming in Trace, showing that they're much better off with the rifles on this map. And it's really weird. It's almost a flip of that last map. We see Trace being the ones with the 100% post plants, and Nova were the ones with the poorer angles coming through. Nova 15 first kills as well. Maybe just highlighting a little bit more deficiencies. I think if you're getting 15 first kills, you should probably be winning the map.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to the situation. So Trace, as a squad, very good at trading each other out. So it's normally always a 1-for-1 in those situations. It's not that Nova's getting a pick and then nothing's happening with it. It was on this defensive side where maybe you kill one of the duelists, but the other one kills you. So you're trading even numbers. So it was Trace always able to make use of, even though they weren't getting the first blood or the first pick, they were able to still find advantages in the round.
Yeah, for sure. And as you look at Quinton here on this hexagon, I'm told, not a pentagon. Maths clearly was where I failed at school alongside many other subjects, but an outperformance in every factor. Just unfortunate the result wasn't there to back it up.
Yeah, it was a difficult one because you could see the avenues where maybe Nova could have won that map. There were opportunities where they had the numbers advantage and weren't quite able to convert, and different situations like that. It's just hard because, you know, this was their chance. And it's hard to be like they blew it because it was such a close match as well. They put everything into it. And it's difficult because what does Nova as an organization do now? Do they look at this match and say, look, there is potential, maybe we keep the same roster, or is it a potential rebuild year for them?
Yeah, it's tough because next year is going to be the real challenge, going up against a whole flurry of more opposition. Really be hoping that they can keep themselves in partnership as to give themselves the best chance possible. But there's going to be a whole host of teams waiting at the doors for a chance to get in through. And I think for Nova, they need to use this time to kind of maybe not rebuild roster-wise, but rebuild at least strategy-wise to make sure that Stage 2 is the best possible outcome for them. And there's a long way to go for Trace. They get to worry about playoffs. They get a chance to find a way into London and more champs points for the end of the year. But Snow, I think that's going to be all from us, as we're shortly to be replaced as the next match sets up its standards. FPX versus Billy. Another absolute huge game in the context of the group stages. FPX, a win would secure them playoffs. A Billy win would most certainly spice up the group and open up the door for anybody to progress. So any final parting words from yourself?
Just make sure you don't go anywhere, because this next game is about to be a banger.
Well, can't say it any better myself, folks. We've been Veggie and Snow. We've been match number 1. We'll see you on the flip side once again.
You're my obsession, 'cause baby, you're we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a
Welcome back to Project Horizon. My name is Nobi, here with X1N, the man, the myth, the legend. We've got a good one coming up here. FPX versus Billy Gaming here on the cards. And a high stakes match coming up here, as looks like FPX here with a win will end up in a situation where they're guaranteed a playoff spot. At the same time, Billy Gaming with a defeat will end up in a situation where even their match against AG might leave their playoff chances up to luck. So definitely an interesting match coming up here. Can't wait to see it. What are you thinking?
like you said, it's a high stakes game. I'm feeling the pressure for the players already, to be honest. BLG definitely came into stage 1 looking a little bit shaky compared to previous times. If they lose this match against FPX, this will be one of the first times in a very long time where they actually miss out on playoffs. So in terms of expectations, in terms of confidence in both yourself but your team, they're going to go through a lot this match, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely set to be an interesting one. I mean, both teams coming out of a situation where they had to show a lot of resilience. FPX coming off of a win against Tai Lu, 2-1. They completed the reverse sweep, lost that first map in, honestly, pretty unfortunate fashion. We saw Berlin with literally 1 kill on that bind map and ended up coming all the way back. So great job on their part. Billy unfortunately losing their last match, but at the same time did a really great job. They nearly came back from a 2-10 deficit. So both teams showing a lot of resilience there. And personally for me, that's kind of the story of the game. That's what I really want to see. Both teams showing the resilience, both teams showing why they deserve to be in playoffs.
Yeah, like you said, FPX have really come back to the form that I think we expected coming into kickoff, but especially stage 1. They had a rocky kickoff. We cannot deny that. They definitely underperformed on a crazy level, but they brought in roster changes. They brought in Kovac over from Europe, as well as some other players. And I'm really excited about Kovac's partnership with Legia over these next couple of matches, especially today, because having a competent IGL that can work with your coach, both speak very good English, which of course might have been one of the issues when Legia was working with Berlin. I think that in terms of IGLing, I was really impressed with Kovac's pre-barrier round calls, but also his mid-rounding. And there's no better test of your IGLing skills than playing against BLG's Neff.
100% Neff. Definitely a great IGL. And overall, Billy Gaming just kind of, with their roster, have a lot of things to look up to. We see, you know, really good players. Rushia here, you know, just overall, a really well-rounded player. So many other players, though, on this team are so capable. YZ and K-Knight with the ability to just kind of have that synergy with that duelist initiator combo. K-Knight being able to set up YZ very well on the, you know, the agents like Sova and all that. If they can set each other up well, which in general I think they can, just because I mean their chemistry goes all the way back to that 2023 champions roster. So I'm excited to kind of see how that plays out. And yeah,
I think something really interesting is talking about Aya, because of course he's dominant. Like when you check his VLR stats over the past couple of matches and you watch the gameplay that he is putting on for us all, it's incredible. He is just an absolute rock for this team. But I think it speaks to one of FPX's bigger issues, is the inconsistency across the other 3 Chinese players. Because Aya, I think he's really fit in well with Legia's new system, whereas the other players, when we look at the duelists in particular, it's not the same case. They're struggling to keep consistent performances coming into every match. But Kovac, like I said, incredible IGLing, and he's a fragger too, which you'd always take, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure. But at the same time, I mean, we look at this stat page, Neff, at the same time, average 219 ACS. I mean, look, that is real good. An average KDA of 1.8. So, I mean, in general, Neff, definitely one of those IGLs that is gonna be like, obviously, you know, the mid-rounding and the calls are definitely solid, but the performance in the server, certainly solid too.
Of course. I mean, the more that we talk about this match and these players, the more excited I am to just get straight into the game. Because for me, what this game really comes down to more than anything is the map veto. Because every single one of these teams has shown, but also has so many surprise cards. For example, Billy, they haven't played the Lotus yet. They haven't played the split yet coming into stage 1. Whereas with Fracture, for FPX, they haven't tried the Fracture, they haven't played the Haven, they haven't presented the Breeze. And when we look back to to Bilibili and their previous performances, especially in that Chinese Evolution series. We saw the YZ on that chamber and it looked really dominant. But I'd be interested to see if they stick with the chamber or if they go back to the double duelist that they're running on almost every map.
Yeah, I mean, to be perfectly honest, I'm a big fan of the double duelist comps right now. I mean, I feel like in a large part, playing the meta has never really been as strong as it is today. I mean, with this Waylay Neon comp, and we've been seeing it with teams all across the VCT, including in China, teams that generally were not really playing, all these on meta comps are now starting to. We're starting to see that a lot more often. And so I'm really, honestly, I think this is definitely the time to really lean into that Waylay Neon comp. And if teams can get good at it, they'll really have a leg up in the league.
Of course. I think as much as the map veto is important, another factor that I really want to look at throughout this whole best of 3 is going to be the double duelist matchup. And as we can see, the map veto is kind of crazy.
It looks like we have Fracture.
Oh my lord.
Oh,
okay,
Fracture.
Just for a bit of context, I cannot stand this Bilibili comp. The single Teo initiator was really painful to watch, especially when they played against Tech. Bilibili's attack was very one-dimensional, full wanting for near enough the whole game. And whilst they were able to get some rounds, I don't think it's a convincing winning formula. I keep bringing this up, a team's winning formula. And I think if I'm Legia, if I'm Kovac, and I've watched these previous matches, I'm going to anti everything. 100%. Would they have had the time?
Not too sure about that. I mean, here's the thing about Bilibili's Fracture. Their last match, I mean, honestly, their main struggle, even though, like you mentioned, their attack side and what the things you kind of didn't really like about it, but at the same time, their defense was ultimately the real problem. I mean, they honestly, that was the half they got 10-2'd on, and really the big issue with that was they really weren't able to hold the site effectively. I think the problem you mentioned with their comp overall with playing that solo Teho initiator was just the fact that they don't have any flashes. They're not playing Yoru anymore. And so, having that Waylay Neon situation without a flash can end up being a super, super rough situation. So I completely agree with the whole comp thing. I really do think that they kind of need to round that out a bit. And ultimately, even if they choose to really lean into that Teho, play to their strengths.
Of course. I mean, we mentioned, the flashes, but for me, it's just the information that Sky can give your team. You have 3 flashes across a round, you have a dog, and you also have a heal. And I think something that people aren't talking about enough is when you're running a Neon, you're often using your duelist as a Sova drone, kind of gathering information. And Neon's going to take some chip damage. And what do you want in that situation? A Sky heal. And I don't know. I'm worried for Fracture, if I'm honest. I think we touched on, their sight holds were a little bit weak. That was just, for me, one of the core fundamental issues is on Fracture, you want to take space. You cannot just hold these sights down, especially against a double duelist. And I think this is going to be a real big test for Bilibili. And it's going to show whether FPX have done their homework or not.
Absolutely, yeah. With so many chokes on Fracture, it comes down to how much space ultimately the defense has to take more space in order to get the information, the amount of information that you would need on other maps traditionally. So it's definitely something that we're going to be looking forward to in the match to come. Walkouts on the cards though, FPX up first, and I want to kind of just go back here. Young, excellent series last time that we saw, honestly. And like you kind of mentioned it earlier, he was 100% the X factor. I mean, he did an excellent job there. I mean, I think ultimately ended up with, I think the KD was 76 and 48. So plus 28 there, so much value, and not even playing the duelist. Just literally on Brimstone, Viper, Killjoy, agents like that, being able to kind of get that much impact consistently on agents like that, super, super impressive. I'm going to be extremely excited to see how that ends up. But Bilibili here as well coming out, and on the flip side here, I'm excited to see YZ. I'm excited to see Eli. Honestly, it's really going to come down to, and this is kind of just how the meta seems to be shifting right now, the duelists and how they're set up and whether they can get the value that, the team would expect them to.
It's going to be interesting to see Billy's comp because they actually haven't played Lotus yet. So we have no idea what to expect. Are they running the double duelist, or do they want to go back to a more traditional standard composition like the Fnatic comp, or even something more crazy? We have no idea, and that's something I'm really excited for.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm curious to see how this one ends up going. I really do think that the likelihood is that they're going to sort of lean still into the double duelist comp. The real factor is what they're going to do with their initiator, because we mentioned this. Obviously, we were not a fan of their fracture comp because of the initiator. I really want to see what they choose on this map. It's a 3-site map, so it's certainly a situation where on the attack, especially with that double duelist, they want to lean into it and they want to try to get as many rounds as they can on that attack side. It's just kind of how you play Lotus, more or less.
Of course. And like we said, if we look at FPX's previous game played against JDG Esports, the duelists of FPX, Bentley and Setrod, they really struggled, going 11 and 18, 12 and 17. And whilst, I'm not the biggest fan of saying, oh, the duelists didn't frag, so they clearly underperformed. But when both of your duelists are heavily underperforming like that, it tells you as a coach, as an in-game leader, that my players aren't really that comfortable. They're not having the success that we prepared them for and we're setting them up for. And like we said, we can't bash that point enough. The duelist matchup is what will make or break this series.
Right? That's just kind of how Valorant is trending right now. 100%. And a lot of it comes down to the mental game. These duelists are going to thrive in situations where they're confident. And that really, truly is kind of the story of things. You think about the legendary duelists of the game. The big story with them is how confident they are in the server. And I genuinely think that if these duelists are confident, that is ultimately what is going to make them perform the best.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see the agent select. I can't wait to get into this map because I think a lot of the pressure comes down to the pistol, Yeah. As soon as we see that first round victory going either to Billy or FPX, that early bit of momentum will benefit teams so much, and it will give you so much confidence coming into this series.
Exactly. Yeah, I am excited for Agent Select too. I really, really do want to see, like we just mentioned, how this Billy comp ends up trending. Just because, and honestly, I would sort of assume that they go in the direction of some sort of flash character. I really hope they do. I hope they lean into the sky. We talked about it before the broadcast. I really do hope that they start leaning into the sky, because that flash character, the ability to have the hard info with the dog, and the ability to sort of just get in there with that flash and support the duelist well, I think that's going to be a really important point. So I hope they lean into that sky comp. Let's go ahead and see what we have here. I'm excited. Yep, here we go. So yeah, Agent Select on the cards, and it looks like they're leading into the Fade. I'm not actually too upset about that.
No, standard old Fnatic traditional comp. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I like this. They can transfer elements of their previous strat book when playing Lotus over into now. And one of the big weak points of at least FPX's composition is that lack of Sentinel. Having zero information on that CT side as a Sentinel is definitely going to test the synergy and the chemistry of FPX. Because if you leave a gap open, you bet that BLG are going to take advantage of that.
I actually think that FPX's comp really leans into their strengths. You have to consider the fact that, number one, they're on attack first. So their comp is fully leaning into that attack half. They don't really have a Sentinel because, number one, they're confident on in their ability to attack and the fact that they can get, a solid lead on that attack half. And number two, because really the Sentinel class in general right now within the meta is just not that impactful. There really aren't a whole lot of Sentinels. Even Billy's Killjoy right now, Killjoy just as an agent is not all that, not as impactful as she used to be. And that's the case with all the Sentinels. So I think they're just kind of taking advantage of that and really saying, hey, you know what? Let's just fully lean into this attack. Obviously, flank watch is going to be one thing that's going to be crucial on this attack for them. But I'm actually not too upset about their comp here.
I'm worried because a simple killjoy turret can make your lives 10 times harder. If you have an info turret over towards that C mound area and FPX refuse to break that, then it allows Billy to just over rotate and stack over towards those A sites, over towards that B, and it allows for such faster and more effective rotations. I think both compositions are interesting, but there's definitely strengths and weaknesses for both teams here.
100%. Yeah, 100%. I think a lot of what I want to see if with FPX is conditioning. But, I mean, let's go ahead and see how it goes. FPX versus Billy Gaming on the cards here. Round number 1. FPX looking to just kind of take a little bit of rubble space, potentially just poke and prod here. They walk up, not really making too much noise. Now Viper Wall up and now down. They're just going to try to take a little bit of space. K-Knight jiggle peeking, trying to get info. Both teams doing it as well. Jump peeks just back and forth, but a slow start from FPX. They're really just trying to get themselves info, but look at this mid push. Look at this B push from BLG.
It's really nice. I like the positioning of K-Knight. He's weak side over towards A, plays his life, very smart, very safe, but it's a lovely start from FPX. A super slow round, pressure over towards A door, contacting over in towards B, and it looks like we're going to get a site execute.
Oh yeah, they're in. They are right in there like swimwear. And the paranoia is just going to come out, try to delay the plant just a little bit, but it is not going to happen. Look at how many players from Billy Gaming are up towards heaven. Neff finding one, Eli, K-Knight on literally just flooding into the site. And everyone falls. And just as quickly as that spike went down, so did the defuse.
Yeah, and it's a lovely start from Billy. I really like their set plan going into this round. And to be honest, I've got to question FPX. That execute, they didn't get anything off of it. They didn't really take that much space either. They didn't have a smoke for Heaven, and I don't even think they had a smoke for C-Link because they used it over towards that A cross. It's definitely concerning for FPX, but, you know, well played from Billy.
Absolutely. And one thing I would have liked to see, they really kind of played that round a little bit slow to start out. And ultimately, I think the big thing is just understanding the smoke timing. If you're 100% of your smokes up, I think honestly, especially if you're playing slow, you just wait until you have both of those smokes available. It's going to really put you in a much better situation than what FPX found themselves in. But anti-eco on the cards here. You're just going to walk through. K-Knight finding one, YZ finding another. They are pretty much in the perfect position to get themselves the necessary kills here. Berlin finding one, Ayang finding another, but not really much else there on the anti-eco.
Yeah, I think if we're going to talk back to that first pistol round, I think the issue came with how FPX pivoted into a B hit so fast. I think they had so much time on the clock to really kind of just let things marinate in a way, you know? You've pressured over towards A door. In theory, you're going to have the C players rotating over towards that C area. So why not call for a C hit instead? It's going to be interesting. We're already seeing Kovac kind of call a pretty slow game. Let's see if it transfers into this round. And it looks like it's not.
Yeah, definitely not. They're just going to 100%. They understand the fact that they have the weaponry advantage at this point. But look at the spread from Billy. There's no one towards A right now. It's just literally an alarm bot just chilling there. They may end up breaking this door. Actually, I think that's going to be the case. But they need to just play here. They need to play safe. K-Knight finds two, and it's huge. So now, Billy, man advantage. Are they just going to try to force their way through the door here?
Information given that Yili is over towards that B site area. FPX don't have many options. Wuxia over in towards spawn. It looks like FPX are going to continue and hit this B site. Yili, what have you got for us?
True, and that smoke finally able to come up into heaven. There is a turret there, gets broken, but really not much other util to spare for them. And Billy now in a position where they can literally just crunch. Look at Wuxia's position here. They might end up going C. Kill found. And they might end up going for more. Slide is out. And it's excellently played. YZ finding another. Berlin has to do it all. 1v2 situation. YZ, not much health to spare, has the regen shield. He's going to go right into C, try to get that spike down. Barely any time left. The paranoia is out too. Berlin just trying to play it methodically, try to isolate as many fights as possible. YZ, literally one shot is all that's needed. And the smoke is there too. Could play for spam, but Neff has got the swing and got the kill as well. And Billy is finding themselves in honestly a great position early.
Yeah, FPX really look a little bit cold and uncomfortable in some of these rounds. Not really a clear direction that I was hoping for. And honestly, I like Berlin's chances in that 1 versus 2 clutch scenario. But Neff, just great cover. It's incredible.
Absolutely. I really do think that this is a situation where I would like FPX to just get a little bit more info before they commit to whatever idea they're trying to do, because ultimately there was literally no one on the A site there. It was completely open, but they had no idea because they didn't use any util to try to clear out A. So that's rough. But I love the way that Billy is playing this door angle. Bentley finding 2 with a Marshall, and the spams come out. Kovac finding another with a Sheriff, and all of a sudden this round has turned over. Neff though, finding a kill through the wall onto Berlin. 2v1 now. Kovac, the IGL to do it all. Marshall in a dream. What do you have for us?
Lovely positions from BLG. Really nice crossfire. Not even given a chance to shoot his weapon there. And honestly, we talk about that A site just then. Billy aren't actually playing heavy side over towards A in most of these rounds. They're playing it from baby door. And honestly, I think FPX maybe need to call an early timeout soon and just change up the game plan. But also, just take some space. Pressure over towards C mound. Make FPX, or make Billy, sorry, just question a lot of areas around the map. They're going back over towards A. And as we can see, Rushi, or Yilai, sorry, is posted up on this A side.
100%, and we see, the strong side for Billy over towards C right now. They have the wrong read, so FPX automatically have a leg up in this round, but they need to go ahead and get the necessary info and hit the site before Billy decide, hey, let's go ahead and rotate. Let's go ahead and try to pinch these FPX players. You can see FPX still playing it quite slow. They're just trying to methodically clear, expecting Billy to be in these crazy positions. And I understand it, but it's a little too on the slow side here.
Look at the proactivity from Billy. They've pushed all the way through C. They've pushed through B. We talked about the 0 Senti on the side of FPX, and it looks to be already an issue.
Oh no!
Berlin goes down.
That's a spike! That's the spike! And it's unfortunate. The showstopper comes out. Bentley actually grabbing the trade. YZ falls. And for what seems like one of the first times, FPX find themselves man advantage situation, and they're just going to go ahead and rotate. They're going to re-explore the map, try to re-clear some of these areas of the map that they lost control in. Rushia, though, finding 3! Bentley stopping the bleeding and is now in a 1v2. Has to do it all. No info. Not a single idea of where the rest of these players are. In 70 HP. Does have the convergent paths though. So that could end up being really, really important for them. Barely any time left. Does get the spike down, but has got a lot left to do. Spots out a player. And I mean, he's fully revealed. And absolutely nothing that he can do. K-Knight finds that kill, and what a round.
I need to see a timeout from FPX. This attack is really miserable. They've sat over towards A lobby mound area for near enough 40 seconds, taking no map control, making no pressure across the map other than this A area. And it's just so slow. It's not productive in the slightest. Billy are just on top of them in every round. And as we can see, Legia has decided to call that timeout and help his team. Honestly, Kovacs IGLing, when I reviewed their Pearl, when I reviewed their bind, it looked pretty decent. It looked promising at times. And this just looks so underwhelming. They really need to adjust.
Absolutely. I really do think what I want to see here, just going forward for the rest of this half, is FPX really leaning into the strengths of their comp. I mentioned this before the game even started. They need to play to their strengths. They have the ability to kind of just go in the site like without really a care in the world as to where Bilibili actually are. They can just go in. And I think that they're just kind of, they're not really playing to the strengths of their comp. So what I want to see is just pure confidence, go into that site, get the spike down, play for post, and, you know, just stop the kind of poking and prodding, because it gets to the point where Bilibili are able to clear enough space and get enough map control on other parts of the map. And it's rough. I mean, it's already 5 rounds. 5 rounds for Bilibili, honestly, is more than FPX would have wanted for the comp that they have on attack. So, I mean, they really need to turn things around quick if they don't want this map to get away from them.
Yeah, and FPX are going back over towards this A lobby area. I hope it's more productive than that previous round, because my lord, wasn't great to watch. And as we can see, it's a whole different pace change, so much more productive. Oh, yeah. It's been 10 seconds and we're already in tree. This is so much better.
This is exactly what they needed. Exactly what I mentioned. Convergent paths getting popped, and they're in. Zetrod just sitting with that judge, and the hinder doesn't do jack squat. Trade is there. Eli as well, jumping down into drop, and this flood is quick. Paranoia, very well used, and Ayong finds a kill, a much needed one, as FPX look to equalize and find their way into B. But the walkthrough, the smoke YZ with a perfect timing, and they're right into B. They might actually choose to go C, but it's another timing from Neff, perfectly aware of the positioning, and he's got the second kill as well. Neff with some excellent awareness in that round to get the last 2. Patience like no other.
Just when FPX look like they're doing something good, they get instantly shut down from Bilibili. I'm not sure what went wrong on this execute. You use the converging paths, and then Rushia gets an elimination from drop, and then it just starts to crumble. FPX, this is an awful start for them. This is not what they needed. And it looks like they're playing a lot more slower now, defaulting over towards this C lobby area.
Oh, wow.
And what are we watching? It's chaos.
YZ! What in the world is that from YZ? Incredible stuff. And somehow Neff is right there to get that assist, to make sure that no one falls. And it's that kind of support that is the reason why Bilibili is so far ahead right now. They seem pretty much a step ahead of FPX in every sense. They read the C hit perfectly, and now the spike is down, and the rest of the players in FPX are kind of just left in a scramble. They've got to get the spike and try to do something here. But these players have such good positions. It's cleared out. Ayong finds one. Zetrod finds another. He's got the judge. Stuns are out. And the slide is there, but it does not matter. Rushia and Eli clean it up. And this right here is what we call pure domination thus far from Bilibili.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head. Dominance is what we are seeing right here. I mean, Bilibili picked this map, and wow, were they holding this in their back pocket this whole time? Because this is a strong Lotus, and we're not even seeing their attack half yet.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the crazy part. I mean, you'd think with this kind of scoreline that the defense was the favorable half, but it's not by any means. I mean, this is known as one of the most attack-sided maps really in the entire game, and Bilibili are honestly playing it perfectly. They're really taking advantage of pretty much every mistake FPX is making, and I really think that they're kind of just at the point where I mean, FPX have got to try to find something and quick, because it's going to get a lot more difficult to get anything come the next half. And Berlin with a good start there, finding 2 and 3. Berlin does not want to go down quietly. Bentley with another, and it's all down to K-Knight 1v5. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered for FPX. They get the spike down, and I mean, this was just one of those rounds where I think it really just came down to getting the kills. It was 100% down to that. Zetrod here looking to get the kill, won't find it. K-Knight 1.
K-Knight's going to save.
Yeah.
I just want to talk about that round because, you know, you talk about just getting the eliminations, but it's not just that. Kovac calls a lovely reclear back over towards C, and of course it allows for them to get the eliminations, but it's also just the mid-rounding that I was expecting from himself. This is the style of play that I love to see from Kovac, and FPX need to use this coming into this match because it's one of the strongest points in their arsenal. They're IGLing, the fact that they can pressure different areas of the map and counter Billy's proactivity, and it's just worked for them.
100%. I mean, they had plenty of utility to really challenge these chokes that Billy had really just been fighting up on the entire half. We've seen so many scene mound pushes from Billy, and they 100% know, because if C is free, they can pretty much just 100% say, all right, well, the rest of these players are likely towards A, just given the fact that they're kind of sort of just pushing up B as well for free. I mean, it's one of those situations where I feel like that's kind of their big strength in their play right now. Quick dash though from Bentley, trying to take that A mound space. He's just gonna go ahead and refract and kind of just give up that space as well. A little bit of spam, a little bit of chip damage. Not a whole lot though, and FPX leaning towards C at the moment. Door opens and all the players grouping up, ready for the sight hit. Molly's come out. The nanos don't really get much though, as FPX aren't even in. And there we go. The nightfall pops. And here comes the sight hit. Beautiful paranoia to stop things here. But here comes the flood. Eli finds one. Zetrod and these players finally peeking together. Zetrod with 3. Beautiful sight entry. Can't get the 4th. Neff stops him in his tracks. The spike is down, and it's a 1v3. If there was ever a time to come alive for the IGL, it would be now.
That's the paranoia.
It's true. We know how powerful it can be, but these players ready to play for the trade. Peeking mound. And the kill won't even get found onto Bentley. I mean, what a beautiful shot to close it out there. And FPX starting to gain a little bit of momentum, but the question is it too little too late?
I mean, that's the question that's on everyone's minds, isn't it? But honestly, from these past 2 rounds, wow, FPX have actually started to play the game. We're not playing silly, just 5-man pushes over towards A lobby and losing every piece of map control possible. We're actually playing methodically. We're playing a widespread default, gathering information, holding for pushes, and then grouping and executing a singular site. And it is working. Keep that winning formula and do not change it. Billy, they've called a timeout.
Yeah, I mean, surprising timeout.
Clearly feeling the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, they want to stop this in its tracks here before it ends up getting to the point where they find themselves at like a 7-5 or something like that. And honestly, it's quite understandable. They're certainly they have the advantage still, and they pretty much guarantee themselves a lead at the half, which is already a great start. But they want to make sure that on this attack half, they make it as easy as possible for themselves. And I completely understand that. So, you know, honestly, I don't really mind the timeout too much, but it does give FPX another chance to talk things through and kind of come up with some sort of plan going into the rest of this half as well. So could end up coming back to bite them in the foot here just a little bit, but see how it ends up going here, as it looks like FPX group up towards A. See how this hit goes.
Potential B split,
where the
maybe?
Sentinel site is though. Yeah, potential B split, because we also do see Kovac leaning towards B by themselves on that fade. So definitely interesting. You definitely want to make sure your initiator is with the team.
Yeah, just a B main default. Viper's Pit over towards C is interesting. Roomba clearing over towards that C lobby area. And right now, FPX, look, you got to reset. You have no information, and you've already lost almost every piece of map control.
True, and these players, I mean, at this point, Billy knows 100% that FPX are leaning towards A right now. The hit is already too slow. But I mean, they're just going to kind of let them in. They're going to probably play Flood like before, but Cetrod finds an excellent kill, a much needed one over in drop, and has established great control. Paint shells though, forcing him off the angle, and here comes the lockdown.
See FPX's reaction here. 3 is still available to play. YZ popping that raised rocket. Let's see if it can cause any damage.
Uh-oh. Showstopper popped. Nothing claimed at all. And somehow Billy have found an incredible amount of kills, but FPX turn it around instantly.
Young and Berlin, the saviors of this round, because my lord, did it start to crumble.
I mean, that round, it looked like Billy had an excellent idea there. They popped the paint shells, they popped the lockdown, used 2 ults there for that retake, and actually ended up still losing. So it's unfortunate. I mean, Young finding a kill with the spit and finding a kill out of that pit as well. I mean, look, you got to give him credit where credit is due. That was an excellent round.
Yeah. And FPX exploring C for the first time in a long time for a pre-barrier round call. And let's see the pace. It looks like they're straight up exploding. Fade reveal gone. Execute has been paused. And look at the players of FPX grouping ready for this retake. C's nade combo does go out, but Cetrod.
Excellent picks. And I mean, that's exactly the type of play that I want to see. I want to see them just going in pure confidence. Bentley finds one, Neff with the trade. But I mean, it seems like that's a little too late as well. 2v4 situation now for this retake. What are you going to do? It looks like they're just going to go ahead and save. I mean, this is just, I mean, I know Billy called that timeout for the sake of preventing a comeback, but it didn't really seem to matter. FPX 1 step ahead now, and 7 rounds in a row for Billy turn into now 4 rounds in a row for FPX. So they've done quite a good job of maintaining composure, maintaining mental, and getting themselves back into this game.
But this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a good balance between fast site executes like this round and then that slow, methodical, widespread default where you push and pull. This is how FPX should have been playing from the get-go, and now Billy are having to problem solve. Right. Let's see if they can solve this problem.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to be a little bit stun-locked right now, just given the change.
But the attack
and that's
operator.
The big thing. Yeah, I mean, that honestly, I'm not even too mad at this op here.
The angle. Oh,
what a
lovely
shot from Bentley. Claims it, drops the op, grabs the rifle. And it's the last round of the half. They had the economy buffer to do this. It's huge. Cetrod, though, does get taken down to 5 HP. So really, honestly, at this point, just kind of going to act as a drone. I'm not going to lie, literally a human drone. Spam comes out, though, and Rushia finds a kill through that Viper wall. And
that's the conversion pass down.
Yeah. Eli finds the kill on the Cetrod, so not really a whole lot of value there. And Young finds a kill as well onto Eli. Spike down, 3v3 situation. And Billy have to group up. They've got to find something.
Lynn, you're looking in the wrong direction, my friend.
Oh yeah, Kovac finds one. Rushia with another. Could see another potential spam kill here. Rushia does not have a lot of HP to spare. Kovac here has to get it done. Can you do it? Full health, and he grabs the kill. FPX find themselves at 5 and salvage a half that seemed like it was going in the worst possible direction for them.
Yeah, and whilst Kovac is not an incredibly fragging player this game, that's why he's here, for the clutches, for the calling. It's lovely. What a great recovery from FPX. It's a real shame that they didn't start a little bit warmer, a little bit more clear and confident into this half. But wow, they've tied it up, or not tied it up, sorry, but it's 7-5. You lost the pistol. It's an even game.
Yeah,
we have a game.
100%. Yeah, we do. We definitely have a game on our hands. Halftime here, giving the coaches another opportunity to just talk to the players, really just kind of see how they want to approach this upcoming half. And now with FPX on the defense, I'm curious to see how they're going to approach these sight hits from Billy. I honestly, they don't have a sentinel, but this Viper sort of acts as a pseudo sentinel in a way, so I'm not too upset about it. That is a really cool Billy classic there. That is so cool. But yeah, I mean, I'm honestly just super excited to see how they approach this upcoming half, because if FPX can manage to kind of just stop these hits in their tracks, it's going to be a, like you said, it really is going to be a game. So excited to see how that ends up.
Of course. I mean, as you can see, the question, which knife do you like more? Katana's clearing the VCT knife, but I don't know.
The new knife is just, it clears everything.
Yeah.
It's so good. The animation is incredible.
I mean, it's beautiful. I don't think any of the players have got either of those knives equipped for today's match, but no, we're really in for an exciting game today. I mean, FPX, the adaptability, you know, the fact that Legia had to call that timeout, but now it looks like we're seeing a different team. You know, they're a lot more cool, calm, collected, and we spoke about Setrod and Benley having a big responsibility of picking up those fragging responsibilities, and they're delivering so far.
Yeah, 100%. New half here, though, and a game close enough to really still be anybody's shot. It looks like Billy leaning towards C at the moment. 3 players over there, and you can see they're just sort of watching spawn. They're really waiting for some sort of peak, expecting something from FPX, because honestly, that's kind of what their comp, what the strength of their comp is. I mean, you would figure that FPX would sort of just be trying to go for these first bloods a lot of the time. Sight hit though. Ayong finding a kill, and they don't even manage to really get into the C site. They insta-rotate over towards B. Knight with 1, but look at Kovac's position. I don't think they're going to be aware of this.
Look at the bomb.
Yeah. It's still towards C. Do they? I don't even think they know. Well, they know now, certainly. But, I mean, Kovac just kind of playing with them. And in an excellent position, manages to find 2, close out the round.
And it's lovely from Billy. I mean, I do think that's a pretty big issue from Yili. Of course, he contacts into B main and does receive some pressure, and then they pivot back over towards C. I think with Kovac's pressure over towards B main, Yili needs to communicate to his team, look, they have B main info. If we go over towards C, we could get crunched. And that's where the downfall began. The bodies started dropping like flies. The Omen paranoia from Berlin. FPX win the pistol.
Up, and just like we talked about, they win the pistol, they win this anti-eco. It is 7-7. We are all tied up, and so, and it's going to be interesting to kind of see how that ends up going. Ayong looking to get the kill, can't do it. Yili finds that kill with the bandit, and honestly, even if Yili falls, it is really, it's not even like they can manage to recover that good of a weapon. Pont comes out, so does the plant, and now a retake attempt here for FPX. They're just going to try to group up. They're going to try to play it together. Setrod has the judge, going to try to get in close, but Yili with another kill. Billy looking to find something here. The judge gets a ton of value. Is it enough though? Bentley has to clutch, cannot do it. Billy Gaming, find that thrifty, find the anti-eco.
And we spoke about, before this game even began, when we saw the agent select, about how that Zero Sentinel can cause some issues and it allows for some gaps in FPX's defense. And the whole fall of this round came to Ayong falling to Rusia because he's unaware if somebody's contacted into B. It's such a big fumble from FPX, and it's allowed Billy to stop their early momentum coming into this half.
It's true. I mean, that was literally like the big win condition there. FPX needed to win that round, and they now find themselves once again 2 rounds behind and on an eco round. iYoung, the only one that we see with a rifle, has the Guardian in hand, and we know how good that player is. We know how good he is, what he can do with that weapon. So let's see, really find any value with it. Just kind of trying to poke and prod towards stairs. You can see here a slow round from Billy. They're, you know, try to explore some C space. But now they try to explore B. Pete comes out. Doesn't quite get anything there, but players are spotted out. Rushia with 1, Paranoia out as well. And now that they got their kill, they can kind of just reset. They can go anywhere they want. They can even go towards C, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Reading the map perfectly. C site completely open. And it's the result of these, honestly, really good peeks. And the barrel is out, but Berlin still finds the kill somehow. That right click. Too good. It doesn't matter. The spike is going down.
It's a 4 versus 3, and iYoung and Berlin have been able to retrieve some weapons. Berlin with the Outlaw. Can he spot anything? No, he can't. Rushia responds with a bullet to the face.
And the smoke down. iYoung finding another kill. Like I said, this player can be absolutely dangerous. Not a whole lot of health to spare, and the Dink as well is gonna, honestly, almost ensure the round for them, and YZ cleaning it up.
Yeah, it got close.
Yeah, it did get pretty close. A little bit too close for comfort there, but they still managed to grab it. Billy extending their lead. FPX now find themselves on the back foot. Honestly, pretty much all because of that one anti-eco round that they lost, that 150 round in. I mean, while, yeah, Billy played it excellently, I really do think that left a little bit more to be desired from FPX's camp.
I mean, we're coming into the first full buy of this half with both teams on equal weapons. A main shutdown from FPX, denying any potential pressure, take, lurk, anything. Of course, Rushia tempted to go back into that smoke. And it's nice from Billy, working the map perfectly. FPX take over towards A lobby, will respond with a C mound take. That's B main secure, C mound secure. And all of a sudden FPX, they've lost a lot of map control.
Exactly. And this is exactly the way that, honestly, FPX should have played. Kind of a little bit back and forth, but it definitely should have played this way on their defaults, and we really didn't see that from them. It's kind of a big reason why we saw them get so behind so quickly. Paranoia coming out here, Berlin.
It's such a weak main take.
Yeah, absolutely nothing.
Paranoia. Everything just for nothing. Pivot back over towards C.
And Nightfall doesn't even catch anyone. Prowler is out and YZ is in. Haunt gets destroyed, but that's 2 players falling to iYoung before getting taken out, before getting traded. 3v3 now as the spike comes down, and we could see a spam here. Not quite. The spike is down, but honestly, this is certainly a doable retake here for FPX. Berlin still has the paranoia available. Yeah, it's gonna get popped there. And Cetrod finding 2, sliding out, finding a 3rd.
It's the waylay saturate from Benley that allows Cetrod to get those 3 kills, and honestly, a beautiful retake. FPX had to use barely any utility in that early round. Berlin saving his paranoia for this C retake. Cetrod has the ability to frag, and Benley still saving his saturate. Of course, BLG have noticed this and kind of gone, look, we have to prove that we can take A, otherwise this map is doomed.
Absolutely, and I want to give a lot of credit to Cetrod as well, just for his performance throughout this game. He's gotten a lot of value on the Neon overall. I mean, despite the fact that FPX are down at the moment, I really do think that Cetrod is going to be sort of the X factor going into the rest of this game. We see Neff, though, finding a kill. Trade is there. Like I just mentioned, Cetrod is just in there. Not a care in the world. And single-handedly puts FPX ahead in this round. Billy needing to reset here. And the smoke is going to come down, but look at FPX's setup. Look at their positioning here. Berlin finding a kill, TPing right out of there. K-Knight with a trade. It's a 2v3 situation. Not completely unwinnable, but certainly in a disadvantaged situation now. Go ahead and open that door. Just slowly play up towards A. Understanding that Ayang is just literally sitting towards C with that pit online. And they see the players, they're spotted out towards A. Ayang's just gonna go ahead and rotate here. Oh, what a shot from Cetrod! Who, like I said, has just come online the past few rounds, looking for more, knowing the last player's on the site. Finds that 4K. And I mean, wow. that was literally just Cetrod's round right there.
Yeah, I love how FPX are playing. It's not just the Cetrod show. It's a team, just incredible team performance. That's the only word I can describe it. Every individual is having their moments of just incredibleness. And I mean, BLG, you've got to start wondering, what do you change, whether it's a timeout? Honestly, I think they need to be playing this widespread default and take advantage of the lack of Sentinel info. Because FPX, you're going to have over rotations, or you're going to have weak sides. And as we can see, BLG fully taking this B site, forces FPX to use a fast retake. Paranoia comes out, and it's a lovely hold by K-Knight.
Excellently played from K-Knight there, understanding that he needed to just play patient. Bentley with a trade. Neff finding a kill into Ayang, and the spam is just coming out. Neff getting so much value. Bentley, the last one here, has to get it done and has isolated fights.
No.
The conversion path does not get any sort of, doesn't even get used there.
I think he
did
use
spray.
it.
Wait, actually, wait, that would be devastating. That would be so unfortunate.
I think he did. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he used it.
K-Knight and Neff doing an excellent job there, just holding the lines that they needed to. And honestly, a big struggle for Billy that I saw in the last match was holding the sites. They did a great job there of actually doing it. They literally just went into B, were able to maintain the space that they took, and that was the important thing that I wanted to see from them. So excellent job on that round. Want to kind of continue to see that. And they're just going to kind of go for a repeat round. It's going to go right into B. Let's see if FPX can kind of change things.
Yeah, that's what BLG want you to think. I mean, I spoke about before, Bentley using that converging pattern. It's not true. He still has it available, which makes the C retake so much easier if they are deciding to execute. I mean, it's crazy. It's chaos. We've got ults upon ults upon ults.
It's true, and the showstopper now not really going to get a whole lot of value. Nightfall coming out. Bentley finding a kill there. Finding that refrag. They are going to get access to C, but I mean, I don't really think that. Oh, yeah, convergent pass gets used. They're just going to go ahead and flood off of this, I think. They're 100% slowed. Ayang finds a kill. Somehow, Neff finds that trade, and util being broken. They're holding their lines. The slide comes out as well. Spam is there. Bentley with one. Cetrod. Excellent with the trade, and now it's a 1v1 situation. Rushia, though, standing tall.
And it can't be said enough how important that round was. Both teams used so many ultimates. That is a big game changer for both teams, especially for Billy that are now making their way closer to match point. FPX potentially needing to use a second timeout. No, they choose not to. They're still feeling cool, calm, and collected. BLG look like they just want to full hit this C site.
It's true, and they're just going to go right through that one way. Go right into C, and these players are just instantly rotating. They understand that really Billy, when they're just going fast like this, they are not going to rotate at all. And they have one in, they have two in now. YZ and Neff are just chilling, but this could be dangerous. The isolated fights here could end up biting them, but not quite. As these players stabilizing on Billy, they go ahead and get the spike down, and now Bentley, the last one to do it with only a Marshall. And the shots coming out, they're just trying their best to go up slowly, not giving Bentley any opportunity to get a kill, understanding that even just one could end up costing them the round, and they play it methodically. They take it and they bring themselves on the precipice of a map 1 win.
Absolutely. I mean, BLG have really stepped up in this second half. Of course, Legia wanting to get his final word in to allow this potential comeback. I mean, this is tough. We're really starting to see the weaknesses of this comp. In terms of, you know, we mentioned before, Sentinels, you know, they're not great, they're not good, but we saw incredible impact from Yili on that defense side with the nano swarms and the information and how it was able to delay some of these site hits, especially coming from the double duelists. And FPX just have no chance in holding down this site. It's lovely. It's really nice from Billy. They've really stepped up since their last match against Tech. What can FPX bring back?
Yeah, I mean, I think Billy have really come into their own this game. They've honestly, on this attack half in particular, their defaults are great and their fast sight hits are great. Particularly with their defaults, I'm a big fan of the way that the site they end up hitting, because the site that they end up hitting is more or less always the weak site. They're excellent at getting enough info to know exactly where these FPX players are, and it's really difficult for them to really be able to do much. But here we go, match point here. Billy 1 round away from getting an early advantage in this series. Will they be able to do it? Will FPX stop them? That is the question. Cetrod getting scanned by the Haunt. It's a crucial blunder as Neff TPs and ends up getting an early kill with the judge. But look at the positioning here. Bentley somehow finds 2. I don't know how in the world he managed to flick onto Neff there. But it still results in a 3v3 equalized numbers here as Billy forced to reset, and now FPX taking map control onto C and B. They understand that these players are sort of just trapped in this A lobby space at the moment. They're just gonna push up, but is it a good push? Not quite. Young with 2, but it does not matter. Berlin not able to do jack squat. And Billy with a map win, up 1. Trying to prove themselves here in this series.
And they proved themselves without a doubt. FPX really suffered in the end, starting super slow. I think it was 7 rounds until they got their first round on the board. And wow, I genuinely think if they came in a little bit more confident, maybe a little bit more prepared even, that it would have made such a big difference. But BLG, wow, what a change in form.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is a different BLG than we have seen throughout this stage. I mean, ultimately, they seemed a lot weaker. They seemed like, honestly, that the fuel was running out, and it's definitely completely different today. These players are they're hype. They look excited to play. They look like they're 100% ready to come into this with expectations to not only win the match, but continue along and ride the momentum and just make it to playoffs.
Yeah, you're completely right. BLG look like they've seriously woken up. I mean, where do we start? Every single one of the players, even like Neff, for example, someone that, sure, he in-game leads a perfect game sometimes, but the numbers-wise don't always speak for his impact. But my lord, this game, not only was his calls phenomenal, but also the numbers that he was able to put up as an IGL are just incredible.
Yeah, and I mean, we can talk about Billy's, you know, win here, and I think it's actually excellent, but FPX honestly made a real good go of it, especially towards the end there. So, I mean, they definitely had glimmers of hope, and they are 100% not out of this. They came into last match one map down as well, so we know how resilient they can be. We know their ability, and honestly, it is by no means a lost match. But go ahead and listen to the team comps.
有小鸡，我去 A 了。
黑屋外掉包，B 杠刚没看到人。
守 A。
这个 B 我没看啊。
我们 B 已经压了，守 A。
我压了，得压。
有小鸡 ，A 的蓝博还没出发。我知道，你们先守 B 好吗？你们先守 B。哎，黑屋退黑，乌黑了。
没事，我们有雷，回防。
踢 B 小鸡，踢蓝博，王者。
楼梯小心。打 A 了吗？他给 B 2楼烟了，给 B 2楼烟了。别急，队友在哪？逼近了。逼近了高欧们。桥没了，小心 A，
我帮你勾一下。
不闪能偷 B 外。打退两个 C 点，
我拿走了。
他没有包，在2楼滑了，2楼。
等下我也黑，等他下波，交雷了。
马上了。跟我。
等。
啊，行。C 边老。
哎，追了。等他下波。
保点。这个保
黑了。
看我不要点。
飞了，
好的，换位置。
等那个烟。
你就卖我一会儿给你找人。
好，
我没血了，
我有烟的。哎，屁股好像我封烟了，你直接拆吧，直接拆，
我直接拆。我看正面。
Rushia.
And I mean, look, Rushia doing an incredible job there on that Lotus right there. 19 and 16 on the Viper. Excellently played. And this was just one of those situations where honestly, the support players shined a little bit more in the KD department for Billy than what you traditionally expect with the duelist. I mean, Neff, we literally just talked about it being the IGL, and you know, still kind of, you said that the numbers don't always exactly kind of show the impact, but in this case, it certainly did for him. I mean, Rushid doing incredible, but Neff was 21 and 13, so that's huge. I mean, there was just so much impact from these support players, and I think honestly, it was the deciding factor in their win. Neff had a 95% cast that game, literally pretty much like able to be traded almost pretty much all the time. So that's honestly a big factor in their win, and it was kind of, it's exciting to kind of see how they're going to approach that or continue to play going into this map 2, into this fracture.
I mean, you mentioned the biggest factor. I think the biggest factor for what made Billy's life so easy is having a 7-0 lead, you know? Like, with FPX having such a slow start and lacking no momentum, and I've got to be honest, even game plan wise, I don't understand why we're waiting outside a lobby for 30, 20, 30, 40 seconds when we have no info sentinel. It just seems so cold and so just disappointing, you know? Like, we both came into this cast kind of excited for a banger game, and having FPX really being slow out of the gates just wasn't a great sight to see. But you know, they were able to come back, they were able to bring it back all the way to 13-8. But when we go to fracture, you can't have these slow starts, otherwise you're gonna be punished again. But let's see.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this goes. I mean, like, honestly, Fracture is kind of the map of this series for me personally, because I'm so curious to see Billy's comp here. We talked about how he didn't like their Teo. It's gonna be interesting to see whether they pick it again, and if they do, how they approach it. Because, like we said, I mean, yeah, Billy's up a map, but it's certainly not GG's here. They can get right back into this at any point. Cetra there doing, you know, honestly doing quite a good job on the Neon. 21 and 19, put in a ton of work. I mean, overall, it didn't really, obviously the result didn't go the way he wanted it to, but it was really, really well played overall. And I'm kind of excited to see kind kind of how Cetrod kind of approaches this Fracture map. It's going to be interesting just on these site hits, and especially on the defense, where he chooses to kind of poke and prod and aggress on the chokes. I mean, I think Neon's strength on Fracture is going to be that A main choke. Just the amount of strength the stun has there is just really, really good. So I can't wait to see that. But we are going to go to a short break here. Next map of Fracture coming up soon. I can't wait.
You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is. Fight for the speedhouse.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is. Fight for the speedhouse.
And we're back. We're back. Definitely an interesting first game from FPX that we just saw. I mean, let's go ahead and talk about it. We saw that attack half from them. Honestly, wasn't a big fan of the way they approached it. Just given the fact that they sort of tried to poke and prod a little bit too much on their defaults, even just without a sentinel. They just didn't take enough map space in general. And that was the big problem from them. So ultimately, what are you thinking for their attack half on Fracture here, especially like kind of the differences you want to see going into this next map?
I think having a sentinel on Fracture as FPX will always be a benefit, and it'll make your lives 10 times easy, because don't get me wrong, some of their attack was pretty good. When Legia was forced to call a timeout because his team is sitting in a lobby for 40 seconds, you have to give some input and tell your players to wake up, because it's not what they've practiced for. It's not what's been prepared. I don't understand any of the thought process behind it. It's too scared. Wow. I was not expecting a Sage in the Big 26.
You know what?
I like it.
Sage
I like
and
it.
And a solo Tejo initiator.
Well, not
on
so
both
much.
sides. I mean, That is crazy. You know what?
Oh,
if you can't
wait.
beat him, join him. If
No,
you can't beat him, join him. Oh, this one is going to be interesting.
No, they have no info. They have a single drone, and that is it. Granted, the Sage Wall will make your lives 10 times easier because you can block off certain choke points and focus more on... So, for example, Billy like to 4-1 everywhere. If you wall off a certain part of the map, then all of a sudden, it's a 4-person site hit. That one person has to deal with the Sage Wall. But I also think Neff is going to be very prepared in defaulting into that Sage Wall and breaking it and making FPX's lives 10 times harder. But my lord, this is going to be crazy. It's going to be
definitely
madness.
going to be crazy. I can't wait to see it. But the problem with this, potentially with this Sage, is that there's just more chokes to worry about. Sage's strength really is stalling a choke. And so if really, I honestly think Billy's strength here is just going to be splitting the site. You know, if obviously if the Sentinel walls one part of the map, you can just literally hit the other side. And so I think honestly the strength of the Sage is going to, yes, be the wall, but also it's going to be utilizing the slows at the right time, because that's really the only situation in which you're going to be able to stall enough time to get the rest of the team over there. So I think that's really going to be the important thing here coming into this map. Of course, they have the defense side first, so you know, it's going to be interesting to see how they approach it.
Yeah, you say that, but with Sage and with the way that Map Fracture's designed, it's so convenient in walling off one of the chokes and then slowing the other. The amount of delay that causes allows for your whole team to rotate in and get ready to flood the site. If FPX has a good theory on this comp, they could dominate Billy. But that is the question that I have going into this first map. Or this second map, sorry.
Exactly. I can't wait to see it here. FPX on the back foot. Can they answer back? Can they guarantee themselves a spot in the playoffs? And here we go. Early push from Billy over into A main. 3 players here. This is the strong side of the map. Some great picks.
Lovely Sage Wall.
Yeah, and that's an excellent Sage Wall, honestly. It blocks off the choke perfectly. And honestly, this is one of Sage's strengths right here, is this wall on the pistol, because it takes so much more effort to break. Now these players can just kind of bolster up the site as much as they want. Neff, though, finding a kill. Stun is there, but it doesn't matter. K-Knight with an excellent kill.
I like the flank coming in from FPX.
It's true, but is it going to result in a kill? Yes, it does. Berlin finds one, and now a 2v3 retake here. Question is, what more can these players do? They might just have to, they might be forced to group up, especially, oh, well, the wall's down now, but
Russia's position is crucial here. I don't think
100%.
Ayang is ready for this at all. There's so much to worry about, so much to focus on. Ayang looking towards the CT area.
Yeah.
And the round goes to Billy.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of how fast Billy were able to hit that site. They kind of just, what was that?
Why is he licking his tongue at me?
Why is he tongue emoting? Either way, I'm a big fan of the way that they approached that site hit. They honestly just kind of disrespected the living daylights out of FPX there. They had no care in the world about the fact that they were walled off in sands. They just kind of said, all right, you know what? We're going back A main. We're hitting the site. And it doesn't matter who's on it at all. They just kind of went for it, and it worked in their favor. And I'm a fan of that. So it's kind of just that literally, I don't care what you're doing. I don't care what utility you're throwing. I'm just going. And it worked in their favor. They literally just sat and waited for them to peak, and it worked out.
This is nice from Billy. Rusia over towards that B side of the map, and this is what's needed. Neff winning this pistol allows him so much time and also so many rounds to kind of play with and almost cook up a game plan coming into this Sage comp. Rusia taking down Berlin. That is a free B site, and it allows his team to rotate in, get that bomb down, and prepare for an effective post plant.
It's true, and Spike comes down now. Now Eli also in an excellent position here. It's going to be really hard to clear, but at the same time, it could sort of just be a one and done if these players are on their stuff. Yeah, I think they're just going to play to die to the Spike, and honestly, the best way to go about it here. Don't think Billy are quite going to go hunting here. It could, but not sure that's the play. Honestly, Rusia certainly can, just with a ghost. Players just chilling here, and Rushia doesn't get anything, but kind of just confirmed now they're aware of the fact that FPX are just playing to die to the spike. They're gonna go right off. Neff finding a kill, but we could see a peek here. Okay, I was gonna say, playing a dangerous game there. And Neff falls, and the rest of them do end up dying to the spike. The 1 kill found, denying orbs as well.
It's great for Neff to go down there because he's one off that orbital strike. He can really have a game plan coming into this round. Just focused primarily on farming an ult orb and doing an all-in execute. This buy round is going to be huge, not only for BLG to try and convert the bonus, but also to see what FPX's theory is like coming into this.
True. Yeah, I mean, I really do think that it's kind of gonna be a struggle to maintain the space, just given the fact that Billy just kind of don't care. They're just going in. So let's see if they continue with that approach here. But I like this setup here. The neon wall kind of does break it up, isolates things, but Setrod still able to find one, and Kovac looking to continue to support. Salvo's kind of breaking it up, making sure that these players can't just rush in, and
look at the
excellent
space.
Use of utility. Look at the amount of space they have.
FPX has. They're all the way into their spawn.
This cross is deadly.
Oh.
And these players on Billy somehow end up on top. Wow, I mean, I don't know how in the world they managed to break that cross so efficiently. Looked like they had the perfect setup there. They managed to get the spike down with a man advantage. Last 2 players on flank in A main. Bentley finds one, looking for more. 2v2, it's equalized now. Last 2 players. We have a bandit and a specter. The stun is good. Eli just trying to play it patient. It's gonna work out. Eli finds one. Can Berlin come up with the goods? Gonna try to isolate here. Walking over. The smoke comes out. It's just gonna back off. Save the weapon. And try to deny them picking up any weaponry as well. And that right there was a great round from Billy. Honestly, I'm surprised they were able to get that. FPX had such a strong position there in the A main choke, but Billy did an excellent job of breaking up that cross.
Billy looked like a completely different team to the last time I saw them. They actually look competent. They have ideas. They look incredible. Neff has post plan molly lineups for the top of that A site, which is just incredible to watch. But also, like you said, breaking up the choke, the fundamentals of clearing angles on this map in particular look incredible. And it's similar to what we saw last map with FPX having no momentum. Bentley just contacting down, dying. What a great sign.
Yeah, not a great sign indeed. Bentley falling early there on the waylay, and you're right, not a great look. Billy just kind of playing for the advantage here, understanding positioning. Setrod some kick damage there, and yeah, he's literally sitting at 20 health now. Not a whole lot left to do. Ayong looking for the kill, manages to find it with the sheriff. That's huge. And Eli also taking a peek, and now we're just getting into the territory where we have these unnecessary swings. There's 3 players over towards heaven here. Trade looking for it. YZ finding 3 on the round before falling, and K-Knight as well getting excellent value. Billy, despite some of these kind of unnecessary swings here, yeah,
look at the post plans.
Excellent job. Look at this, and they're just playing time. They understand. Yeah, he's pushed up. He's gonna have to just chill out. Tap of the spike. He swings. K-Knight still finding the kill, and Billy continuing along with the momentum that they have from last map and the beginning of this one. 0-4.
Yeah, we mentioned before about Info Sentinel, info. Double duelist compositions are lacking so much initiator util, and it requires you to use the neon for info. But right now, FPX, they're running a Sage instead of a Cypher or a Killjoy. They have no info Sentinel util, and we're running a Teo. The drone is the only piece of util that gives us info. A Sky would have made this composition so much better, and we're starting to see FPX crumble.
And the early peek there, Neon Stun is great. The Sage Wall also getting a ton of value. Ayang managing to put FPX in a good position for one of the first times in the game. And that op is good too, so Billy now, only 2 players left standing. They're gonna have to be really careful of this op. And look at this, literally YZ is just in, and oh my goodness, excellent movement there. Expecting him to just go out into the site, but stopping, going into the off angle, doesn't really matter in the end, but still, I mean, great play, and overall FPX managing to stop the bleeding just a little bit.
Yeah, and I think we're really going to see a different side to FPX in these upcoming rounds, because the operator on one side of the map and then prioritizing this A main shutdown will make Nef's life a lot more difficult, because, like we said, both BLG and FPX are running a Teo. So how do you actually want to force off this operator? You're going to have to, unfortunately, put YZ's body on the line. Or a Cypher Cam, actually.
True, and Aho drone spotting out one player. We may just end up seeing a rush. Salvos coming out. The delay just a little bit. And the special.
Berlin has a gap.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, there's definitely a gap there. Special delivery getting popped.
He's not aware.
Pretty much forced the refract out. That spike is coming down. Ayang finding a kill, ready for the swing, and Berlin as well. These players stalwart on the site with 3, looking for a 4th, can't get it, but the trade is virtually instant. FPX with 2. And it sort of seems like the trend that we're seeing from FPX is sort of just early. It kind of just takes them a little bit to kind of get their footing, and once they establish it, they're kind of sitting a little bit in a better position than they were previously, but an excellent defense of the B site there. And the thing is, here's the problem. They didn't even have to take that much space at all. They literally just sat on the site. We talked about before the match that, I mean, how important it was to kind of just take space on these chokes. They didn't even really have to do that. They just kind of sat, chilled on the site, and waited for them to push, and it worked out.
I mean, it's a huge blunder from K-Knight, giving Berlin a gap in tower. Of course, Nef's just not even considering the fact that he could be in tower, because he just Armageddoned it. And that's what kind of came to the downfall of BLG in that round. And as soon as you flick one domino, the rest start to fall, sadly. But a much more different pace coming out from BLG. Playing a lot slower, a lot more methodical.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got to be aware. Part of the reason for that is that they've got to be aware of this op. Cetrod with that excellent position there. Berlin actually getting an excellent timing on the smoke there. Beautiful. But now, sort of pinched together, has to be worried about both angles here. Trying to take out K-Knight, and Rushia will claim the kill and a rifle. They're going to try to gain access to B here, potentially. But the flank is too good. FPX approaching it nearly perfectly. The players fall. Cetrod with a beautiful op kill, and it is cleaned up. 3-4 now for FPX. They honestly put themselves in a position to kind of get themselves a tie game here. I mean, obviously the upcoming round that we're about to see is a gun round for both sides. So this is more or less Billy's last chance to defend against the tie here. Let's see what they can do.
Absolutely. I mean, both teams running the Teo, they're using that weakness of the stealth drone being the only piece of valuable util in a way against each other. It's a much different style of play. Sage positioned over towards this B site with Berlin. Ayang, Berlin are proving to be a pretty deadly combo. It's a decent wall. Allows Ayang a crazy position, but YZ shuts him down. Berlin close to follow. Good luck retaking this one.
That entry from YZ is excellent there, but a little too overzealous in my opinion from Eli. Just taking a little bit too much base, honestly, in an untradeable position there.
Yeah, but we have to talk about the post plan. FPX speeding up this retake because of the Teo rockets, as well as Nef's molly and ultimate. First tap goes out.
Yeah, but it's just a tap. Second tap as well. Molly's out. We get an excellent position there. Orbital strike coming out. Kovac, the last one to stand. 1v3 situation. Has to get it done. Spotted out on the site. And can't do a thing. YZ with 3 on the round. And has gotten so much value over the past few rounds on these entries with the Neon.
Absolutely. I mean, both teams are coming in with some really nice theory, some really nice just micro things that are making such a huge difference. But honestly, I think Ayang posting up on that wall, it's a little bit ambitious. You probably could have played it a little bit smarter, a little bit more safe. Use your slows just to delay BLG ever so slightly. Setrod back on that operator. Gonna post up over towards Dish.
Through and a big thing that I want to mention though is Billy's understanding of FPX's position on the B site. They're understanding that they're honestly not really playing directly on the site. They're either playing tower or close to canteen or gen. And so the pathing for YZ's entries are kind of just befitting of that. He slid literally to the right side. He didn't even slide into sight that last round. And so honestly, I'm a big fan of the pathing there, and kind of want to continue to see those little micro reads.
Yeah,
very
converging
well
paths potentially going to be used over towards Arcade. Berlin will be the first one to spot. Smokes go out. He sucked himself.
Yeah, going out onto the site and is literally just going to be straight up vulnerable. But yeah, look at this right here. The op is out. And the spam is there. Somehow Bentley has managed to get the kill.
This is chaos. FPX have no idea that the bomb is going down on that A site.
Such a good fake here.
Bushia.
Oh no. No way. Eli finds the kill. That's the op down. Setrod falls. 3v3 now. Post plant situation for Billy. And that right there is the type of chip damage that is really what's going to end up winning them the round. The res comes out as well. Yeah, I'm not sure if they have the time for this anymore.
They definitely don't.
Yeah. Armageddon comes out. K-Knight on that. Kovac! What is that? And there's no time left, I don't think. Wait a minute. FPX on the defuse. There's no time. Is there time? They have it. Oh my. How in the world do they do that? They find the picks. They find their way into the site and able to grab the defuse without getting punished for it. Billy with a blunder there. I mean, I fully expected them to win that round. I mean, just really due to the whole time thing. Kovac honestly got an excellent pick there, but it's just unfortunate. They really, once again, it comes back to one of the crucial problems that they tend to have, and it's holding space.
Absolutely. A main shut down over towards A. Kovac, stealth drones over towards the north side. Incredible shot. Eli does get the trade. What do Billy want to do? They want to follow up off of this elimination. Stealth drone on the site. Kovac hasn't been spotted.
Yeah, but he's alone. But he has the isolated 1v1s. Doesn't matter. Nef finding the kill in a 3v2 now. Spike down.
It's on the flank. They're aware. They're so aware of Bentley's position.
Yeah.
It's a credible shutdown.
Taken down virtually instantly. Berlin, last one to stand. 1v3. What can you show us? 1 star, and is just gonna go ahead and save it. Honestly, I don't even mind it. This game, in a situation where it is still certainly anyone's shot. I mean, Billy gonna end up 2 rounds ahead here at the end of this round. Berlin wanting to really give FPX as many chances as they possibly can. to get the victory, and I don't even blame him.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, both teams, it's back and forth, back and forth. You throw a punch, I'm going to headbutt you, you know? And to be honest, I don't think there's a clear favorite. Both teams are making some excellent plays and also some crucial mistakes.
True. I mean, it's this, honestly, these players are so good. All of them are incredible, but the problem is it's these silly errors that we end up seeing. It's these, honestly, the things that should not be, you know, happening in general, that are kind of just sort of fundamental as a pro, that sometimes they end up missing, that can turn the tide of a round. And I honestly, I think a lot of the result of this game is going to come down to which players have more solid fundamentals. Entry onto the site. What a shot from Eli! Looking for more. YZ into the site as well. Young just chilling and drop. Gets stunned out. Kovac finding one. The trade is there. And there's so many of these coming out. And now 2v3 at the end of the day for Billy. Find themselves up ahead. Bentley looking to equalize. Can he do it? That is the question. Just looking to chill and play it slow. Clear the angles. But do they expect him? No, they do not. Eli with 3. After the spike too. And that shorty's good, but gets taken out, and trade is instant either way. So once again, Billy continuing along, find themselves up 4-7, looking to get that 8th round and really put themselves at a good advantage coming into this next half. What an entry though from these duelists. I mean, that was incredible.
Absolutely. I mean, BLG's post plan is so obnoxious and quite cringe, to be honest. With the brim mollies, the tail rockets, everything is just such a nightmare for FPX to deal with. And as soon as I'm talking, I'm yapping away. BLG want to switch up the pace and go for a fast A execute. Saturate goes out. Bentley gets shut down. Kovac. Oh, this is absolute chaos. Rotation should start to come in from FPX. Just gamble that A site.
Yeah, and they're just gonna play off. They want absolutely no part of this site hit. They're just going to try to play retake, but the problem is they're already down a man. That's the issue. Spike is down, and now Billy already in good positions to get trades. Kovac though with an excellent shot, and that's the start they needed. They find themselves a weapon here, and they've pretty much all got rifles. Cetrod with the judge as well. Here we go.
Going for the lineup.
True, Rushia with a good kill, and K-Knight solid on the uptake, but Cetrod, excellent play with the judge, and now it's all down to Rushia. What can you do? Oh, he spot out the position. He's gonna try to isolate, finds one, looking for the second, cannot pull out the shorty in time. Cetrod with a much needed clutch here as he gets the defuse and nets FPX a 5th round. We end up in the same situation as we saw on Lotus.
We have to give credit to some of FPX's retakes. They are dealing with BLG's cringeness very well. And don't get me wrong, I love what BLG are doing. Abusing the potential post-plant meta to their advantage, making sure that you're really making FPX's lives just that extra little bit difficult. Switching up the pace, forcing them to almost act off of instinct rather than theory. It's incredible. And we're at 5-7 half again. FPX, they're very familiar with this situation. It was the same on Lotus. A lot of things are riding on this pistol round.
100%. I mean, but here's the thing. We saw the last map. We saw a pistol round win from FPX, and then literally the next round they got eco'd. And so that's the big thing here. FPX need to make sure, even if they do win the pistol round, they need to be extremely weary of Billy and kind of their positioning coming into the anti-eco, and just be aware that they can lose, if they give Billy the opportunity. So 100%, I definitely want to see sort of that that methodical play, but I also want to see them be careful. I want to see, like, kind of just Yeah, honestly, them kind of respecting Billy just a little bit more.
I'm gonna tell you now, I'm worried for FPX because
100%.
they had issues with the lack of Sentinel on Lotus, okay? And as much as people want to say that Sage is a Sentinel, because I do agree, but the fact she doesn't have anything to protect her flank on a 4 choke sided map makes me really worried. FPX really need to be on top of this, on top of the potential that Billy are just super proactive, taking as much space as possible, because that could be the biggest downfall of this team, not only in Lotus, but also Fracture.
It's true. And as we get into the next half here, the real question is going to be, is FPX going to find some sort of angle here? This is their attack half. This is the half that, honestly, we had the big problem with on Lotus. So let's see if they can approach it a little bit differently. And look at where FPX is. They're literally in spawn. They're sat in spawn. No space taken whatsoever. Drone getting so much info right now. And they've taken nothing. They don't even have any B main space. They're literally just, they're sitting here. They're already 30 seconds into the round. And they're now just droning A main. They clear it out and they're just going to go ahead and take the space. Look at where Billy are as well. On the other side. Gonna group up towards A. YZ ready to pounce. And so are the rest of these players. Here comes the sight hit. There it goes. And they played it slow to begin with, but it went from 0 to 100 real quick. Spike not yet down, though. They can't really quite get into the site, but here comes the flood already before the spike is even down. K-Knight's there. They're looking to play it together. And here it goes. Classics are there. The spike is down as well in main. They've got control. The 2v2 players don't really have a whole lot of health to spare.
Don't need to peek, Rushia. Peek off a K-Knight.
Oh no.
K-Knight, 1 versus 1. HP are very similar.
Here it goes. The classic could end up going huge here.
No
he goes for the ghost. What in the world?
He had 0 bullets.
From K-Knight.
He had no bullets. He had to go for a gun. He had 0 bullets in the chamber on that classic. He was spamming the right clicks, and it was the downfall of that entire round. My lord, this is messy.
Yeah, that was one of the messiest rounds I think I've seen thus far. In
9 bullets.
Stage 1.
7 bullets, 4 bullets. Oh.
Yeah.
Kovac
Yeah, it was,
yeah. He's giggling.
It was close.
Like he looks exhausted. He's like, what am I watching?
Yeah, I'm not sure what I just watched either. That was honestly crazy. FPX here, though, droning a little bit earlier than last round. Taking a little bit more space as well.
Look at Arcade. Deep cam over towards for info. Why is he positioned, or Yeli, sorry, positioned under?
That's true, but look at the A main space. I mean, Billy are really not taking much of it at all. They're just giving it to FPX, saying, hey, you know what?
Just bunker on the site. Don't need to worry about it. Don't bother. They've got the gun advantage. Eli taking space over towards that spawn. And it's the same FPX that we saw on Lotus. No splits, just 5-person execute. Sage wall for cross. They wall the
stack. They're going into the stack. They're going into the stack. Here we go. Setron with 1. Special delivery gets popped. And these players, despite the stack, all come crumbling down. FPX, another one. And kind of changing the tide here in the sense that they managed to not get ecoed. And they end up with a tie game. We definitely have something on our hands here. FPX not wanting to go down quietly. So we're looking to continue on. And you mentioned that flank wall honestly was, in my opinion, well used.
I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, well used in the sense of they knew that they didn't have any map control on B anymore, and they knew that Billy in reality are really proactive with that. So blocking that choke off just gives them one less thing to worry about.
And speaking of proactivity, look at the B site.
True, but look at Young's position.
That's a nice wall.
That is a good wall. That's a great wall if I've ever seen one. Peeks right into B main as well and finds another. Looking for more. 3, 4. Young wants the ace. Can he get it? No, he will not. Rushia finding 2, but what a round from Young.
Yeah, I'm not sure of. I mean, we spoke about before this map began the issues that Bilibili had with their defense, and I'm worried that we're already gonna see it again. FPX are adopting this 5-person hitting playstyle where it's just full on aggression. We're not gonna bother with defaults. We're not gonna bother with big giga brain plays. We're just gonna hit you, and we're gonna hit you hard and fast. And I think Bilibili are gonna struggle to keep up with that kind of pace and aggression.
And honestly, I'm a fan. I think FPX understand very well how to approach these rounds, but I also like Bilibili now contesting these chokes a little bit more. I think that's honestly exactly the way they need to play that. The res comes out. The Bentley is back in action.
Chaos again.
And here we go. I mean, like, honestly, this could be... I mean, that's some great shots. Nah, finding a good one. Bentley getting taken to fairly low HP, but honestly, what in the world? These shots are crazy on the entry, and now all of a sudden the tide has shifted and Bilibili find themselves equalized. Not anymore though. 2v1 situation. K-Knight has to do something here with the sheriff. If there was anyone to do it, if there was anyone capable, it would be him. The shot's coming out. Body shots are there. One in the chamber, though. What can you do? And it's there. The reload forced out. But Berlin, 15 HP. All it takes is a body shot.
He has triple.
Has the stun available. Is just going to sit. Pushing up. Spam through the wall. Can you do it? K-Knight with the clutch. 4 on the round, and it's gonna give Bilibili a thrifty.
Yeah, Bilibili really needed that. I've never in my life ever seen a 5 versus 5 in the attacker spawn quite like that. Armageddon invested, bullets, bodies flying like no tomorrow. Absolute chaos. But Bilibili come out on top.
Yeah, and I love the way Bilibili played that. They understood that, hey, we're on an eco. Let's just try to force our way up, force our way in their faces, play the close angles, because that's really the best thing we can do with our weaponry, and it worked out in their favor. They hit the shots, and it stands to how dangerous these players on BLG really are as far as their mechanics go.
Izzy, you need to get out of there, buddy.
Oh yeah, this is real dangerous. You need to get out of there real quick. Can't even land a shot onto YZ, or onto Cetrod rather. 1 kill. K-Knight actually in not really the best position there. Kind of just peeking out on his lonesome. Eli finding another kill in a 2v3 situation. Now Spike down.
Eli's one off converging paths.
True. And honestly, this information gathered, them being aware of the fact that these players are towards heaven right now, could end up working in their favor immensely. Young, honestly, I think is going to be the one to do it here. The Kovac finding the kill. Last one there. Rushia with the neural theft. They didn't even know that he was there. That's unfortunate. I would have loved to see the convergent paths get used in tower and just kind of just rush up. But they don't use it.
Yeah, as much as I'm a fan of Bilibili's attack, this defense is a real struggle to watch. They're playing strong side over towards A with Cypher, 3 bodies on that site, whilst, I mean, poor YZ, he's basically alone on an island on this B site, and he's getting ran down, 4-1'd every time. You have to take space. You cannot just sit on this site and give them whatever they want. You have to be proactive. Why are we all retaking from spawn? Get the flanks in. Bilibili need this timeout to adapt, because otherwise we are going to go to map 3.
100%. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a situation where it's a great timeout too, because honestly, FPX aren't too far ahead. This is still doable for Billy. If they can stabilize, it's huge for them. But the thing is, in order to stabilize, like you just mentioned, they need to explore the map more. They did it on the eco rounds because they really didn't have any other choice, but they need to be doing these sort of things even on the rounds where they have good weaponry. But I think the big thing is they're just playing a little bit too afraid of where FPX might be. They need to take a little bit more risk.
No, you know where they're going to be. They 4-1 every time. If you see utility coming towards your site, you can 9 out of 10 times guarantee that, they are going to rush us. So we can run and enjoy the scenery on the way to the opposite site. Because right now, you're not even exploring. You're just taking the free space.
Yeah.
And honestly, I've got to give credit to FPX, because as soon as we talk slander about Billy's defense, FPX apply some fake pressure over towards Dish. It's a lovely response from K-Knight to use that stealth room to re-clear it. But like we saw before, it's a 5-person exec over towards this B site.
Yeah. Here we go. Rushia now just kind of sitting with only a shorty. Has to try to defend it as best as possible. Manages to get a kill. Instantly traded. Young as well finding a kill. And how in the world has Bentley managed to find that spam? That's unfortunate. Spike down and has 3. Bentley aiming. Wanting to continue this series. Go to that 3rd map there. It was me.
Yeah, technical issues on our side. We cannot see anything.
Oh, unfortunate there that the game kind of just pooped out on us. But either way, I mean, just kind of talking a little bit more about what we're seeing. We saw Berlin just honestly go on a tear there on that entry. And that's kind of just more or less the sort of entries that we were seeing from YZ. That now Bentley is doing. And I'm
going to pause you real quick. Muggle just pulled the plug to everyone's PC. The Billy's coach was like, I can't watch anymore. My team aren't adapting or being proactive. I'm pulling the plug and we're restarting the game, because it's the same issues again and again. Billy refused to take any space on this defense. Honestly, I would love for them to just be more risky. Just do a 4-1. You have a Cypher, play the retake over towards Cypher's site, and play a 4-person hold over towards the opposition. Because this is so painful to watch. Because there's no adaptation. You're getting ran down again and again and again. And you can just look at the composition and you can very clearly spot the weaknesses of FPX's comp. And they refuse to take advantage of that. Billy have to adapt, otherwise we're going map 3 very fast.
I feel like a lot of the things that we tend to see from, honestly, a few different teams that we've been seeing from a few different teams in stage 1 is just the fact that really they really rely on the kind of the pre-game practice, like the antes and stuff like that. And if anything strays from that, their mid-game adaptation isn't really strong enough to kind of bounce back. And I think that's honestly the teams that are good at doing that are really the ones that are going to see the most success in the stage overall. So I want to see more of that come out from Billy. I'm curious to kind of see how the match is progressing, just because I really don't think that thus far, I mean, the way Billy's been playing, even with the timeout, hasn't been conducive of a team that kind of, of their caliber. Here we go. And yeah, so Rushia manages to find that kill. We saw Bentley find that spam, and go ahead and take a look here. The plant did come down, and we saw him get that 3rd. He might have even gotten the 4th. I'm not sure. Go ahead and take a look here. Neff, last one standing. Manages to find 1. Honestly, just a consolation prize. As the round is still going in favor of FPX. Yep, yeah, there you go.
Def gets spammed down through the smoke. And like we said before, Billy have to respond with something against FPX. And especially this Sage. It makes their lives 10 times harder. You have to take space. You have to fight against FPX. You have to take out some of these bodies. Otherwise, the retakes are going to be impossible with the Sage slows. And it's just going to be a nightmare.
Absolutely. We go into this next round here. Now Billy in a situation where they can finally buy. This is really the first round in the timeout. That counts, but it doesn't matter. Cetrod finds 2. And right away, Billy find themselves down numbers. And FPX right away as well, rotating right off. They know that Billy are just going to rotate right over. Look at where the spike is. They're so far ahead of this. They have the read. They're reading it so well.
Benley would have to go absolutely nuclear here.
Absolutely.
I mean, the Sage Wall just denies any potential impact that he can get. And this is a very bold play. Very ambitious.
True.
Oh, it's lovely.
Oh my, but oh my goodness, the util combo is incredible. And Eli, combined with Neff, have turned this situation around. It's all down to Aihung. He's in a 1v2. Has to get the spike. Is gonna have to go for the plant. Slow coming out. And here comes the plant as well. Not sticking. Hip damage is there, and just gonna play it patiently. I have to try to actually commit the plant this time. Time running out. Spam is there as well. These players playing closer. Can you do it? No, you can't. Billy managing to get around off the back of an incredible util combo. The convergent pads combined with the orbital strike gave them, honestly,
chance.
Yeah,
it's a chance that they need. Because whilst you've won that round, you still haven't understood the core reason in why you're losing most of these rounds. It's BBB. I guarantee Kovac is just gonna keep it plain and simple. 5-person hits. As cool as the fake was, we lost. So let's go back to what worked, you know? And it looks like they're actually gonna favor this A site. Setrod. Let's see these entries. Benley goes down. Lovely trade from Setrod.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the kind of early stoppage that you need there. Obviously, Bentley trying to really just go forward and get something. Gets pretty much instantly taken out, but trade is good.
Look at the space that BLG are taking on the opposite side of the map.
Exactly.
K-Knight in a pretty good position, but FPX are just exploring. Full contacting. Info will be given. Neff will start the rotation. Rocket there for delay.
Here comes that Cosmic Divide there as well. Coming out, and a spam kill as well onto K-Knight. He is upset about that, I'm sure. But the spike is down now. Berlin heading right into the spawn. Here comes the res as well. Berlin just literally hiding behind the wall. Special delivery gets popped, and it actually kills Neff. A 2v5 now. They're just gonna head right out. They're gonna save. FPX now 2 rounds ahead. And I mean, it continues to, like you just said, I mean, that previous round that they won, honestly, it was won because of what you could call a gimmick. And both players end up falling as well, so they can't even carry the weapons over into the next round.
Absolutely. I really am struggling for BLG. I think whether it's the coach's input in dealing with some of this Sage impact from Aihung or what, like I said, I'd love for them to do a 4-1, play retake on the weak side. Neff, he loves the Odin. Get him on an Odin to counter this Sage Wall, an Ares even. There are so many options that you can explore with, and right now, you're losing without even really putting up a fight. So do you wanna die trying, or you wanna die quitting, basically?
Yeah, more or less. And this is kind of just the situation where, hey, the timeout is going to dictate a lot of things. So let's go ahead and see how it ended up working out. Just a few seconds left, and I mean, obviously, Billy in a situation where they're on another eco, so chances are FPX find themselves at match point. And I think Billy really have to try. Oh wow. That timing is almost crazy. Saturate gets popped. And YZ managing to get something. It's a huge early first pick. The first blood is honestly a crucial part of winning this. And right away, FPX's hit is stopped. It's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, very lucky, I'm going to go ahead and say. But YZ using his ultimate there, FPX just decide to cancel and pause and cut noise. And I guarantee you they are going to go for a re-hit. YZ exploring over towards this arcade area. And he does get shut down. And all of a sudden, the dominoes start to crumble and fall.
Sure, but look at Rushia. He has the rifle. The only one with a rifle could potentially find a timing here. And looks to just go past the smoke. I'm not sure if they're going to be aware of this. And they go through. Young with a, oh my goodness, a flick that honestly could have just saved the round for them, because to be perfectly honest, if Rushia found that pick, that could have ended very badly. Eli though, finding one, and here comes the conversion pass.
Oh,
it's going to be slowed. Kovac
causes so much delay.
Yeah. I mean, Kovac finding that pick, and now K-Knight only with a bandit. Eli with another kill, though. But it does not matter. And FPX find themselves at match point. A good attempt, though, I will say, from Billy Gaming, because they were able to get that early stoppage. They were able to just kind of aggress on a choke. And to be perfectly honest with you, I think that the thing that we see on Billy's eco is exactly what we need to see in their normal gun rounds. They're sort of just, you know, they're playing the way they're playing because they have to just pull, you know, place like super far up because they're on an eco, but they can play that way on these gun rounds, and I think they'll have a lot more success. But yeah, look at it. Okay, perfect. This is exactly what we want to see here.
It only took us about 7 rounds.
Right. But Bentley still finding an early kill, and the peak, and Cetrod still manages to grab that kill with a judge, and that right there is the advantage of that weapon. Even if you don't necessarily clear an angle, you can still manage to kind of get yourself a cheeky kill. One player sprayed down though. Saturate used, and Neff holding just that line right there. Young as well. Is he trying to grab a kill? This is honestly a big part of what is going to win them the round. Can they do it? No, they cannot. Cetrod finding another pick, and Rushia, the last one to do it. 1v4 to prevent FPX from taking it to map 3. Are you aware? Neural theft popped. These players spotted out, but Young to close it out. FPX finding the map win, and we are going to map 3. And I mean, look, we were in doubt, but they proved us wrong. They bounced back, holding strong, and I mean, what an impressive showing from them to honestly be able to bring this to a map 3 in the first place after the way that Lotus went.
Yeah, I mean, FPX, they stuck to their guns and they did the exact same thing near enough every round, just on opposite sites at times. I mean, Billy in that last round, sure, they take some space, but why are we then fighting on the opposite side of the map as well? You want to take space to force the opposition onto the opposite site, and then you can crunch them or have a decent retake. But realistically, Billy just thought, right, let's just fight and see what happens. And that theory is just not executable in this level of Valorant, unfortunately. Both teams across Lotus, FPX had their issues. They had their adjustments that were quite poor. And Billy, oh wow. They have some real big issues on this defense. And if they get away by beating FPX today, whoever they play next, I mean, it's all gamers, just you better hope that you don't get Fracture, because you have some colossal things you need to tackle.
It's 100% true. Between the last map and really, or the last time they played this map and today, I really do think that they just kind of need to go back to the drawing board, reapproach kind of how they want to think about their sight hits, how they want to think about their defense more importantly, because really Billy's struggle once again was their defense. It was their ability to hold sights. So like you said,
it's not even holding the sights. It's just how they're approaching defense is completely flawed. Like it's really frustrating. I mean, there's a cool desk slam from Berlin.
He's frustrated too. Yeah,
he
not
knows
even a
my pain.
Billy player.
Exactly. I felt the exact same. But it's like, I mean, we've got to give the credit and props to FPX. It's a very unique composition that they've pulled out, and luckily, I'll shut up.
Open the door, open the door. 我给他穿一个跑，我直接跑了。We have time. No, they have 2 nades. We don't have time. I will outside, wait. 查点。我直接拿他跑。你在我带出来，跟我。来。开拆包。你不要saying now, cover me. One dish. One man here. Nice. Nice kill. 放得很。Right. 上。Nothing side. Side clear. Can you plan? I got close to D. Nice. I got city. Hold the canteen for me, please. I have no smoke. Hold the canteen. Oh! CD. Oh my god!
Here we go. So, I mean, we talked about, just kind of getting into more of the individual play. Young, excellent play there, excellent map overall, and kind of excited to see how continues to play going forward, because look, 19 and 12 on the stage. That was literally like a battle stage there, but at the end of the day, I think all the players did a great job overall. I mean, literally 3 out of 5 of the players had the same amount of kills. 3 players had 19. So, yes, Young was really got the match MVP, but really wasn't by much. And I think the big thing is just the tradability for a lot of these FPX players was pretty far up, but a lot of it wasn't necessarily because they were playing particularly well. Not that they weren't, but I think it was just because of the amount of blunders that we saw from Billy. It was just Billy were the ones that were untradeable.
I'm no geologist, but when I look at Young, you know what I see? I see a big block of cement, because you cannot move him, and he is the rock that this team need. I don't think cement is a rock, but you get my analogy. He's incredible. No matter what role you put him on, even if it's on a Sage for the first time that we've ever seen on Fracture, he looks dominant. He's fragging. He's doing his role. He's very disciplined, and he very rarely makes critical mistakes for his team. Yeah, fair play to FPX. It's a very unique composition. Whether you love it or hate it, they got the victory, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, that's what matters. And like you said, Young, more or less the immovable object in this circumstance. But the real question is, are Billy going to be able to find their unstoppable force? Because that's what they need. And so in going into this third map, I'm curious to see whether any one of these players will really step up, particularly these duelists. And it's not even like they did particularly bad. YZ's entries were really solid, but it really, as soon as the side flips, it kind of just all came crumbling down. So look, it is what it is. Unfortunately, Billy in a situation where they really weren't able to get much value on the defense half. That's kind of sort of what we expected, given the way that they kind of had played it the last series that they played. But I mean, going forward, honestly, at this point, I don't even know what to predict.
Yeah, I've turned my brain off after map 1, to be honest.
Yeah,
I'm gonna keep it above 50 though. I mean, FPX is Pearl does look pretty good. You know, they beat All Gamers 13-6. All Gamers, definitely one of China's top prospects, you would say. Definitely a team that people are still watching and keeping an eye on because they can dominate at times. So Kovac, when I analyze some of FPX's couple of rounds on Pearl, he's got some nice calls. But I also said the same prior to Lotus, and then we stood in a lobby for about 40 seconds. I'm still going to hold that against him. But regardless, I think Pearl's going to be an interesting map. Billy do have some big weaknesses. Same again, I'm not a fan of this solo Teo. The fact that the stealth drone is the only piece of utility that you have when, you know, defaulting B long is a thing, and then you've got to pivot into maybe middle or A main. All of these factors, the lack of utility is a real big issue. But let's see what Billy can do after the break.
Set the world on fire. Set the world on fire.
And welcome back. Map 3 on the cards here. Pearl is up for us, and I mean, this is turned into a wild series, a much more wild series than I would have initially thought. But we get right into agent select here, and we've got a Phoenix. We've got a Phoenix, 2 Killjoys. This is definitely an interesting comp that I'm seeing from Billy Gaming. I mean, FPX certainly a little bit more of a standard one. I'm a pretty big fan of it, but the thing is, with Billy, I'm honestly not sure what to think about the Phoenix play. It really just kind of depends on the individual play, whether
let me interrupt you real quick.
On.
So Billy actually played this composition against Tyloo, and they dominated them 13-3. I casted that game, and they looked unstoppable. The fact that you have YZ on this Phoenix, and the fact that he is arguably your top fragger, he's farming these ults so effectively, and that is something that FPX are going to have to consider.
It's definitely true. I mean, I think that a lot of Phoenix players, their performance ultimately comes down to a lot of individual play and the mastery of Phoenix. Knowing when to flash and being able to capitalize off those flashes is a super important part of it. I mean, honestly, we look at teams like PaperX, and we sometimes see Jing playing Phoenix, but Jing knows how to play Phoenix a lot of the time. And so, you know, it's really just that Phoenix mastery. So I'm curious to see how much of that we'll see from Billy. And man, we don't really, we'll have to wait too much longer. So I'm curious to see kind of how they approach this this map and how it ends up going. Let's go ahead and take a look though.
This is interesting for me because FPX, one of the big reasons that the last time that they played Pearl got so close is because they refused to take A main. If Billy have really done their homework, they'll feel confident to take A main very easily and use that to manipulate rotations on the side of FPX.
True, and much what looks like an A split here. 3 towards main, and at this point, Rushia, Neff heading over towards Art, just trying to clear. But there's 4 people right now towards the B site. They're just going to rotate virtually instantly, but they've already got access to the site. So this retake is going to have to come in fairly quickly.
Yeah, it's a very difficult retake for FPX, but I mean, Billy, they're in very predictable post-plant positions. It'd be nice if Yili can set himself up over towards that sewers area. But as we can see, bodies are starting to drop on the side of Billy.
And that smoke is going to end up biting them in the butt there. Not really able to do much spam. And K-Knight and Neff and Yili finding virtually everything. And now a 1v1 situation. K-Knight to do it all. But Bentley's on the defuse. Are you going to be able to do it? Gets off of it and finds the kill. BLG up 1, and they start off pretty strong there. It's honestly very, very necessary after the way the last map went. So good on them to be able to get that.
Yeah, Bentley was in a very winnable 1 versus 2 there. Neff almost not enabling K-Knight to get that nice, clean, easy trade off of his body. Unsure if Bentley was sticking or not, but yeah, great round from BLG. It's a lot better than what we saw last map on Fracture.
And look at the second round here. BLG looking to go ahead and poke and prod over at B. Droning out and avoiding the drone, but it doesn't even matter. Yili finds 2 kills very early, and FPX rotating right away. They have no info. They don't even know that these players on Billy have already gone on towards the A site. Excellent mid-rounding there.
I mean, this is what Neff does.
Neff. Yeah, I mean, Neff is just so solid with it. And FPX are completely bamboozled.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, Neff just gets his team to pressure over towards one side of the map, and he's allowed to limit test on these buy rounds where he just has the freedom to go and explore. Understand, are they actually over-rotating? Are they stacking? What's the play style that my opposition is wanting to come into this map with? And of course, FPX, they're probably just going to want to go down to the bomb here. Maybe catch someone over towards Art, but like we can see on the mini-map, there is nobody positioned in that area. And YZ is hunting. He wants this ult online for this next big buy round. There's one.
Yeah, and YZ at this point is just going hunting, jumping onto the angle. There goes the grab. Well, don't really catch much. Yili finding a third. And what the spam through is there, but
he thinks Astra's like 8'6".
Yeah, literally.
Trying to get a wall bang off.
But there we go. Cetrod falls to the spike there, and I mean, that was just, I mentioned it in the middle of the round, but that was a great call from Neff. Literally instantly finding 2, saying, hey, they're going to rotate right away. That was probably the rest of the players on the site. Let's go ahead and dip out of here. So, I mean, I'm a big fan of that. And especially because of the fact that Neff was all the way over towards A, getting the space, understanding that the players were already leaving, hearing that, getting that info. I'm really impressed with that. So let's see how they approach this bonus round here. Prowler coming out, and looks like FPX looking to take a main control here. But BLG, honestly, look to be ready to challenge this, post it up, ready for it.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy fight.
Yep, flashes out as well. Stuns are out, and that's a great shot from Bentley to start. Looking for more. Setrod taking out the run it back. A 5v4 now. FPX find themselves in
Neff. Neff's over towards that B long area. He'll go searching, he'll go scanning, see what he can get. Whilst all this is going on, the rest of BLG are over towards A main. YZ contacting in, seeing if he can get anything. He'd use the run it back. Stealth drone going out, just scouting, spotting any players. And this is, I mean, there's 40 seconds left. Neff's going to make a final call. And it looks like it could be a B split, which honestly I'd like to see.
Yeah. I'm honestly not too upset with that. We're here. They're going to go ahead right into Link, but FPX seem to be a little bit more ahead of this than previous rounds here. We see the outlaw shots coming out. It does look like they're going to have access to the site, going to be able to get that plant down. And they will.
Look at K-Knight's position.
They get it.
He's over towards street, so they're going to be very aware that the majority of the retake is going to come all from that CT side. YZ goes down. Trades left, right, and center.
X.
Of course, Ayang's aware.
Yeah, they maintain that back site control. Neff finds the kill, and they fall down. K-Knight finds the last through the wall. And that is going to be another round in the bag.
Yeah, Billy converting the bonus is huge here. Yeah. Really getting that snowball, the momentum going. Like we said, we addressed the Phoenix before this map began. And momentum, especially with a Phoenix, is key. I really like FPX's layering of utility over towards that A main. Saturate going out first to delay, then the relay ball. It was really nice. It's just this later mid-round execution from FPX where it started to crumble.
True, and this sort of seems to be the same situation that we've seen the past two maps. BLG find themselves up early, and FPX kind of take a little bit, probably too long to get themselves started. It can result in situations where things go a little bit too late, but Neff is quick on the uptake, finds two. And the trade is instant over in Link as well. Kovac and Bentley, last two standing. Sheriff and a Bandit and a Dream. What can they do? Just sitting. Kovac back sight, trying to get the info, trying to potentially just play an off angle. Can't even do that though. It actually swings out into B long. Neff ready and waiting. Bentley has a judge, but I mean, honestly, I really don't think that BLG are going to give anything to him. Actually, maybe not. YZ might actually, not sure if he's aware of the fact that kind of was able to potentially get the judge and now manages to have a rifle. So 1v3, and I think Bentley's just going to choose to save here. Smart decision.
But that's great for YZ. He has the run it back again for the next big buy round. BLG are all over FPX, and FPX have no answers to the questions that Billy are offering them.
He's going for it. He's going for it. One found. Second one not there, and that's unfortunate. I'm actually kind of surprised that he went for it in the first place. I thought he was going to go ahead and save, and I probably would have preferred that, just given kind of the position they're in currently, but chooses not to, and he does end up falling, so the gun does go down. But Neff has just been on his stuff thus far this game. It has been honestly incredible to see.
In FPX, love this little high-low over towards B long, and Neff is just factoring that in to every round call that he's making. This time, looks like BLG are going to be focusing more towards middle, giving up at A main. Rushia posting up over towards that B long area.
Also able to get the convergent paths online with that orb.
Yeah.
That could end up playing a big part in these retakes here. It looks like BLG just look to go ahead and take link control. They might actually kind of reroute towards connector, as it looks like the two players towards A main are just chilling here. Rushia manages to find Bentley, and that's huge. So Convergent Pat's not able to be used this round, and Ayung, the only one left on the site. Spam is there, able to take out the run it back, but the trade is instant. So really no actual detriment to BLG here, and here comes the retake. Not getting used, and
just gonna call for a save.
Yeah, I mean that's a smart decision. It's gonna be really difficult to get an inch in this sort of situation, especially with that cosmic divide there.
And for me, the round really comes down to Bentley there. His team are in such optimal positions, just kind of bracing, getting ready for whatever BLG decide to do. They've lost all of mid connector, and Bentley's reaction is to keep pushing A lobby. It's just too much. It's so overly ambitious, especially when he has his ultimate online. BLG are stomping FPX, and FPX need their head coach to chime in, because if it keeps going like this, they're going to be down even more rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I ultimately think that really the big thing for FPX right now is the fact that they're more or less just giving way too many free picks to BLG. Yes, they're hitting shots, but the whole problem is that they're kind of putting themselves in very predictable positions, really the same positions, and it's kind of becoming a little bit too obvious for BLG. So they're really just punishing them for that. I want to see in this timeout here, I really want to I want that conversation to be, hey, let's position ourselves a little bit differently. Let's try to punish them on these site hits, and let's just try to play a little bit more reactive, I suppose, because ultimately I think that actually, no, not even more reactive. I think the big thing is they need to just be prepared for whatever FPX is going to do, because we already know Neff is going to pretty consistently call, either a fake or a rotation or something along those lines, if that is the way the round should go. And so FPX need to be prepared for that, and they need to be ready to react off of that. And that doesn't always mean rotate right away. Sometimes that means hard anchor. Sometimes that means, hey, let's be prepared to hold link or whatever, right? But I really do think that they just need to be a little bit more prepared and kind of just really just change things up as far as the positioning goes as well, because these these B-long angles aren't really working out the way they want it to.
Absolutely. I mean, Setrod posted up on this operator, and Bentley taking mid control is really nice. Maybe trying to punish, and look, Billy are just so aware. The punish is incredible. Ball goes out from YZ, and with Bentley going down, the converging paths is out of the round again. And look, Billy just grouping again for this B hit. It's such standard traditional Valorant, but the calling is immaculate. You cannot argue that. Armageddon goes out for the back of halls. Astropul goes out. Berlin, good luck, my friend. You've got an absolute mission impossible on your hands.
Well, absolutely, and there's two players here. Lockdown is out, and the spam is good. Berlin finds a kill. The Molly gets some good damage in there, and it actually ends up breaking the lockdown. YZ finds a kill to boot, but Neff on the flank, and they do not expect it. Flash is out. And Ayang and Kovac, last two standing, they're going to try to save as well, but YZ going exploring and hunting. Might actually be able to catch Kovac here. He will. Kovac falls. Ayang, last one to stand. Desperately just trying to keep the rifle. And even that's really a tall task. Finds a kill.
And FPX's defense was an issue when they played against Tai Lu, and we're seeing it here right now. There's not great ideas coming through. It's not really well executed. They are struggling so much, and they're not even getting around on the board. even with Legia's input, even with his communications, maybe set strats, ideas, anything that he can give his team, it just seems to be useless.
Yeah, I mean, it's very true. I mean, at the end of the day, Billy are objectively playing it well. Their, honestly, mechanics are just at a different level than FPX at the current moment. I definitely want to see some of these players. I want to see Cetrod come back online. I mean, it really, a lot of the time is just going to come down to that. And at the moment, they're doing an okay job of taking the chokes. Like, you can see, like, they're pretty consistently taking a main space, and that's good, but the problem is Neff is just so keen on calling a rotate very easily, and FPX just aren't prepared for it at all. At the moment, even right now, the sight hit is the weak sight, and it's a perfect call. Young trying to just hold it down at the moment, spotting out YZ, getting a kill, and getting 2 before falling, but the trades are virtually instant. They have the sight once again.
Converging paths.
Convergent paths get popped, but it doesn't even seem to matter, as these players are just on their stuff when they're winning the round before even getting the spike down.
Yeah, and it feels like FPX just almost overthinking this. They refuse to acknowledge fake pressure from BLG. Bentley destroys that stealth drone over towards that A main area, and the rotations are just so slow and just almost, I'm not even sure. They just seem so many steps behind. Looks like it's going to be another A main fight. BLG, how much investment do they want to put into this? And my lord, Eli, that's an overextension if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, a little bit ambitious from Eli there, and the gun goes down. But I mean, at the end of the day,
good.
Yeah, I mean, this is a definitely the start that FPX wanted, because now they have info as to where BLG are at the current moment. But the real kicker is being able to maintain info, being able to say, hey, are these players still here, without giving up your lives here. So that's what they're trying to do. And they're just, at this point, BLG is just walking into the site. They know exactly where Bentley is. And Cetron manages to find another crucial kill. K-Knight finding one. Trade is there, and they, at this point, understand that there is one in dugout at Nightfall. Potentially getting some good value here. These players aren't able to really hear anything. Still in a decent position, though, as the spike goes down. But Berlin with an excellent shot. Kovac as well. And are these players going to be able to do anything? They will. K-Knight falls. And that is the first round for FPX, a much needed one before things really started getting out of hand.
Yeah, poor K-Knight's probably got whiplash from flicking his mouse left and right.
Literally.
Poor guy. But honestly, FPX needed that round. They invested ultimates and it was very worthwhile. But is it that winning recipe? Because for me, Eli just really gave them... He just made a crucial mistake, sliding almost straight on into that A site with no real backup, no cover. That was what allowed FPX to capitalize off. But I don't think Eli's going to make mistakes like that every round.
You'd hope not. And especially with that happening this round, I really don't think Eli is going to be as keen to do something like that going forward.
Neff's doing his best Boaster cosplay with Astra T side up.
Exactly.
See if he's able to get anything off of it.
True. Cricket's broken, and they sort of look to push into Link, but that's exactly where the Sentinel side is, and they're aware of that now. But I also think that in general, BLG are sort of just really aware of the defensive setup from FPX, understanding that it's a lot of early A main space being taken. Yep. But Bentley still finds the kill, and that's the opt down.
Boaster doesn't go down there, by the way. I'm just saying.
True. But there's still 2 players in main, and they're just gonna hit right from Art and take the CT space, and it's beautiful.
That's lovely.
What a call. Neff goes down, but still manages to say, hey, we know where these players are. Let's go ahead and hit from the other side. And it's excellent. And They're just literally in their spawn. I'm not sure if Ayang actually spotted out Eli's position over in spawn.
He's aware.
He did. He's still aware, but Eli still finds the kill and is right out of there. Gets away with murder. And K-Knight finding another kill. Berlin, last one to stand. And they do have the Cosmic Divide, but it doesn't even matter. YZ just peeks right out of it, finds the kill. That's another round. As soon as FPX grab one, BLG say, hey, all right, we've already adjusted. So there goes that adaptation that you mentioned that you wanted to see from them. They certainly did it fairly quickly in literally the next round. And ultimately, I think that really came down to Neff's call. Say, hey, like, yes, I went down early over in B main, but hey, there's two here. We know what their setup is. Just hit the site from Art. And it worked out in their favor.
Absolutely. Billy going for that widespread default again. Contact over towards A main, whilst Neff, the IGL, holds over towards that B long area. And this is all part of his master plan. A main has been taken. Eli slides on in, doesn't spot anyone. And the question is, are they going to commit? It absolutely looks like they do.
Oh, but yeah, they just go back. They
actually
fake it. Yeah, and we are actually. I was going to say
this is fake pressure. This is fake pressure. The FPX players need to be communicating. Look, if they were going to execute, they would have done it by now.
100%. But look at Ayang's position. Completely different defensive setup than we saw last round. So now the info's gathered. And yeah, I was going to say, Ayang, beautiful position there to capitalize off of the rotation. Finds 3 off the back of it. It's a 5v2 Berlin. The beautiful kill. And I love the adjustment there from Ayang's setup. I mean, we saw him previously kind of just 100% just full B setup. Still had that turret towards Link, but this round we saw that alarm bot towards Art, kind of trying to cover more territory and really just playing fast rotate, and was able to catch these players who quickly went into Link and was able to get honestly a huge amount of kills off the back of that. So great round from Ayang there. It's gonna allow FPX their second round.
Neff only has a shorty.
Yeah.
I understand wanting to deny, any potential ult orbs, but I mean, I'm not sure if staying alive is the best case scenario here. But like we said, I said it once, I'll say it again. This guy is the biggest block of cement you're ever going to run into. You can't crack him. You can't beat him. He is always a stable and consistent player for his team, and it's beautiful to watch.
Very, very true. I mean, as we can see, Ayang once again, literally top of the leaderboard, 12-7 on that KJ, and just understanding the way that FPX or that BLG are playing beautifully, and it counts. And as we can see, changing it up a little bit again, full setup towards A this round.
Yeah,
we actually have the alarm bot
simple standard
too.
A split. K-Knight alone in that A main area. Eli breaks the turret. Nano swarms do go out. Rotation should start to come in from FPX because this is a lot of info. It's a lot of pressure. Bombs going down. Ayang puts the lockdown. This isn't going to be able to be punished.
True, and yeah, it's really just going to force them off. And Betrod over here taking a lot of forward space. YZ with a decent flash there, but Neff doing his best. YZ trying to heal Rushia with a great kill. And they all come tumbling down. Berlin falls to the salvo, and it's all down to Bentley trying to do it. Got plenty more work to do. Rushia denying. And 9 rounds now for BLG, guaranteeing at least a 9-3 half. And they have done an excellent job.
It's really disappointing from FPX. It's very similar to Lotus. Just not looking as clean and well drilled as Billy on both of these maps.
Right. And even on Lotus, I mean, FPX were at least able to, I mean, they had certainly a slow start. It was 7-0, but even after that, they were able to kind of push back and get themselves that 5 rounds and kind of maintain the close game, but this just isn't that at all. I mean, it looks like FPX have just run out of gas.
Yeah, potentially. Berlin puts down the Nebula, tries to get some lucky shots off, but none of them connect. Neff back on that operator. Let's see what this site holds like. Converging path goes out. Yili shuts Bentley down. No value off of that converging path, really. Probably would have been better to use it for a retake. Lockdown goes down. Ayang, the rock that we keep on mentioning.
And, I mean, it does sort of delay the plant a little bit, but not by much. Cetrod, unfortunately, a shot that he has to hit. Cannot do it, though. And it's all down to Ayang. Really the chosen one in a few senses of the word here. Can you do it? Can you do your best to stabilize things for your team? That's the question.
The clock's ticking.
There's so much work to do. Yeah, the clock is ticking. Player spotted out, and that's a great kill, but much more left to do. There's an Astrapole, plenty of time left. Haiyang finding a kill, almost getting the 4-2, and it was a solid attempt, but unfortunately not able to get it done. And a 10-2 now for BLG. Just about went as well as they could have possibly hoped.
Yeah, Billy just looked incredible. Billy, honestly, like, they're such a confusing team to watch and talk about sometimes because they have elements, like we're seeing on Pearl, where they look like a fierce force to be reckoned with. But on Fracture, I was questioning many different things. And it's one of their strengths and also their weaknesses. You never know what kind of side you're going to get from them. I mean, Neff, he's laughing, he's feeling comfortable to buy the operator on attack, and his team respect and trust whatever he says and calls. But FPX, they have got a mountain to climb, and I think they're going to be climbing this barefoot, if I'm honest. They've not even got shoes on.
Yeah. They don't have any shoes on whatsoever, and they're really trying to climb Mount Everest at the moment.
Yeah.
But I think ultimately it's the big thing is really just going to come down to whether or not FPX can kind of just maintain their team play and their composure here. If they just kind of roll over on their stomachs and say GG, go next, then it truly is over. And I mean, we kind of mentioned the stakes of this match. FPX should really want to kind of do every single thing they can to kind of move forward here, because they want to guarantee themselves a playoff spot. And by losing here, it kind of remains up in the air, and all of a sudden Billy find themselves in a much better position to make it. So I mean, yeah, like at the end of the day, I think things are sort of, yes, they may be dire for FPX, but the game is not over until it's over, unless you say it is. And that's kind of the way this game kind of just seems like FPX have run out of steam just by their gameplay, just by the demeanor overall. I mean, they've got to get the energy going.
Of course. I mean, it's a tech pulse coming in here, so maybe it'll allow FPX to breathe a little bit, work on some mindfulness techniques. I'm not quite sure, but honestly, I praise Kovac's calling quite a bit. I think when I did watch back their game against Tyloo, some of the calling was very similar to Neff's. So if they can secure a pistol and they can convert a buy round, then yeah, do you know what? I'll give them a 20-30% chance. Because to be honest, I just have faith in them, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
But it's really hard to stop Billy when they're coming at you about 1,000,000 miles an hour. So there's also that to factor in.
Very true. And I think overall, it is also going to come down to these entries. We've been seeing a lot of great ones, to be perfectly honest, when it comes to Cetrod, when it comes to Bentley. I really want to see them come alive here. Cetrod really just needs that moment to shine, I think, to get that confidence back. And if we do end up seeing that, we definitely see some momentum built here for FPX. But again, really just comes down to whether they have the chops.
Of course. And just for the record, if you were experiencing some visual glitches on the stream, it's not us, it's not our fault. That is on the official China side, and that is why there is a tech pause going on. But honestly, I'm hoping we can get everything resolved. We can have no visual glitches so we can watch the last potential couple of rounds that we might have of this best of 3.
Yeah. Very, very excited here. 2-10 for BLG. Can they close it out in clean fashion? That's the question. Honestly, the way the game is trending, it sort of looks to be that way, but you never know what could happen. This is Valorant after all. Let's see what FPX has in the chamber here.
Really deep reveal coming out from Kovac. Forces FPX to slow the pace down and clear any close angles. Having Wisely on the Phoenix does allow for some potential trap plays with the flashes. And look, BLG 3 body strong on the B site. And as soon as FPX decide to explode, chaos will ensue.
Absolutely. But here's the thing, FPX are looking to hit the site, but this is the strong site for BLG. There's 3 players towards here, and they now are sort of aware that something's a little fishy, something's awry here, and they make noise, trying to leave, trying to force a rotation out, and it works. Literally everyone from BLG except for Neff is just gone. And that's honestly, what a call there from Kovac. I love that right there.
Yeah.
And yeah, these players are going back. They are already aware that, hey, this is a fake, but it's a little bit too late. These players are in. And it's an absolute brawl on the site. Eli looking for it. Molly is there, and it's burning Berlin to a crisp.
Kovac though, he's not been spotted.
Yeah.
Rusia 1 versus 2.
He's got to get it done. Nanos are out. And it's going to allow the plant to come down from Kovac. And that's 1 found from Rusia. Can you get the second? Yes, he can. He's won the round and he's up.
Yeah, he's waves
denying
them
it.
off.
Sit down. Oh my.
I think it's home time for FPX. Rusia looks pretty well done and happy winning that round. He's been quite quiet this game. But wow, what a clutch. And FPX, we said it before, they needed to win this pistol. They needed to get some momentum. And just when all things looked hopeful, it shut down.
Yeah, I mean, the idea was beautiful. I mean, Kovac had a great call to just kind of make noise like they were leaving, because it prompted 2 rotations from BLG, but ultimately they got back in time for the site hit, and really it was just a brawl on the site that ultimately BLG ended up winning. Yes, due to some heroics, but they honestly responded to it quite well. We look at another round here. We look at FPX looking to go ahead and go towards the A site. At this point, YZ and K-Knight kind of playing a little bit patient. They're understanding that, hey, these duelists are going to be able to get in no matter what. It's not going to matter. Let's just go ahead and play a little bit off. That's exactly what they do. They find plenty of success there. Setrod with 1, but Eli getting the trades, and they're good. And closes it out with the sheriff shot. BLG bring themselves to match point.
Yeah, coming into this last half, I mean, FPX, whether you like or hate the calls, they're very... We've got nothing left, you know? They genuinely are just 5-person hitting. Even Ayang's not being given a chance to go and potentially lurk and open up other sides of the map. He is Thanos for his team right now.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just, let's hope and pray and try and get something. Try and do something. 4-person swing, top mid. Kovac bouncing around like a bunny rabbit. No utility, no prowlers. He's invested in the Bulldog.
Neff also got some really important info that these players are towards mid, and Rusia literally just tapping, finding a kill through the smokes. That's already one player in FPX down. It's going to be Kovac. Their info gathering ability is just in the gutter now. And there goes their smoke player, Berlin, down as well. And it seems to be going from bad to worse for them. I mean, at this point, BLG know exactly where they should be. They're going to position themselves accordingly. They've got a great idea. They've got the read. Neff just holding the line. Are they just going to dry swing? It's exactly what they're going to do. The peak is there. Still 3 players over here, and they hit the site. Setrod with 1. So good on the slide. Bentley with 1. He's trying to save them. 2v2 situation, and it's been equalized. Spike down. What more can they do? K-Knight grabbing it and is trying to stop this in its tracks. Info gathered there as well. And Rusia, they look to pick it together and they get the job done. Billy Gaming claim a victory over FPX. A crucial one for them. And this proving ground is, I mean, it's gone in their favor in spades. I mean, they looked so dominant on that map.
Absolutely. And FPX, on the other hand, just couldn't get anything going. No momentum. I mean, you know, they dominated BLG on that attack side of Fracture, but they just could not transfer that onto this map. Billy, FPX, the standings are now being shaken up. Things just got interesting.
It definitely did. I think this is a sort of the situation where, look, FPX, they had claimed their win for a few days ago, but the problem for them is now it's not guaranteed that they make it to playoffs. And I feel as though they're going to have to
why is everyone getting hugs and certain saying. People aren't? That's making me feel really awkward.
Oh no, that's so sad. That's so sad.
Yeah, someone give Rusia and K-Knight a hug, bro. What did they do?
That's what I'm saying. Maybe they're maybe Rusia and K-Knight did a little bit too good. Who knows?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But either way, I mean, I really do think that Billy they showed a lot of improvement versus their previous series. I'm a big fan of kind of the way they approached it. Again, they obviously have things to work on maps like Fracture, especially Fracture, but overall did pretty good. But let's go ahead and head over to the player interview. Actually, I don't even think it's time yet. Nope, it's not. Yeah, they're still going. But either way, I do want to talk about more or less what we have in terms of the standings, kind of how things are shaken up now. I mean, this gives Billy, I'm not sure if Billy is 100% confirmed for playoffs necessarily, but oh, there we go. Yeah, here comes the interview.
Hello， Lucia 赢下了非常关键的一场战役。那今天两支队伍其实手枪局过往胜率都是非常高的，但是你们今天明显是更胜一筹的。有没有针对手枪局做一些特别的部署呢
？So we know that both teams' pistol round win rates are really good, but you guys were very good today. Yeah, did you guys like prepare anything special? And he was like, no, we just like played how we wanted to, like, because we were just feeling it.
但是今天第一张地图莲花古城，发现你们还是选了一个可能比较复古的双烟单三锋阵容。那对于这张地图
，So they're talking about the Lotus comp with the single initiator.
可能就是我们尝试过挺多阵容的嘛，但是可能就是现在
So you said that we've tried a lot of different comps.
赛的就用这种阵容。
感觉这套阵容可能更。
But like this kind of comp is what we kind of wanted in scrims of, so we just stuck with it.
新的阵容可能很多队伍都会觉得现在0是更适合这张地图的，但是对方选出了一个贤者。
And they're talking about FPX's Fracture comp, the Sage pick.
比较难解决嘛。
贤者。
Did it like trip you guys up?
之后他的爆弹变厉害了嘛，就是可能让我们就是有点。
And he says that with Sage, the post plants on attack are just better. And we hadn't really seen something like that before.
非常多的经验，相信下次再碰到这种阵容，你们就知道怎么去处理了。那我看到现在，其实你更多的也会去使用到0这名英雄吧？你会如何看待少尉现在的生存处境呢？
So how do you think like Sentinels are doing in this like current environment? We've seen like you play more Cypher.
但是其实确实，我发现0还是在很多。
He says that's not fun to play.
可以给队伍提供更多的帮助。那你也是为队伍提供了很多的帮助，对吗？那你在第一赛段，我们看到在进攻方整体的表现都是非常非常亮眼的。第一张地图也拿下了15个率先击败。那这是否意味着你们现在整体的风格会变得更加的激进、更加的主动一些？
我觉得。
And do you think like with your increase in attack win rate has BLG become like a more aggressive kind of team?
不同的打法，而且奶服从先锋指挥变。
And he says that we've like expanded our variety of playstyles.
老外玩控场玩得很好，
玩得非常好，也做了很多非常好的 call。那再一次感谢陆夏选手。
And he says that Nep's control play has been very good as well.
抽奖活动，在比赛期间，现场将随机抽选观众获赠游戏。
And that's it for the review. It's time for the prize show for the audience.
幸运的现场观众，我们可以说开始3、2、1停。
开始3、2、1。
And we are back. So, yeah, I mean, the big thing that I kind of want to take a look at now is where we stand in terms of kind of the teams in Group Alpha. Because now, all of a sudden, with BLG's win, both teams are actually at 2-2. They have a 2-2 record. FPX still have the better map differential at the moment, but at the same time, BLG have the better round differential. So it really at this point it's going to be a close bet, kind of really coming down to the next match that both teams play to determine who is going to playoffs and who is going home.
Yeah, it's super competitive. You know, I think this is arguably the most competitive that the VCT China has ever been. I don't think there is a clear favorite. I don't think there is even clear losers, to be honest. Every single one of the teams has shown clear potential and value in so many different maps and matches. I'm excited to see where this goes, because right now I've got absolutely no idea.
Sure. Yeah, and one thing you did mention earlier is kind of the importance of adaptation, and I really do think that the teams that adapt the best are going to be the ones that find the most success going forward in the rest of the stage and even going into playoffs. So whatever team does that the best, I really think is kind of just going to have the leg up. It's kind of going to be exciting to see what ends up happening here. This clutch from Rusia was amazing to kind of continue to give them that leg up. Really just broke the camel's back, so to speak, and he was excited after that. He was up.
He just aura farms and waved them off.
我这里给个数码，直接上官，我直接启动好吗？来，收一下，看你炮，就 K 直接打，彩妆放的。那放去不是绕个下水道，望着。下水道把那蓝博打了，去下水道把那蓝博打了。我有一个炮可以炮那个大。我有2个。大坑有烟吗？可以不用铺，打错包。OK， 我打错包，打错包。有我吗？有2个。OK， 等会儿。大可以混的，不，包不一样。包不一样，等会儿给吸吧。到了吗？我先丢火，拆不了。有闪吗？有闪。给闪，然后我滑铲，看不到，扑你了。上面站了一个，我给炮了。A 大了。漂亮。出来了，漂亮。A 大一个。A 大别急。这个如下先去。我脸上。箱子。A 大在他 A 大脸上。啊 ？A 大。别，不时间好不好 ？Nice。
Eli.
And we're back. Yeah, Eli, excellent series there overall. I think honestly he was again one of the X factors. 1.8 KD on that Neon. That's, I mean, look, you got to give a lot of credit where credit's due. 5 multi-kills across the game. I mean, at the end of the day, he honestly just completely punished FPX for the mistakes that they were making, was aware of the mistakes and was able to really just put action behind it. So very, very impressive overall from Eli. But overall, it wasn't even just him. It was so many other players on the team. Obviously, just the Neon literally just run it down, slide in your face kind of play style is just going to net you a lot of kills if you're good at it. And you can be dang sure that he is good at it. So very excellent. And of course, on the other side of things, you mentioned it, Ayang, just literally Thanos, pretty much the only one who was really able to capitalize in a lot of situations. And it's unfortunate for him because I'm sure he feels to a certain extent that, you know, his team overall could have done better in some sort of way. But, you know, of course, they'll have to just bounce back.
Yeah, I think all fair play to Ayang. I do think that he probably has one of the easier roles within the team compared to the likes of Berlin when you're anchoring a site and your smokes have got to be perfect and you've got to frag. You know, Ayang, you can, as a Sentinel player, you can kind of do whatever you want, you know? In some of these rounds, it's like, okay, I want you to go for a lurk. I want you to try and get a timing. But you don't have such huge responsibilities as some of the other characters and players, in my opinion. But that's not taking anything away from his performance. I did want to touch on Yilai because it feels like he's really solidified himself within Bilibili right now. And it's great to see. Because honestly, he was an emergency kind of substitution roster move after kickoff, and it looks good. Him and YZ have some pretty good synergy. Does he make some mistakes at times? Yes, without a doubt. But that's kind of expected with most Neon players. And as long as he's putting up the statistics, he's doing his job, he's doing his role, you can't complain.
Yeah, I really think he's finding his own within the team. And I think that's really, really important. And the crazy part is, as he continues to do that, Bilibili is only going to continue improving overall. As far as the team chemistry goes, I talked earlier before the match about kind of the synergy that YZ and K-Knight kind of already have, just being teammates for so long. And so the longer the rest of the players continue to play together, they're only going to continue to improve. So it's exciting for Bilibili. On the flip side, though, FPX have really just got to continue building. They've got to kind of just I'd say kind of organize themselves in terms of how they fundamentally approach kind of their certain halves, certain sides. Their attack side on certain maps, on the Lotus, on honestly, even on the Fracture a lot of the time, was just kind of like, it was too slow. It was fundamentally too slow. So, I mean, look, obviously both teams have things to improve, but the real question is, you know, who's going to improve more, and who's going to be able to show that improvement in their next match? Because whoever will is going to the playoffs.
Yeah, I think you've touched on some really good points there, but one of the key points I need to yap about, and I apologize in advance, but I'm starting to notice a lot of issues around adaptation, game plans, and just being flexible when it comes into some of these matches, not only with Bilibili and FPX, but so many other teams. It feels like whether the coaching staff are giving the players and the IGL a core game plan and they refuse to adapt to whatever else is thrown at them, or they just can't read the game. It's like they struggle to understand certain weaknesses in compositions, but also anti-stratting seems to be an issue, because if I look at Bilibili's Fracture, for example, there's clear things that you can expose there. The same with FPX's Lotus. And I think when we get closer to playoffs and we start advancing through playoffs, if coaches and in-game leaders start to dedicate more time to preparing for their opponent and almost not having to adapt so much in the game, but already pre-planning what you want to do and having that discussion with your players, will benefit all of these teams so much more. And not only that, but it will make them a much stronger contender for whoever goes to these international events.
I completely agree with you. And obviously, a lot of the teams in general didn't really have a whole lot of success at Masters Santiago. But going forward into Masters London, the teams that make it there are really going to kind of put pressure on themselves to kind of flip the tide, to say, hey, let's go ahead and prove to the rest of the world, the rest of VCT, how we play, and the fact that the way we play is good enough to hang with, the the rest of the teams, the rest of the strongest teams all throughout the world. And so I'm really excited to kind of see how they approach that, and say, hey, like, you know, work on what they need to work on. If that's adaptation, then it's adaptation. It is what it is.
Absolutely.
But here we go. So today's results. So obviously Nova versus Trace, that was a 2-0, and obviously we saw that, but and obviously our match that we did just watch, it was ended up being 1-2 towards BLG, and FPX unfortunately not able to complete the reverse sweep. They won the second map, solid attempt, but unfortunately third map they just got absolutely swept under the rug. So it's unfortunate, but here we are now, taking once again a look at the standings. A lot of teams finding themselves at that 2-win mark. So now, of course, Group Omega a little bit more clear cut than Alpha. Obviously you have Wolves and Nova without a win so far in stage 1, but Alpha kind of in a position where it really could go anybody's direction. It kind of just depends on, I think a lot of it is going to come down to these secondary stats, map differential, round differential. And at the moment, Billy are plus 22 in that sense. So if they can get a clean 2-0 the next series they play, and if they can maintain their round differential, they'll be in a much better position to continue winning.
Okay, so this isn't regards to the final seeding. This is just where they stand on the leaderboard.
Okay.
But I mean, like you mentioned before, Group Omega, relatively bog standard, you know, EDG, XLG. It's that final fight between DRG and Trace. But Group Alpha, that's where things get crazy. That's where the pressure starts to ramp up, where players start to whiff and make poorer decisions because there's pressure. There's something on the line. I'm all here for it.
Yeah, I'm all here for it too. I can't wait to kind of see how it ends up playing out, because at the end of the day, when you have that pressure, yes, you can end up making more mistakes, but being able to not fold under the pressure is part of what will give you so much success. And so that comes with, you know, that's part of differentiating yourself from other teams. So can't wait to see who ends up being the one to do that, because that'll ultimately just make the playoffs more entertaining for everyone. So I can't wait. But here we go. Pretty much the top person for today ends up being Kai Umrich of Trace Esports. Yeah,
I watched that match, and whilst Nova gave it a great shot, they're different. The old Trace are back, baby.
Yeah. Woohoo. Yeah. I remember Trace doing the incredible job that they did during Champions 2024, and I really want to see that form come out from them again. I really want to see it. So it's exciting that they're doing as well as they are. Can't wait.
Anyway, that's it from us. Enjoy the rest of your day. This is Project Horizon ending.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should have buried your dead. Should have listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out.